Caught in the chaos, nowhere to run. The left and the right both come undone. Josh and Eli, truth in their veins, breaking the chains of partisan game. The branch of patriot, where do you stand? Lost in the storm. No promised land. Stuck in the middle. Hear that cry. No red, no blue, just you and I. Stuck in the middle. The fire burns. Both sides crumble. No one learns. Wolves in the shadows, masks on their face, screaming their lies in the public space. Josh and Eli, shredding the lies, lighting the truth with blazing skies. We're glad to patriot, call to the brave, fight for the reason, refuse to cave.
Hey now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What? Hang on. Ready? How's this for a new intro? Ready? What it do? You like that? You guys like that?
What it do?
Yeah, you like that? No, nothing, no comment, no problem. Welcome to Stuck in the Middle. We'll pretend that one never happened. Man, do we have a doozy of a show for you tonight? But first and foremost, let's get to some introductions. Eli, please take it away, sir. You are the best at this.
What's up, all you lovely people? First off, Nikki, Liberty Lion, Dumpling, Chef, Seafowls, Shamrock, all of you that are catching us now alive, welcome, God bless, welcome to another episode of Stuck in the Middle. I am very proud to be the one to introduce somebody that I'm very, again, proud to call friend.
Ready?
And,
I got it.
you know,
I got it. Ready? Oh, shit. That was the opposite. Wait. No, you're supposed to talk while I do the drum roll thing. You're
Really?
supposed to build it up. Yeah.
It's just a, okay, all right. And I'm very proud to be the one to announce a legend in his own right. Maybe not the biggest fan of being called
That is
but
really
he
loud.
is to me. My buddy, CanCon, is a Marine combat veteran journalist. If you don't know him, well, it's about time you did. He's back on the show. It has been a while, and here we are. Here's CanCon, guys. Welcome to another one of Stuck in the Middle.
It is good to be back, brother. It is so good. It's been a long time since I've been allowed on this platform. It's a long time since I've been with you guys on this platform, and I'm honored to be here, man.
It has. How was that feeling when you first, like, I don't know, how did you figure out, or when were you aware that you got your YouTube back? Like, what was that? What went through your brain when that happened? Were you like, bullshit, this is fake. What's going on here?
So there was like this broad announcement that they're going to allow all the people come back, right? COVID and 2020 election misinformation, which is now actually proven to be fact. they're going to allow them all to come back. And so immediately I go check my YouTube, and it's not back. And I was like, okay. So then I'm, keeping up with YouTube TV on or YouTube creators on X and seeing how this is going to happen. And eventually, when I would go to my page on my YouTube, it would say, "You are not going to be permitted back on this platform." Like that was what it said on the screen.
Wow.
Like your appeal has been rejected. You are not going to be permitted back.
Like a pop-up window, you would go to sign on. And, nope. Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
And so then I have screenshots of it. So then my buddy over at Badlands, Jordan Sather, told me how to make the appeal. And you actually have to go back retroactively into your email, go all the way back to when you first got the email, and reappeal through that. And I did that, and they let me back on.
Wow. I mean, would you say that being banned from YouTube was kind of like, and I'm being loose with the terminology here, a blessing in disguise? Because I do feel like it enabled a little more like, buck the system kind of thing. Okay, no, you're gonna try to suppress me here. I'm gonna go elsewhere and talk louder now. Was that something that you were feeling like when that happened?
It definitely was a blessing in disguise. I mean, since I got kicked off, I went on to become a writer for the Gateway Pundit. I went on to do my own platforms. I grew my Twitter channel or X channel extensively. I got a numerous shows I host at Badlands Media. Freaking love those guys over there.
Shout out to Badlands.
Those guys are like family. Yeah, those guys are like family, man. I love Badlands Media.
Is Badlands only on Rumble, or are they also on YouTube?
No, we're on YouTube.
Okay,
when,
awesome.
when they let us be. When they let us be.
When they let us. And Badlands is what? At Badlands Media _? What's the?
No, if you're on Rumble, it's Badlands Media. If you're on YouTube, I think you just search Badlands Media and you'll see the logo right there. It's in color, but you'll see that logo.
That's awesome.
Quick question, something that I've been wanting to know, because I've often cited it when I rant. What was the publication that kind of did a hit piece on you, Be Easy, Nick, and all that? Which one was that?
That would be Media Matters. They've written probably like 8 or 9 pieces that have mentioned me. I actually got mentioned in the article that they wrote about Elon Musk supporting Nazis on X, and Elon Musk sued him over this. And they mentioned that CanCon had a post about, I don't remember specifically what the post, it's not a anti-Jew or Nazi post, but CanCon, who's a QAnon supporter, had a post of Star Wars appear on there. So Disney, and it's like, because I like Star Wars. And because I search Star Wars stuff, you can see a little Grogu down there. And so Star Wars automatically populates with my stuff. But they specifically mentioned me in that article. So I'm kind of wondering if, when the Elon lawsuit comes out, if my name's going to be in there.
Wouldn't that be something? Is like, is that almost like, how would you feel about it? It's like a weird honor almost. Like, okay, That's
crazy.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, dude, I'm so glad to hear that you got your channel back. It's been a long time coming. At this point, were you even like concerned about getting it back?
No, I'd completely given up hope.
Yeah, it's like,
yeah. The other platform has been very good to me. I don't know how well they can listen, but they just rolled out a whole new creator program that is on par with this platform in terms of compensation. So you're able to continue. We made decent money on YouTube. I'm not going to sugarcoat or anything. We made decent money doing this, and we had a loud voice, and I still want to be able to do things on YouTube. I genuinely want to bury the hatchet and move on from here, and maybe sue the federal government, because YouTube came out and said basically that the Biden administration was the ones that coerced them and pressured them into blocking stuff that was not a violation of their guidelines. And so that is a First Amendment violation from the federal government. And I think there is going to be class action lawsuits brought against the DOJ. And hopefully, given the circumstances of who's in power right now and the lawfare and censorship that President Trump has gone through, hopefully these cases get expedited pretty quickly against, maybe even settled out. I'll take a nice little settlement.
Yeah. It's funny when you juxtapose what we know now to maybe 3 or 4 years ago, when everyone and the statements were correct. Oh, Twitter it's a private company. YouTube, they're a private company. They don't have to follow the First Amendment. And everyone kind of smelled something behind the YouTube and X's or whatever, Twitter at the time, their reasoning for taking people off. But yet, a big narrative from the other side was, no, your free speech isn't protected by the private company. And like, now we find out Facebook. I mean, remember Mark Zuckerberg went on Joe Rogan's podcast and said, yeah, we were getting pressure, from the government, just like you said, YouTube. I'm sure Twitter was as well, as we got the Twitter files released.
Yeah, 100%. That went far and wide. Go ahead, Eli. Sorry.
No, all good. Just a quick reminder, guys. All right, this very channel, Stuck in the Middle, on a daily, whenever we're on, we are dealing with suppression. We've seen it. We watch in real time, or personally, I do. I'll sit here and watch the live stream and watch the war of the thumbs. We get a diverse audience, which, God bless, I'm so thankful for that. I don't ever want to just hear people that agree with me. We're here for the challenge. We have open phone lines later for anybody to say what they please. But feel free, if you're here and you have any sort of support, curiosity, whatever the case, drop a thumbs up, help us in this battle of suppression and the ratio war, and drop a subscribe. With
Brian,
that being said, though, I'd like to get into some stuff.
Yeah, if you don't mind, right quick, I just want to ask Brian 2 more questions. 3 now. Brian, do you mind if we take, while you're on here, if we do open the phones, you mind, if people do want to call in and maybe ask you a few questions, you mind kind of shooting the shit with some people?
I absolutely love that. I love civil debate. Assuming that they'd be debating, but they might not be.
And assuming they'd be civil too, right? 2 more questions regarding the YouTube thing, because they've been bugging, well, not bugging me, but I just wanted to know, like, number 1 is, do you feel any vindication from coming back? Like, you feel like, all right, some of the things that I was kind of on the precipice of, that I got kind of poo-pooed for by YouTube, like, I'm right. Like what I was onto was correct, hence why you guys got all butthurt and kind of freaked out.
Yeah, so we've had a couple big developments in the COVID front over the last few weeks. A peer-reviewed journal article in Frontiers of Epidemiology came out exonerating us on the PCR test, saying that in Germany, which used relatively the same PCR technology as everybody, in Germany, their accuracy rate on the PCR test that they did for COVID to prop up those numbers and pump them up and put them on the sidebar of CNN every single day, so that we doom scrolled through our news and every channel was showing us. Those were only about 14% accurate.
Wow. So like the whole doom counter, the death counter, 900,000 people. Wow. Yeah. And who eventually gets in trouble for something like that? Like, why wouldn't that be kind of an incitement to hysteria? It's just like, oh, well, because everyone did it, I guess we're fine, because all the news channels were doing it.
It would have been really nice if people like us that were playing, Carrie Mullis saying that the PCR test cannot be, the inventor of it, saying it cannot be used to detect a virus. Surgeon General Dr. Lapido down here in Florida saying that we're spinning the cycle thresholds too high, right? The person that came out whistleblowing against that, they said that Ron DeSantis attacked her for it. Or no, excuse me, that was the other way around. Excuse me. That was the one that was fabricating the data and then said that Ron DeSantis and wrongly fired her for that, clearly doctoring the data.
Right.
But that was something that was going on. The other study that just came out is Lancet, one of the premier science journals out there, just retracted a study they did in 2021, I believe, on metformin. It was called Teaching Trials, this study they did on metformin for COVID and ivermectin for COVID. And they just retracted it now, saying that the data that they put out was implausible. It was unlikely that this data was real. But they did not catch that in the peer review, and they have not retracted the ivermectin one yet. And this ivermectin study, the Teaching Trial study, was specifically the one that was referred to with that whole FDA post of, you're not horses, people, stop acting like horses and taking horse medicine, right? Specifically, that test was or trial was the one that was put out to convince us that ivermectin was ineffective against COVID.
Wow.
Yep. I remember, I was when I was listening actively when the whistleblower was out doing her thing, and that's when we finally caught some of the brunt of the literal suppression at that time. It was a wild time. We can never forget.
We got our first strike because I was in New York and 2020, 2021, whatever it was, when it was first popping off. And all I said on this live or whatever it was that I uploaded, I said, hey, I got COVID. I don't feel so bad. and they're like, no, get out of
Don't
here.
die.
Yeah,
Don't die.
yeah, exactly. My last question for you, brother man. Well, okay, if you don't mind, do you feel? So I do know somebody who has ivermectin, and which is not a bad thing, but I knew that they specifically got it from they got the veterinary source. Not that we're all doctors here, but do you feel there's any big difference in the veterinary source as opposed to the human source? Because a
No,
lot of
it's
people
exactly,
don't.
it's
Right.
it's exactly the same. You just have to divvy it out for your weight. You
Gotcha,
have to do
yeah.
a little bit of math.
People complain about fillers. Oh, this is approved for animals, but this is not approved for humans, blah, blah, blah. And I just had to ask you on that. And then finally, the last question, and we can move on. My apologies, but since you've been back on the YouTubes, do you have any hesitancy about what you talk about? Or is this kind of like a fuck it? If they kick me off again, they kick me off again. Like, are you holding back anything? Or you just, like I just said, you have
No.
the efforts?
No, so I've shameless plug at CanCon Actual. I came back. I had about a third of the followers that I had when I got kicked off. So I lost a shit ton of followers.
Really?
Oh yeah.
How does
And I've
one
been
unsubscribe from somebody whose channel they can't find? That's weird.
It's a good question. Just like how did so many of my videos disappear? So many of my videos I have some that were saved still, but a majority were gone. So I've streamed over there quite a bit. I consecutively, if I do a stream, I'm over there as well. So I'm trying to do, more and more over there. I'm not holding anything back. I've talked about election fraud. I've talked about COVID. Tomorrow we're going to talk about Epstein. We're going to talk about everything.
Good.
I have noticed though that it's significantly shadow banned. It's different. Now, granted, people could be going to the other platform. I streamed to 2 other platforms, so
Right.
it could be going around. But I still feel like I'm watching Bahizzi. Bahizzi started a channel with like from scratch because he didn't get his channel back, and he's already up around 95,000 followers.
Wow.
And I'm losing. I've lost 200 since I got back.
I wonder if there is something to say about like, is there any like remnants, strikes, whatever, like algorithm shadow bans left over on the old YouTube, whereas Bahizzi, he's kind of unrestricted, so to speak, in the people but it's still like the person, like, so when did he bring his YouTube back? Was it just recently?
Yeah, he got back
Oh,
the same
wow.
time as I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he started a fresh new one right when everyone got back. Wow. Okay. Good for him. That's awesome. for
But
Bahizzi.
he's a lot more active on it now. He
Heard.
knows the algorithms and how to do the tags, and like I don't know all that stuff. And he's got I think 600,000 or 700,000 followers on X, so he's got a good well to kind of pull from. So I'm not concerned about it. Look, I'm just going to keep speaking truth and telling my story and telling the stories, and if people want to listen, they want to listen. That's all.
Yeah, that's the good thing about you, and one of the things that I always appreciate about you is it's just facts. It's truth, right? Like what you're looking into, and we've gone back and forth on things that we disagree with. Like you're not afraid to go against the conservative, the Republican narrative, so to speak. And I'm not saying that's in a bad thing, but when people only we get accused of only attacking Democrats sometimes, and when you call yourself the cannabis conservative, of course you're gonna have people that just you're a conservative bad, but you like cannabis conservative already is kind of a little like of an oxymoron. Right, exactly. So that should really tell people right there, like, okay, it's not all what I perceive a conservative to be. And I would like to see eventually in time the same thing happen to Democrats. Like I would love to see, it's almost what Eli, is doing with his moniker, progressive patriot. Hey, you can be someone, on the left, but still have pro-America values. Hopefully, maybe not right now. I'm not talking about you, Eli, but just in general. It doesn't seem like the left is too fond of America, but I do hope for them to have this kind of renaissance again, where because it is good, in my opinion, and you correct me if I'm wrong, to always have a pushback from your opinion. So if it's only the Republicans controlling something, like it's almost we need a little bit of Democrat pushback, and then vice versa. Democrats need the Republican pushback. So I want to see stronger people in there that aren't just batshit crazy.
Yeah, I don't want to see that at all. I don't want to see any censorship, and I know you kind of want the retribution. You want to get the revenge. I don't care about that. I these people that we've been dealing with over the last 5 years or so, whether you want to call them Democrats on the left, whatever you want to call them,
Unhinged, I prefer.
yeah, they can't debate. They can't have civil debates. I was on a Twitter space yesterday talking about Epstein, and Epstein came up and you support a pedophile, and I said, okay, give me your best piece of evidence that President Trump is implicated in the Epstein files. Give me your best piece of evidence, and they had nothing.
Right.
He called it a hoax. Well, it was a hoax. And we'll get into some of why I think what Trump meant when he said it's a hoax. We'll get into them.
That's a big reoccurring theme I've been seeing a lot lately, and maybe it's been always happening, but it does seem like a lot of people right now, mainly left, but they have their talking point that they're given. But then when you want to interact with them and debate that talking point, they just go to ad hominem. They got nothing. They got nothing behind it, and that's why they go to ad hominem. It's because, wait. No, I just repeated what I heard and I liked it, but I didn't really do that research myself. We find that a lot with people who follow Candace Owens, people who believe mainstream media just in general. Like, it is a reoccurring theme there. It's just like, oh, I'm going to repeat the talking point.
Every now and again, I'd like to read a comment that I'd just like to propose. So, not true or false. Do you agree or disagree with this one, CanCon? The most banned subject on the internet is Jesus. Agree or disagree?
I don't think so. It might be censored. I don't know anybody that's gotten banned for talking about Jesus. It's probably one of the most under talked about, under discussed topics. I would say that for sure.
Right.
And you're almost like allowed to talk bad about it too. You're allowed to shit talk like Christianity, where you can't do that with other religions.
That is for sure. That is
100%. What I was trying to say, sorry, I almost had a bite in here.
Sorry, man.
Is the point I tried to make, and sometimes I find myself falling on the sword, is like I'm trying. I'm not a perfect man. I'm far from a perfect Christian. I'm doing my best. I've recently, come back to God. This is my own personal journey, but I'm finding myself in these spaces. I don't always feel very welcome, especially when it gets not so much anti-Zionistic, but anti-Semitic. Even though I'm not Jewish, I don't like seeing that straight up literal hatred where they start saying, 6 million wasn't enough, this, that, or the other. But I also make the point, Jesus and Christianity is not being suppressed. It's just not really as talked about as perhaps it should be. And that's the only opinion I wanted to get across. So respectfully to Mike Guyver, I'm looking forward to our next conversation, brother.
Well, the Pope doesn't give out the shekels the same way that Netanyahu's regime does. So you don't get $7,000 per post for talking about Christ.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know all about that.
Oh, interesting point. Yeah. Holy shit.
My father and I bond on our mutual dislike, and that's using this term lightly for Netanyahu, and we'll get into it a little bit, but I always want to make a distinction between the American Jewish person that is America first, that is prevalent now. A lot of us don't want to see Ben Shapiro try to be the mascot anymore. I'm a Christian. I'm not a practicing Jew, and I'm not even technically Jewish. But that's something that I just want to make clear. Zionism does not equal your Jewish American.
And
I agree.
I
am avidly against the government currently in the Knesset in Israel. That has nothing to do with the people of Israel. And I think that's a fundamental belief that I think needs to be applied as a populist American broadly. And this goes for every faction of society and religion, whether it's Muslim, whether it's Hindu, whether it's Jewish. If you go over there and have a conversation with most of these people, they have nothing but respect for you. I've said this before, and I got a lot of flack for this. Christians have more in common with Islam than they do with Judaism, but we talk about Judeo-Christian, which is a word that only really got popularity in the 19 teens, like around 1910. It really got traction in 1930, and this is because they were trying to garner support for against the German regime as it was going in World War II. But if you look up the term Judeo-Christian, it is counterintuitive to Christianity. The two things we talked about, oxymorons earlier, are fundamentally oxymorons. You have Judaism and Christianity. One believes in Jesus Christ as the Messiah, the other one does not. And there's even sects of it, whether if you're a Talmudic Jew, that view Christ as, burning an excrement of shit in hell. That is literally what they believe. Talmudic Jews.
Yeah, I've been starting to hear. This is some of the stuff that I'm starting to get enlightened to, and I'm doing my best to process it. But that's something we're going to circle back to. What do we got? Let's break into some of this Epstein stuff.
Let's do it.
Trump stuff.
And
please.
I'm going to read some of this Politico article. I just want to add one more caveat to that conversation. Just because you criticize Israel or you're not against or you're against Zionism doesn't make you an anti-Semite, right? Just like as if you criticize, you don't like Christians. I don't know what the word for anti-Christian is, but you know what I mean? Like like, I don't know why that is the case right now, but if you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic. It's like, whoa, hold up. That's not a fair
strategic play on the Zionist part. Yes.
Speaking of this,
or anti-Christian is Democrat. No, I'm just kidding.
well, speaking of, I can't say that. It'll be rude, right? Speaking of Jews, this Epstein character. Oh, shit. Oh, boy.
By all means.
Oh, boy. Let's read real quick what Politico has to say. Politico, they're the beacon of true news. They say on Wednesday, House Democrats released documents revealing that, in the words of the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, Trump, quote, knew about the girls. The late convicted sex offender was trafficking. The latest blow to the White House, already reeling from a series of setbacks in recent days. One Trump ally said that so this guy goes on to say that, oh, it's no big deal. It's not affecting us that much, where the Democrats keep pointing back to those 3 emails that they had released. And this Political article just tries their best to dude, look, check this out. I just can scroll down for like hours almost. And they're like, and it's all about the 3 emails that they released. Nothing about the GOP going, hold up. Hold up. Here's 20,000 of them for you, my friend. Do do with them what you wish.
The most shocking thing about the 3 emails that the Democrats released, the oversight Democrats released before any of the other emails, is they are by far the 3 worst emails for their case that I've ever seen in my life. They are by far the 3 most damning emails in the entire release that they've put out so far. And I'll show you why. You can start with any one of the 3. I put them in the chat. I think it's the second one from the bottom, the oversight.
Second one from the bottom. I'm sorry. Let me go. I got that second one.
I'm sorry. I'm out of order, but I'll let you know where to go. I memorized most of these links by heart.
Out of order. Can we just can we preface, or is that what this is going to do? It's going to kind of preface those 3 emails before the ones that the GOP released. Like, can we pretend as if we don't know what the redacted names are real quick? Is that what this is going to do for us?
I mean, not really.
That's fine.
I'll walk you through my theory on this. If you pull up, let's start backwards and start with the second to last one.
This one. Let me zoom in real quick for us. I know. I'm sorry. That's my apologies. I'm zoom. Oh, that's me. That's not. I don't want to zoom that guy in. That guy's ugly.
Once again, chat, welcome. God bless. Feel free. Please help us in the art of discourse. That's what we try to champion. Just, I was going to say something along the lines of Charlie Kirk's mission. It's something that we've always had that in common. Okay. And when the art of words fails us, it's what comes after that I fear. Please feel free. Hit that thumbs up. Let's keep the conversation going.
So, Brian,
what do we got here?
Just to show you, one of the downsides of vertical streaming is what you're seeing right now. The words are kind of hard to see, but if just so you know, it's talking about the victim blacked out. Then it says Mar-a-Lago blacked out. Trump said he asked me to resign. Is that the one you want to talk about?
Yeah, sure. So this is the quickest one because there's really nothing here. Victim Mar-a-Lago, and then he says, asked me to resign. Never remember ever. Trump didn't ask him to resign. He said he banned him and he kicked him out. Epstein was Trump's neighbor. He was at the Mar-a-Lago quite a bit. It's not lost on me that I've been to Mar-a-Lago a couple times now. I was never a member of Mar-a-Lago, but if I was banned from Mar-a-Lago, I'm not allowed to go there.
Right.
So, that's kind of a really stupid thing. Now, the 2 things to notice here is that he's sending this email to Michael Wolff, right? And Michael Wolff is a writer and a quote unquote journalist. He has colluded with, well, I don't want to say colluded yet, but he's written numerous unfavorable books about President Trump, articles about President Trump. He doesn't have much nice to say about President Trump. And then the last thing, of course, he knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. Now, this was written in 2019, okay? President Trump is the one that prosecuted both Epstein and Maxwell. He's the one that put them both in jail. He knew about these girls, and you'll see why that's important when we get to the first email. But let's go to the next one, because this one's the one that's an actual admission of a crime.
And then real quick, if you don't mind, when he said, when the email says, of course he knew about the girls, that's what the Democrats focused like immensely on. They didn't really expound on the last part. But I do have a question, and it's like, if Trump in this instance did ask Ghislaine to stop, you know, I would like to know, not that we have to answer it, but like, why is she getting such special treatment in the prison that she's at right now? And then another question I do have is, when for the whole time we were told, oh, you know, there's nothing on here, we're not going to release them, and it took the Democrats releasing 3 emails for then the GOP to release 20,000 of them. It's like, why weren't we getting ahead of this before they could do that? If we can't answer this right this second, no problem. But if you do have a retort.
No, I think I can. I mean, it's very unfair to look at that statement right there and assume that that's a crime. We know that Trump kicked Epstein out for flirting with underage girls, right? Virginia Giuffre specifically, Giuffre. We know that that's why he kicked him out. Does Trump know, about the sex trafficking and all that? Well, we know he's never been to the island. When he was on the plane, it's because he chartered the plane because he needed to fly to New York. We'll get into him being alone with the girl in a moment, but there's no crime there. Telling somebody to stop, and that he knew about the girls and asked her to stop. Stop what? Flirting with them, having sex with them, recruiting them, beating them, driving them to get ice cream on Sunday afternoon.
Right.
Like there's no explanation there other than he asked Ghislaine to stop.
And then also too, like, what does the quote "knew about the girls" mean? That could
exactly.
Depending on how you want to view it, it could mean a numerous amount of things. If you don't like him, you're going to go right to, oh, he's the the Epstein, the underage girls. If you're kind of on the side of him, it may not mean that.
Exactly.
Just trying to be fair. And so this is the second picture. You want me to go forwards or backwards here to get to the next one?
So go to the right, and it should pull up the long one from Michael Wolff.
Yep. All right. Let me scroll down a little bit. So can you see it at all better, or no? Is it still a little jumbled?
Yeah, I can see it. Well, I have it up on my screen. So
okay,
I'm just,
thank you.
So in this one was written December 16th, 2015. This was from Michael Wolff to Epstein. He said, I think you should let him hang himself. Now, here's the context. This is very important to understand. When Epstein, we'll start from the bottom and work our way up because that's the chronological order here. December 15th, 2015 is the night of the RNC debate for the GOP nomination for president. So Donald Trump is about to go up on stage in Las Vegas to debate all the other Republican candidates. So Michael Wolff writes, I hear CNN is planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship with you, either on air or in scrum afterwards. And then says, if we're able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? Now, that's an interesting statement in and of itself. If we are able to craft an answer for him, what should it be? Does Epstein have somebody in his inner circle that is able to, facilitate an answer and get it to President Trump? I don't know. Who knows? This could just be kind of speculation of like getting sauce out of him. What would you say if you had that opportunity? Now, the interesting thing is what Michael Wolff says back. I think you should let him hang himself. Ironic. Right. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the House, then that gives you a valuable PR, public relation, and political currency. Political currency, blackmail especially, in D.C. is more valuable than money itself. And I'm adding that. That's not in here. You can hang him in a way.
True.
Yeah, it is absolutely true. Yeah. And that's the currency that Epstein dealt in, and that's why he had what he had. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you, or if it really looks like he could win, you could save him generating a debt. Of course, it is possible that when asked, he'll say Jeffrey's a great guy and got a raw deal and is a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in a Trump regime. So you basically have Michael Wolff saying that if Trump lies, you can either bury him now or you can hold on to that later and use it to generate a debt. You know, when you need a favor, hey, don't forget, I know that you and I were buddies once upon a time, like that kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, like
So
you don't want my
leverage.
past creeping up on you.
Correct. Now, let's get into this. Is the most damning email to me. Not damning, but this is the most misinterpreted email out of all of them. If you want to go to that first one.
Yep. I think it's the one I've been thinking about that. Yep. Gotcha.
So in this one,
briefly,
ahead.
reminder to the chat, this is not a safe space for any one side. So left, right, bushwhackers, bush watchers, it's okay. Please feel free to engage and say your piece. Please continue.
All right. So this one starts out Jeffrey Epstein, April 2nd, 2011. Now, I need to put this in context for you. 3 weeks before this, in March of 2011, Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, gets outed as being potentially involved in Epstein, right? And the picture of Virginia Giuffre comes out. Daily Mail runs this exact email. By the way, this is not a new email. This email's been out for over a decade.
That's so crazy. That's so crazy to me that they're trying to like sneak it out and like, look, it's redacted.
And this is why when President Trump says it's a hoax and we don't even know if anything's real, it wasn't redacted when they put it out.
So can I ask,
it says Virginia under that victim redaction.
in any of the 20,000 plus emails that were released, are any of those duplicates, or a lot of those is a lot of that new information?
Oh, I'm sure there's going to be duplicates. I couldn't say for sure, but I'm 100% sure. Like, I don't think this is a big deal that this is a duplicate. The big deal here is that they redacted it because they wanted to generate curiosity. And if you're a Republican, you're going to think that whatever is under the, well, it's Giuffre because we actually do our homework. But if you're a Democrat, you just think that that's a victim. You don't know who it is. And there's a reason it's very important that it's Giuffre. But the first sentence is the most important sentence to me. He says, I want you to realize that dog hasn't barked. That hasn't barked is Trump. That is a term. It's not as commonly used now as it was back then. That is a term from the Sherlock Holmes novel, The Adventures of Silver Blaze. It's top 5 most popular Sherlock Holmes short stories.
All right, quickly, I think a layman would take that as oh, that's a dog that hasn't that's somebody that hasn't spoken out yet.
Nope.
That's what a layman would think.
It's the opposite.
With the context, what's the real framework here?
But if you know that term in The Adventures of Silver Blaze, there's a man that is trying to steal a prized racehorse, and the guy ends up trying to steal it. The horse, he goes in to sabotage the horse, and the horse in self-defense kills the man. It's the trainer. It's the trainer of the horse that's trying to steal it. Sherlock Holmes took the most significant piece of evidence in this mystery as the person that broke in had to be known by the dog because the dog did not bark at him.
Gotcha.
This changes things.
Interesting.
Big time. Because now let's look at the context of this. This is 10 years after Virginia Giuffre was out of their lives. The Virginia Giuffre saga in Epstein was 2000 to 2002, I believe. This email was written in 2011.
Yeah.
And again, it's 3 weeks after Prince Andrew goes out, and Prince Andrew wrote them an email around this time saying, hey, what the hell is this? I'm not involved in this. You need to say something about this, please. And it doesn't sound like he's innocent, but it also doesn't sound like he's saying this as if I don't know what this is. He's playing stupid. Right.
He's trying to get something out there on paper that says, hey, I don't know what's going on here. So
yeah, he knows he knows it's written, and that if he says, hey guys, you got to cover for me on this, I can't go to prison for this, it looks horrible. So you deny it and say, hey, you got to help me out with this.
Right.
So we are reciting the actual quote of Epstein via that email, correct?
Correct. And that's the quote.
I went
want
through.
You to realize that this dog that Trump is the dog. That the dog that hasn't barked is Trump.
On one of my streams, I took the time to go through his entire that journal that got released in the scrapbooks. I went through everything, and you can tell if you've taken the time. He was an avid reader and appreciator of literature. He loved Sherlock Holmes, so that is not a far cry whatsoever.
And she's British, and her dad's a spy. Her dad was a MI6 and Mossad spy.
Ghislaine Holmes, if you will. I always took, and maybe it's kind of similar, but the idea that the dog that hasn't barked was like, hey, we've been trying to, like blackmail him to where he's like, oh no, I don't want to do it. And finally he's like, yeah, finally I'll concede. Is that kind of like the same thing going on here? Am I kind of on the same? No. Okay. Got you.
Nope.
Got
so
you.
let me here's where I'll finish it again. Remember, 10 years later, Prince Andrew gets in all this trouble. So what are Maxwell and Epstein doing in this email? They're trying to figure out who the rat is. They're trying to figure out who the mole in their network is that leaked this information about Prince Andrew. Who is the person that put this out there? And so the next thing that Epstein says is Virginia spent hours at my house with him. Now, we know that, it's redacted from the Democrats, but we know that it's Virginia Giuffre spent hours at my house with him. Now, there's something interesting about Virginia Giuffre. First, and most people know this, she came out explicitly and testified that not only did President Trump not have sex with her or do anything with her, but he didn't even flirt with her.
He was a gentleman.
He was a gentleman through and through, she said. But the key, this is the most important thing in that sentence. Virginia Giuffre also testified that she was never with Epstein and Trump at the same time. So Virginia Giuffre, when Epstein says that Virginia spent hours at my house with him, Epstein wasn't there.
Yeah, so he has no idea.
So we don't know who was there, but for all we know, Trump could have been in New York. He's like, hey, I need a place to stay. Can I stay at your place? He stays there. Whatever. Who knows? Or maybe Maxwell was there and invited him over. Who knows? But I think this was Epstein's attempt to get the blackmail on Trump by putting him with Virginia for hours in his home, maybe alone, and seeing if he would do the deed with her. And then have that blackmail of Trump having sex with an underage girl.
But he didn't bite. Now. I follow now. Okay, so like the whole interaction was a setup.
Yes, but he didn't bite, and so now 10 years later, Epstein is trying to figure out who the fuck the mole is, and he says, "Well, you remember Trump was with Virginia for hours, and he didn't do anything." That's what he's thinking in his head.
Right.
He didn't do anything. So if you're in my network. That's what we do. We have sex with underage girls. That's what we do.
And this guy didn't.
Trump didn't. And so now they're starting to think to themselves, holy shit, Trump might be the mole. And so what's the next thing he said? He has never once been mentioned. Now, this is where it's tragic that the punctuation is so bad because we don't really know what he means here. But to me, it sounds like he has never once been mentioned by anyone, the police chief, etc., law enforcement, because he's already been in prison at this point, 2011.
Right.
He's already been through prison. And what he's saying is that President Trump is never mentioned in any of the police reports. He's not mentioned in any of the evidence that's come out there. His testimony's not out there. And so then what does Epstein say? I'm 75% there, meaning I'm 75% there on Trump being the mole, the dog that hasn't barked, the familiar person in our network that we did not think that would be the informant.
To your knowledge, true or false? Thank you, XQR587. Giuffre. Sorry, I don't want to be
Giuffre. Just call it Virginia.
Giuffre.
Yeah, Virginia's fine.
I did a whole thing about her and her very strange, untimely demise. Giuffre was an employee of Epstein, and she was never a minor. Is that accurate?
No, Giuffre was an employee of Trump at Mar-a-Lago, as was her dad, and she was a minor.
That is what I thought. I believe the picture with her and Prince Andrew, she was 17.
Maybe 16. I'm not
16,
sure. She
16,
was
17.
Wow.
But she wasn't 18. That much I remember.
That's how young she was in that picture? I know that picture. Damn.
And one of the most substantial pieces of evidence that I believe that has been available to us. And the secondary comment, no proof of anyone having sex with underage girls except Epstein.
Yes.
All right.
So
and Maxwell. Maxwell did.
Yeah. Oh, she was.
Was she?
Yeah.
She was implicated in like sexual relations.
And when I say no accusations of anybody having sex except Epstein, that's there is evidence that others did, participate in this. But there's nothing solid. To be perfectly honest, there's no exculpatory evidence, against, or there's no concisive evidence against, Clinton or Andrew or any of these people, to be honest with you, just being fair.
Like, and like going off that, dude, like just a quick, I always, there's a part of me that always thought that somehow, and I think I'm not the first person to say this whatsoever, I'm probably repeating it, but it was only really an Epstein thing going on. And like he was trying to, like it was really only Epstein doing these heinous acts. And somehow, he's been trying to implicate other people in it, but it was really mainly maybe like 90% him getting the young girls, 90% him doing these things. And like, am I far off with that, or what do you guys think?
Got the girls to essentially recruit others. I mean, he did him and Ghislaine established that network, and it pretty much spiderwebbed from there.
But was it for other people or just his own pleasures?
Well, so that's the crazy part, and that's the part that we're speculating about. We don't know for certain. Dan Bongino, before he was deputy director of the FBI, he was a Secret Service agent with on presidential details. He was on Obama's, Bush's. And he has told the story many times that he had a colleague that is a trusted person. He won't disclose who it was, but said that he was on board the airplanes with Clinton and left because he was too uncomfortable with what was going on the airplane. Doesn't allude to anything more than that, but there is a lot of suggestive evidence that, others have had sex with these women, but, like Jean-Luc Brunel, he's dead now. Virginia Giuffre is dead now. So many of these people are no longer with us. So, and of course, Epstein's dead as well. Go ahead.
I was going to ask you, as an aside, how did you feel about when Kash Patel and Dan Bongino kind of came out with that dual interview and regarding the Epstein things, and everyone kept pointing to, oh, they look so nervous. They're not normally like this. What are your thoughts? Because like we believe Dan Bongino, he's been a podcast for a long time. He seems like really like a guy who just kind of says how it is. Same thing with Kash Patel. So now all of a sudden, a lot of people who normally take their word for what it is, they see this interview and they're like, no, something's fishy about this. What are your thoughts on that?
So here's my thoughts. And again, this is just purely speculation, but I've always believed that the Epstein case goes well above Epstein, and that Epstein was just kind of a playboy, right? He was a guy that, lived loose and fast, and he had money. He didn't really, nobody really knows how he made his money. Wexner, sure. He, gave him a whole bunch of stuff, gave him a $78 million home, all this stuff. But
a bit of nepotism too.
100%. The guy was cocky as they can get, total narcissist. But I also believe that, so when Patel and Bongino said that there's nothing in the files, I don't necessarily think that's untrue for two reasons. One, I believe Epstein was handled. So I believe he had Mossad handlers. I believe he had MI6 handlers. He probably had CIA handlers. Any of the Five Eyes agencies, he probably had handlers in those agencies. And they are the ones who would retain this information, not Epstein. Now, Epstein might keep backups somewhere. Who knows? The other questionable thing here is this whole entire time, the evidence has been in possession of the Southern District in New York, who for most of that time was led by Maureen Comey, James Comey's daughter. And so how much, when Trump says the evidence is a hoax, how much of this evidence is still even around? That's a legitimate question. So when Kash and Bongino said that, there's a third option as well, and that's that all of this is subject to an ongoing investigation. They've said the investigation against Epstein's closed, but is it open against his co-conspirators? Is it open against his handlers? Are they actually doing the legwork on this? And so President Trump today truthed out that he's calling for an investigation into Bill Clinton, Reid Hoffman, J.P. Morgan Chase, and a lot of these bad actors that are affiliated with this. And I think this whole time that President Trump has been saying all this about Epstein and saying it's a hoax and that there's nothing there, you're still talking about Epstein.
Yeah.
He was trying. I firmly believe that he baited the Democrats into consenting to the release of this and the investigations that are going to come of this, Because if he just came out on his own and said, hey, we're going after Epstein, Bill Clinton's guilty, all these people are guilty.
It would have been the Republican hoax.
Down.
It would have been the Republican hoax.
It would have been a Republican hoax. But now that Democrats are the ones that are saying, release the files and going nuts over it, everybody agrees. We want to see the files. Trump's going to say, that's a great idea, except if I release the files, we're going to muddy the waters on any prosecutions. So I'm just going to open an investigation, and you'll see that as it comes out in the investigation.
That answers a lot of questions. Go ahead, Eli. I'm sorry. I just want to say, that does answer a lot of questions in the fact that I was going to ask you, why did they take so long to release some stuff? And that kind of fills in that blank there. It's like, well, you kind of, but still though, those 20,000 emails, if nothing was repeated, if those were all fresh 20,000 emails, I guess their concern was if we released it before the Democrats tried to do their thing, people wouldn't have believed it. No matter what we released, it would have been like, nope, exactly. BS. Got you.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's a PR battle that I don't think anybody, no matter how much support they have, can ever win when it comes to wanting this information and getting it out as soon as possible. It's never going to come out fast enough. And frankly, I feel that way, and that's just the way it is, sadly. I'm zeroing in on Zero Film 89. Trump is a PDF. Go ahead and try to bake with all the plausible deniability you want. What I'd like to simply say, and I say this to a lot of people that like to make such a claim, remember that the burden of proof lies on those with that very claim. There has not been any undisputable evidence, regardless of all the mainstream outlets that have said whatever they have, and I'm aware of them just as you are. I would propose to you, we'll open the phone lines up or just give a citation here.
I will. You want me to open them up?
Make your case in point, please.
You want me to open them up?
Yeah, please. Absolutely.
Go ahead, Brian. Sorry, man.
No, you're good. Shamrock said, good. Will a new investigation force these judges to release the files transcripts? Remember, Trump's the one that tried to get the grand jury transcripts unsealed. And there is a great public interest. There is court precedent. There was a case I think it was in the 50s of a man that was convicted, a man and a woman that were convicted of being spies. They were convicted of treason, and they were both hung. And after they were dead, a journalist sued to get the transcripts unreleased, unsealed and released. And they come to find out that it wasn't the wife and the husband that did this. It was actually their secretary that had put out this letter to the Russians about spying. I can't remember their names off the top of my head. Somebody in the chat will probably know. It's a very, very, very famous case. So there is precedent to unseal these transcripts now that Epstein is dead, but they didn't do it. And to the point about the judges, we've seen massive amounts of corruption in judges. Federal district judges that are acting like they have power beyond the president of the United States, telling the president what is and isn't an act of terrorism, telling the president what is and isn't a national security threat. They don't get the briefs the president gets every day. They have no idea what President Trump knows about the illegal immigration, Tren de Aragua, and all these gangs throughout the United States and the immigration problem. They have no idea. But they've become so weaponized, the judiciary, that you find out a lot of these judges have family members that are, involved in these non-governmental organizations, these NGOs. When Trump went after USAID and National Endowment for Democracy, he is literally cutting off the funding sources of these, quasi-CIA dark operations that have been orchestrating coups throughout the world since, the beginning of their inception, and continue to do that and are now doing that here in the United States itself. So our judiciary is not where it needs to be right now. Hopefully, we can find some good judges. We can find some good attorneys. They kicked Ed Martin from being the U.S. attorney in D.C. Now he's in the weaponization group and he's kicking ass there. So yeah, I don't think we're quite there. And if somebody wants to call in and refute and call Trump a pedo, call in and give me your best piece of evidence. I'll take my time. I'll look it up for you. And give me your best piece of evidence, because it just doesn't exist.
At least one has made a concession. Sean says 7962. All right. The only evidence you can possibly have are video and a. So is that what it is? Well, work on your spelling, but okay. I guess you're just referring to the fact that you don't have evidence, or there is no evidence.
Can I also make this point too? Is essentially how Stuck in the Middle was born too was out of this I will say it, TDS, this Trump derangement syndrome, where like everything, no matter what Trump did, good or bad, it was going to be spun in a negative way. They would find what, like find people on both sides, hoax, like those type of things. They're going to find any way they could to try to discredit him. And it's kind of like the boy who cried wolf at this point. Now the Democrats want to pull out this other thing that they have. They're like, see, Trump is bad. And at this point, it's like, dude, like, even if it's the case, I don't fucking believe you. I don't believe you at this point anymore, because you've literally, like, with every breath you take, you try to get him in trouble for anything you can. So it does seem like, not a lie, but it's hyperbolic. Like, you're just trying to throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. And what I wanted to play real quick was just a quick montage of some of the things, maybe while we're getting, hopefully maybe someone wants to call in, a quick montage of some of the things that MSM has lied about as far as like Trump goes, which kind of gives a lot of people doubt and to believe them, on the whole, Trump Epstein accusations thing.
Though Trump impatiently dumped a box of fish food into the water in Japan, the full video showed Trump had simply followed the lead of Japan's prime minister.
Shinzo Abe.
Yeah. And wasn't he,
man.
Unfortunately,
he was assassinated.
He was assassinated. You want to know why? It's because he dumped that fish food out first. That's why.
It's because he was part of the sovereign alliance, bro. He's a sovereign bro.
You sovereign bro. We can't have you sovereign bros here, man. Out. Eli, look, you want to say something.
It bewilders me, and it's just a sad fact of reality, inescapable. The people on the perceived other sides, and there shouldn't be sides in this, we unified want the release of the Epstein files. I know it seems like it's taking forever. There is a process, there is a rhyme and a reason for all things. Will we ever be fully satisfied? That's not for me to say, but it makes me very, I don't know, disappointed, disheartened a little bit to see people just pivot to Trump's on the list, and you, for whatever reason, despite everything you've outlined, you can't say otherwise. It won't penetrate my skull. We are unified. We want the truth, and somehow, some way, you've made some fantasy in your minds that this has just become it's a TDS thing. Stuck in the Middle also started out because people exist and their actions are contingent on everything that Trump does. No longer, they are forsaking their own identities.
Like, they want it so bad that when a drip of information comes out, they're like fly on shit. They're like, yes, see, we're vindicated. Trump is evil. Like, they're so quick to just jump on whatever they can. It's like there is no like forethought, like, whatever hindsight is, but in the beginning part, there is no foresight. Like, all right, hang on, let me pump the brakes here, not get too excited, because just like we saw, the GOP releases the unredacted versions, and bam, it's the same lady who said Trump was a gentleman. So it's like,
Yeah, proof is in the pudding right there. I mean, that's one of the closest sources that you could have possibly hoped would have dirt, and she didn't deliver what many of you with TDS. And look, your opinions are welcome here. Please spit every vile thing you want to about the man. Just, relax on the spam. But hey, this is the place for it.
The number is at the top of the screen, 954-546-3455. Again, the number is 954-546-3455. Give the show a call. We'll do a few more clips of this, of why we think, what gives the people doubt about the whole Trump release thing. Not only, facts, but just prior things they've done in the past to make us doubt, their take on Trump and how he's an evil man.
In June 2017, NBC News reported that Russian President Putin said he had compromising information about Trump. Actually, Putin said the opposite.
Do you have something damaging on our president?
Well, this is just another load of nonsense. Where would we get this information?
The New York Times and CNN shared a story with photos of immigrant children in cages. It turns out the photos were from 2014, during the Obama administration.
Obama!
In November 2019, Newsweek falsely reported that President Trump was spending Thanksgiving golfing in Florida. He was actually in Afghanistan serving dinner to U.S. troops.
Good morning.
CBS aired a story in March of 2020 supposedly showing a New York hospital crowded with patients.
It's all hands on deck in America's hospitals.
It was actually filed tape from Italy. A week later, CBS News mistakenly used the Italy video again. In May, the BBC and The Guardian reported because Trump wasn't wearing headsets, he didn't bother to listen to the translation of a speech by Italy's prime minister.
Per lo sviluppo dell'Africa.
But Trump was wearing his earpiece in his right ear, as always, said the White House. Newsweek reported Poland's first lady refused to shake Trump's hand, but later acknowledged she did. CNN edited the
There you
video to
go.
make it appear.
And that's just like, that barely scratches the surface, you know?
Here, I'm
of
gonna
the
send you
BS.
another one that's really bad.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
I'm
I
gonna
think
send
Kenny
this-
has a very
Is this through the Zoom
simplistic-
workplace? Is this through the Zoom link?
Yeah, check the chat real quick. I sent you one more, and then I'll get into Trump as a confidential informant.
Oh, okay.
Here, take it or
He's-
leave
yeah,
it. Here's the
believe it.
simple comment by Kenny. Do you really think they would try to unalive Trump if they had actual evidence of Trump being in the Epstein
hang on,
files?
sorry.
That would be the political
YouTube. Holy shit, I'm
end
so
right
sorry.
there. They wouldn't even have to get him.
Eli, try it one more time. I didn't mean to, like, it played and then I freaked out. And
No,
said,
I just
"Stop it."
I was echoing Kenny's comment. It's just a simple hypothetical, and I think it hits the nail on the head. Do you really think they would try to end Trump's life if they had actual evidence of Trump being on the Epstein files? If they had that, they wouldn't have to go through any of that process, which I would argue is far more challenging. They would just release that, and that would be the political end right there.
I mean, why wouldn't the Democrats release stuff with the Epstein files that heavily implicated Trump during Joe Biden? I think that's a really logical, fair question to ask that
saying.
people will be like, well, you see, it's because it's like, oh, you don't have an answer. Just say I don't have an answer. All you got to say is that's a great point, but nobody can concede to shit like that sometimes. Like, yeah, that's a fair point. I don't have an answer for that, and they could go to something else, but no, they got to go, and move the straw man around. All right.
Yeah.
Is this more Trump funny business?
Yeah, it's very short.
I love it. Love it. Now, dude, it could be 5 minutes long. We'll have a great time with it. You know, it doesn't matter. Like, it goes on forever, all the BS that they've done. You know, I feel like, is it more than a lot of other presidents that we've known in our lifetime? I feel like it is, right? It's got to be.
By far. It's not even
By
close.
far.
Cable Nelson, I rock with that comment too, brother. Absolutely.
What? Okay. Hang on. Don't be greedy. What did Cable Nelson say? Let us know what he said.
Well, I mean, it's a very simple truth. Yeah, news companies are incentivized to come up with interesting stories faster than everyone else, so they'll jump the gun and presume something is true before it's really verified. And that's what we, as the consumer, have been a victim of time and time again, which is why the pendulum is swung, and now we have the voice.
Yep. All right, let's check this out. I do blame us a little bit too, as the people. Like, we're like, you know, maybe we got dumber or something, but we did get more gullible as far as like, well, if the news said it, it must be real. But
So
sorry,
just to set this one up, this was immediately following this President Trump when he pulled our troops out of Syria in his first term, and General Mattis, a hero of mine as a Marine, but not anymore, resigned over this and said that if President Trump pulls our troops out of Syria, it's going to be widespread war, like right away. And this is what they did.
This video, obtained by ABC News, appears to show the fury of the Turkish attack on the border town of Tel Aviv.
Tonight, the expanding march of war in Syria. Growing
the fucking fast zoom in. Tonight, the expanding war in like, they're so dramatic. Would you
Media
please?
go media.
I know.
Was that the end of it? No.
No. I just paused his head. I don't want to talk over. I'm sorry. It was just, it caught me like, the expanding war media. Like, gotcha, bro. You zoomed in. Okay, got it.
war in Syria. Growing reports of atrocities. Turkish fighters accused of public executions. A border town bombarded by Turkey's military.
ABC News are so desperate to attack Trump that they use a video they call Slaughter in Syria. Sounds like a cool, like, rock show, you know? You guys want to go to Slaughter in Syria? It's pretty badass.
situation rapidly spiraling out of control in northern Syria. 1 week since President Trump ordered U.S. forces out of that region, effectively abandoning America's allies in the fight against ISIS. This video right here appearing to show Turkey's military bombing Kurd civilians in a Syrian border town. The Kurds who fought alongside the U.S. against ISIS. Now, horrific reports of atrocities committed by Turkish-backed fighters on those very allies.
It says that doctor footage was actually taken at a what? That was the CBS.
Yep. It gets worse.
Wow.
Play it. Play it.
You can tell now. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
You see the cool green trees they got in Syria? It's definitely.
You can see hundreds of people holding up cell phones filming it, but they edited that out. They shrunk it down,
Right,
and they like vignetted the frame of it, and they dulled it. They compressed it so you couldn't see what was going on. They knew 100%. They knew 100% that this was not a war in Syria. This was a machine gun shoot in Kentucky. I think it was
Mockingbird.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dumpling.
That is crazy. That
is one of the worst I've ever seen, because that was to promulgate and incentivize us to send troops back into Syria and convince people that what Trump did destabilized the region, when in fact we just had the president of Syria, al-Shara, in the White House the other day. Trump's doing historic deals with the Middle East right now. It's one of the most beautiful things to see.
Look at all the cell phones you can see. It looks like a slow song at a rock concert. You know what I mean? Like,
they deliberately edited those out.
Oh, I just want to add my 2 cents.
Wow.
I don't mind the ad hominems mods. I appreciate the effort, but let them show just how intelligent they are. Like, nothing shows a good substantial spine by saying these guys like penis because I can't come up with anything better.
Damn, they got us, dude. We should probably.
Yeah, right.
Damn. Damn, we should stop live streaming, dude. They got us, dude. That's it, man. That's game over, bro. Fuck.
All right, so let's get back into the informant thing.
Yes,
the
please,
Epstein thing.
please,
If
please,
you can, Josh.
Tell me which one.
I think it's the 5th one down. It has L08818 in the URL.
Yep. Gotcha.
See that one?
Yep.
Okay, pull that up and play the second video first.
Heard. Play the second video first. Gotcha.
Is there anything you can?
Let me try to full screen that right quick. All right.
Okay, so let me set this up. This is the guy on the right. The guy on the right, his name is Bradley Edwards, and he was the attorney representing Virginia Giuffre and several other Epstein victims. And this was him in 2018. Go ahead and play that.
Oh, is this where he says like?
Yep.
Okay.
I followed this pretty closely.
Wow. I didn't know this was on video. This is even better now. Thank you for bringing this.
Is there anything you can say as to the validity of those?
Hang on a second. We got a caller calling in. If you don't mind, we'll see what happens real quick. Let's see.
Call from
Kyle. Okay.
Kyle, what's going on? You're on Stuck in the Middle live with CanCon, Eli, and myself. How you doing tonight, brother?
Welcome.
What's happening?
What do you got for us tonight?
Oh, well, shit. Have you guys looked into Charlie Kirk? Right? 100%.
Plenty,
right?
yes.
Yeah, for
and what
sure.
Candace is saying?
For sure. Like,
absolutely.
We actually are going to get to a whole Candace Owens segment.
Yeah.
Oh, bet. Well, last night I was looking into Erica.
Okay.
And she had done some like weird shit in Romania with a bunch of kids.
Got you. Listen, I'm not trying to be rude here, but we are on the Epstein thing. If CanCon or Eli, you want to take this up, no problem.
This is related, though. This is related.
Okay.
Bro.
Well, just if you could explain right quick how it's related, because we're not trying to get sidetracked, and we would love for you to call in when we get back to the Candace Owens stuff. But if you can tie this in to what we're talking about right now,
100%.
We'll give you the shot.
By all means, go for it.
So she had a military sponsor basically that gave these kids a bunch of presents, or whatever. Like, who knows why, right? But this dude got accused by a female reporter that he was bringing in mad kids to the army base.
The guy we're talking about, Bradley Edwards?
I think so.
CanCon, you know anything?
I think so, yeah.
No, it wasn't Bradley Edwards. That's the attorney for Virginia Giuffre. He's not related to TPUSA.
I don't know. He was a military guy, but her mom or her dad did arms deals with Iran. I mean, with Israel, and you know that Epstein is from Israel, right? His dad was from Israel.
Yeah.
His heritage, yeah.
So you're saying Epstein's parents did deals with Israel or Virginia Giuffre? Like, what are you trying to get at here?
No, that Erica's parents did uranium or some type of arms deals with Israel.
Her mom was
and she's connected to Israel and maybe to Epstein. She did an orphanage where a bunch of kids went missing.
I'll tell you, I personally I've heard a lot of things about Erica Kirk. I have been a bit defensive because there's a lot of things I think that are a bit emotional, but I'll be honest, this is the first time I've heard any ties to Epstein. Just honest take and honest response.
And also,
it's a tie to pedophiles. It's not exactly to Epstein, but her family was involved with Israel. Her parents.
Kyle, I'll tell you what, not being a dick, go ahead and call in during the Candace thing if you still feel like it, because it is.
Yeah, if you're with us,
it
brother.
is kind of off topic with what we're about to go into, and we're not trying to
100%.
derail.
Hell yeah.
But we appreciate you calling in and just trying to participate, man. So much love, much respect. But just go ahead and give us a call back in a little bit, all right?
Yeah, respect.
God bless.
All right.
Thank you so
God
much,
bless.
Kyle. We appreciate you,
brother.
brother, man. Thank you, Kyle. Kyle, everybody. Kyle. All right. Back into Bradley Edwards, the lawyer for is this the lawyer for Epstein or Virginia? I'm sorry, I got
Virginia Giuffre.
Okay, heard. Okay, so he's about to
and several other girls. I don't know if he disclosed the other girls that he was
several other girls in relation to the Epstein case.
Yes.
Okay, heard. Gotcha.
Is there anything you can say as to the validity of those claims, or whether or not there will be any more about that?
Nothing at all. The only thing that I can say about President Trump is that he is the only person who, in 2009, when I served a lot of subpoenas on a lot of people, or at least gave notice to some pretty connected people that I wanted to talk to them, he is the only person who picked up the phone and said, "Let's just talk. I'll give you as much time as you want. I'll tell you what you need to know," and was very helpful in the information that he gave, and gave no indication whatsoever that he was involved in anything untoward whatsoever, but had good information that checked out and that helped us, and that we didn't have to take a deposition of him.
That was in 2009?
That was in 2009. So,
hey, Brian, can I ask you real quick, how old is this interview?
2018.
2018. So a big thing that I come across too with people, like for instance, like remember the Ghislaine interview where she's saying like, "Oh, Trump is a gentleman." I guess it was conducted in prison or something like that. I don't know if you've heard it.
Yep.
So like the big counteract, the big retort to that is like, well, of course she's gonna say something to make him feel good. She's trying to get a pardon. People will see here and watch a Bradley Edwards say all this positive stuff about Trump, and they'll come to the conclusion of like, well, he's not trying to do this and this and that from him. Is there any credibility to that claim that Bradley would be talking fine about Trump, because he was, president 2016 and 2020? Is there anything that you feel could link that, or is he just being kind of a straight shooter right now?
No, I don't think so. I think that's the truth of what he's saying there. As far as the Maxwell thing, we'll cover that here in a minute.
Sure.
But let's get through this informant part here, because this is really important. So if you want to play the next video next to it, pull it up, but don't play it yet.
Heard. Got you.
Remember, it's all well and good. Say your piece, everybody in chat. Absolutely, but it'd be better. Proof, evidence. Keep at it, kids. You're doing all right.
All right, you got that one up? It's hard for me to see.
I'm having a little difficulty. Give me a
and
second.
Help us in the battle of the ratio, guys. Add a thumbs up if you appreciate the art of discourse, conversation, open phone lines.
Little tech
like
difficulty.
and subscribe.
All right. We said that one was what, the fifth one down? I'm sorry, Brian. You said that one was L088. L08. I just had it. L08. Why can't I find it now?
x.com/L08818.
Yep. I'm sorry. My bad.
All right. And then pull the video, the first video, the one on the left, pull that up and press pause real quick.
Yep. Yes, sir. Gotcha. Oh, with PBD.
He's
good. Is that Michael Wolff?
That's Michael. I was going to ask, do you know who that is?
Oh, yeah.
That is Michael Wolff. That is the man. That is the man that, was in 2015 and 2019 conversing with Jeffrey Epstein. And in 2015, as President Trump was trying to become the Republican nominee, was the one coercing with Epstein about how to get blackmail on President Trump. Go ahead and play that clip.
Threatened to sue him, even though they're friends. He's threatened to sue him over this deal.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. As I say, rich men break down over real estate disputes. At any rate, at that point, Epstein's legal problems began. The police began to investigate him over allegations that he was that there were underage women coming to his house. Epstein believed that it was Trump who first informed the police about what was going on at Epstein's house. And from that point on, they were nothing but bitter enemies.
And this is what he's telling you. This is one of the instances of what he's telling you. That the following happened.
That is the version of this related.
Brian, you look like you're smiling quite nicely right now. What are your thoughts?
That's interesting. So Epstein's confidant in all of this in this is recent, the Patrick Bet David, this is relatively recent, after Epstein's dead, he's out there saying that following him getting into the legal trouble, that he believed that Trump was the guy that ratted on him, almost like it took him a while to realize that it was Trump. That's funny. Now, can you go to the third one down, that's x.com/Z-Ortiz, and pull that one up? Don't press play.
Gotcha. The third one down, Z-Ortiz. Gotcha. Heard. We got that one. Hopefully it doesn't autoplay. Give me 1 second.
It's fine if it plays. Just pause it real quick. I want to see.
Press up
All right,
on
do you
Trump,
know who that man is?
Never get.
Oh, man. I don't. This one, I do not know who this guy is. He looks like a mobster.
That is famous mobster Sammy the Bull.
I was right. He is a mobster. Oh my God. Okay.
Go ahead and play that one.
What the heck is he about to lay down? All right, let's see what's going on here. Sammy the Bull. Now, real quick, Sammy the Bull, did he get, is he in what do you call it? Like government watch or whatever it's called?
Witness protection?
Witness protection, yeah. Is he
No, he's using his name out there and everything.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I love watching his podcast.
So he's okay. There you go. I was gonna say, so he's out of jail. Yeah, he's got a podcast. Stupid me. Okay, gotcha.
Big time.
All right, Sammy the Bull.
Actually, try to press up on Trump, but you could never get to him.
Yeah.
Because he had ex-FBI agents all around him.
All the time. And I tried a couple of times to press him and make arrangements where I could work with him and earn with him. I did that with other big contractors. I had the power of the unions. I could do all kinds of little things, but I couldn't get to him. He wouldn't bite.
The dog that wouldn't bite, right? The dog that wouldn't bark. He wouldn't
bark
bite.
nor bite.
Give him a little bone. He wouldn't take it. I'll keep playing. I'm sorry.
It's interesting that I think it's done, isn't it?
I think it's got another 30 seconds. Yeah, but if you got a comment, please go ahead. That way we don't get hit or anything. But this should be fine. It's from TikTok.
He just wouldn't bite. He didn't want to do anything like that. And there was layers of people in the middle. One of my guys said, "We'll go up to the office." I said, "We'll go up to the office. Everybody around him is an ex-FBI agent. We'll go up to the office. We'll get cuffed, and we'll go right to prison." So forget about Trump. He's a legitimate guy. He don't want to do it. Forget about Trump.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you've got Wolf, Epstein's right-hand man, his confidant here, saying that he's an informant. You've got Bradley Edwards, the attorney, saying he's the only one that was like, sure, let's talk. How much do you want to talk? Let's talk. Now, Josh, pull up the last thing I just posted in there.
Got you. 1035, heard. Archive.is.
Yep.
All right, heard. Popping up right now. Taking a second. I guess the internet's acting a little funky.
Oh, the chat is so entertaining. God bless one and all. We live for this, the engagement, the discourse. Say your piece by all means. Just watch the spam. That's all.
What's crazy right now is that is not loading. The archive website is not loading. Very odd.
Let me see if I can find the original post, and I don't know if it'll pop up.
Okay.
Worst case, I'll give you the original post, and then that's the
Post?
original post.
Heard.
So pull that up,
Okay.
and if it's behind a paywall, yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay, just read the headline, and then I'll just read a few lines from it.
All right, let me do it one more time. It says Trump's ties to an informant and FBI agent. Dadgummit. Trump's tie. It keeps popping up to an FBI agent reveals. Oh my God.
Real quick,
his
Daniel
mode of
777 says
operation.
that's why Speaker Johnson said Trump was an informant against Epstein.
An FBI informant. And then he walked it back 3 days later and said, oh, no. I was just regurgitating what Brad Edwards said. Brad Edwards never said he was an FBI informant. Brad Edwards just said he cooperated. Does Johnson know? He might. You know, Trump and Johnson were very close during the campaign. They were very close once he was president-elect. Excuse me. They even came out and made that statement, you know, we've got a weird plan, a secret plan, right? So who knows any of that context? That's all conspiracy theory to go down that rabbit hole. I'm just going to deal with actual documents. So the Washington Post article says Trump ties to an informant and FBI agent reveal his mode of operation. This article was written in September of 2016. It says Donald Trump listened skeptically as his labor consultant bragged in early 1981 about connections to New York's underworld. Daniel Sullivan, who dealt with labor problems at Trump's construction sites, told Trump that he was tight not only with leaders of unions, some of them fronts for the mob, but also with the FBI. Trump was dubious. It turned out Sullivan was telling the truth. One day in April 1981, he walked into Trump's Manhattan office with two men in suits. They were FBI agents, and they wanted to talk to Trump about organized crime. Trump welcomed them in. Trump soon deepened his interactions with Sullivan, who turned out to be an FBI informant, and cultivated a friendship with one of the FBI agents, a young investigator named Walt Stowe, who was one of Sullivan's handlers at the agency. And then reading down further below, it says Stowe, long retired from the FBI, said, quote, New York was so totally corrupt and so controlled by the mob in the 80s that in order to be a successful businessman, you had to have some way to work that world. Goes on to say he entered into a land deal, meaning Trump, entered into a land deal with Sullivan. That's the guy that was bragging about being an FBI informant. He entered into a land deal with Sullivan and an organized crime figure who was later targeted for a hit. He agreed to finance Sullivan's purchase of a company under FBI investigation for racketeering. And he collaborated on a plan with Stowe and other FBI agents to allow an undercover operation at his first casino. In speaking in court and to journalists over the years, Trump has minimized his relationship with Sullivan. Now, this is going to be a hard one for some of these anti-Trump derangement syndrome people to understand. Since 1981, and maybe even before that, but definitely since 1981, Trump has been a confidential informant for the FBI. The whole time. The whole time. Every operation that he had in Atlantic City was a racketeering and sting operation, going after the mob, going after mobsters. Now, they don't all tie back to Trump. Trump has been an ongoing informant, and I'm going to show you the 1981 case and the 2014 case, 2012, excuse me.
Sorry, boys.
Where he was an informant.
Do you feel that in any way that what you're presenting here could have any sort of, I don't know, negative impact on his very own base because of the latent distrust that we have for three-letter agencies in general?
No, because Donald Trump has always been a straight shooter, and he uses this. Now, Donald Trump is a transactional guy. Just because he's an FBI informant doesn't mean that, you know, he's like, we like to call him at Badlands, the joke is that he's Bruce Wayne. He's Batman, right? He's a playboy billionaire by day, and he's Batman at night. Now, obviously, Trump's not getting into a bat suit and flying the Batmobile and the Batwing. And
I'm Bruce Wayne. I've seen a
You're
lot of
getting too close to
Batmans.
home with this one, okay?
He's not doing all that stuff. But if you look at historically what he has done and what he's been a part of, why do you think Rudy Giuliani is one of his best friends? What's Rudy Giuliani's most famous thing that he did?
Fucking the Windows thing. What is it called? The thing in New York where he's like pretty much frisk and search kind of thing. I forget what it's called, but it was like the broken window policy, whatever it was.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry.
as the prosecutor in I think it was in the Southern District of New York.
As a lawyer.
He brought down the mob.
Heard. Yeah. You're
Giuliani brought down the mob. You don't think Trump was in on that? Please. So, Josh, pull up the last thing I sent you.
Heard that.
All right. And
Giuliani,
sometimes, sorry.
No, you
go ahead.
Good. No, you go.
Sometimes, like, there's a organic opportunity. All right. Real time. Tammy, thank you for engaging here. So here's exactly what I expected the haters or whatever to run with. No hero, a rat. Well, a rat that is helping taking out the upper echelon of crime that normally cannot be touched.
A rat that has put away the mob, a rat that has helped put away Russian oligarchs that are arms traffickers, a rat that put away Epstein and Maxwell, both of them. Okay, sure. A rat that didn't start any new wars as president of the United States, first president in 40 years to do that, by the way. But yeah, sure. He's a rat. I mean, if you want to call it that way, that's where Hollywood has indoctrinated us to think that if you're a snitch, you're a bad person. Because when you're watching a movie, you have almost, take The Departed, for example, right? Everybody kind of was like, Jack Nicklaus's character's a badass in The Departed, right? But he's getting snitched on, and he does, you kind of root for him at the end when you find out the snitch. You're like, kill that motherfucker, right?
Yeah. Nobody likes a snitch.
Nobody likes a rat, right? Nobody likes. You're looking at this from the perspective of a criminal, of the gangster. Getting in reality, and you want that gangster. You don't want him fucking around in your neighborhoods. You don't want him running drugs and prostitutes and illegal gambling operation. But Hollywood has ingrained the idea of a confidential informant of a rat as a bad thing.
Right. I mean, and isn't it weird where when Epstein calls Trump he's a bad person, and they're like, yeah, Epstein
coming from a pedophile.
It's like, wait, are you now you like Epstein's comments? I don't understand the play sometimes here with what they cheer on and what they don't cheer on. Exactly. Coming from a pedophile. They're like, yeah, see, he called Trump a bad guy. Oh, so wait a second, you agree with the pedophile? Well, I mean, no, and they got nothing for you.
Yep.
And they got nothing.
All right. So pull up that last document that I sent you.
Is this the memorandum?
Yes. Okay. The memorandum. This is the 1981 Dan Sullivan document.
Yep. Supervisor. Yep. Gotcha. It's up.
Yeah. So it's kind of long. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to skim through it. So 521. So May 21st, 1980. Writer is the FBI guy. So the writer is the FBI agent that's writing this. Was introduced to Source. Source is Dan Sullivan. By the operating case agent, who's also an FBI guy. Source, Dan Sullivan, provided to the FBI agent, the writer, on the above data, general background concerning LCN influence. And I think that's the Cosa Nostra, which is the prominent mob, La Cosa Nostra, LCN. It's the prominent mob that's operating in New York and New Jersey at this time. Cornering LCN influence in the Eastern Conference of Teamsters. On 7/14/80, writer again met with Source, Sullivan, in the presence of the case agents and discussed the same topic. 5 of the meetings took place thereafter involving writer, case agent, and Source. During these meetings, Source discussed public documents and general historical background regarding the Teamsters Union, as well as the organized labor movement in the United States as it relates to organized crime. Much of the information is the subject of many books, blah, blah, blah. In early April of 1981, remember, that's the Washington Post article.
Yep.
Washington Post, right? Trusted news source.
Mm-hmm.
Writer was contacted by case agent and was subsequently advised that the source had a business relationship with Donald and Robert Trump of the Trump Organization. The source in this case owns a piece of property along with other partners in Atlantic City, upon which the Trump Organization wants to build a casino.
Of course.
In early April 1981, the writer, which is an agent, and the case agent met with Donald Trump. The purpose of the meeting was for Donald Trump to express his reservations about building a casino in Atlantic City. Trump advised agents that he had read in the press and media and had heard of various acquaintances that organized crime elements were known to operate in Atlantic City. Trump also expressed that this meeting, the reservation that his life and those around him would be subject to microscopic examination. Trump advised that he wanted to build a casino in Atlantic City, but he did not want to tarnish his family's name inadvertently. Agents advised Trump that he should carefully think over his decision to build in Atlantic City and carefully prepare not only methods of securing employees' honesty, but also corporate integrity. Trump advised that he wished to cooperate with the FBI if he did decide to build a casino. The agents that were present advised, although they were not in a position to speak for the FBI or to guarantee anything, that if he in fact wished to build in Atlantic City and decided firmly on this matter, they would be glad to rediscuss the situation without making commitments. After this initial meeting, they'd go do all their due diligence and their legwork. In June of 1981, the writer met again with Donald Trump and Robert Trump, during which time they advised that they felt confident that they wished to build a casino in Atlantic City. Trump advised the writer, an agent, who was in the presence of the case agent, that he, Trump, wished to provide full disclosure during the construction phase of this casino and subsequently once the casino was operational, meaning he wanted the FBI to be watching this place. He says Trump stated in order to show that he was willing to fully cooperate with the FBI, he suggested that they use undercover agents within the casino. Ryder advised Trump that he could not speak for the FBI and he could not make any agreements or promises as per Bureau policy in this matter. Trump asked Ryder his personal opinion regarding whether he should build in Atlantic City. Ryder advised Trump on a personal level, not as a matter of Bureau policy, that he, the writer, thought there was an easier ways for Trump could invest his money. Trump asked the writer if he could attempt to introduce him to appropriate officials in the FBI with whom he could discuss this matter. Ryder advised Trump that he would research the matter further and recontact him. And then the last thing here, it says, and this is the interesting part. At this point, the writer, who's an agent, initiated steps with the Newark office, meaning the Newark field office of the FBI, and the Atlantic City resident agency to begin planning an undercover proposal concerning the proposed Trump casino. This proposal, now in thoroughly finished state, was to be discussed with Trump at the special agent in charge of the New York field office and the New York office on October 1st, 1981. And then let me see real quick. Via telephone. The agent returned the call to Donald Trump and subsequently talked to Trump and his brother via telephone. Trump advised Ryder that he traveled to Trenton, New Jersey on Wednesday of the previous week and had met with the DGE official. I think that's the Department of Gaming. Mickey Brown. Jump down here to the bottom, and it says Trump advised the writer, the agent, that he told Brown of sources' relationships with the FBI only in the sense that it might nip things in the bud and prevent future problems. Trump stated that he talked with Brown about nothing of a substantive nature, particularly involving any proposed undercover activity. On the same day, writer and case agent, two FBI guys, talked with the source, Dan Sullivan. The source advised that he had been interviewed by the DGE approximately a month and a half ago. DGE asked for documentation regarding the source's business activities. Source advised that his attorney had inadvertently not sent the DGE the appropriate. Where's the part where? Hold on. This is a bunch of crap in here. Where's the bottom?
I just saw it. I just saw where you were at, and it said
No,
it should
well,
be
that's
emphasized that
occurring, and
Trump
they figured that
advised
out.
Ryder he did not
So
talk about-
last thing, here it is, last paragraph.
for it.
It should be emphasized that Trump advised the writer, the agent, that he did not talk with Brown about anything concerning the proposed undercover activity. It should further be emphasized that the source is not aware of the matter of this proposed activity. This document right here was the initial contact with Trump and the FBI. And Trump said, I want to build a hotel here. Going back to the Washington Post article, I know I either have to play ball with the feds or I have to play ball with the mobsters. I'd rather play ball with the feds. And Taj Mahal, all of the properties that Trump had in Atlantic City subsequently were FBI sting operations. He allowed the FBI to flow through his casinos like nothing happened, and they got a shit ton of stuff out of it. So that's the first crack right there.
Wow.
My favorite personal comment of the evening, by the way, is how dare you call Trump Batman? Megan or Mega, how you're a winner. Thank you.
It's a comparison, guys.
No. I love it. Just seeing how angry some people are we're getting into the nuance, and I appreciate that you're, at the very least, you're expressing your opinions. That's always welcome here. But to sit here and just show how outraged you are, call in.
You want to hear something
All right,
funny?
anyway.
You want to hear something funny real quick? And it's kind of an aside, but it's still about Trump, right? I'm working at this person's house, and they just built a what do you call it? Like kind of like essentially a mother-in-law suite on the outside of it. It's got its own garage, got its own room, whatever. The older lady, she's living there. The older lady's husband was a judge at one point. This judge worked on a case with Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and this will show you like the trolling and or brilliance of Trump. Okay, apparently he put up a flag. Right, he put up this flagpole at Mar-a-Lago, and it was like 80 feet tall. Right, he put up two. Okay, you're saying two. You're saying deuces. Well,
Two.
Okay, so maybe this is the first one, but so he puts up this first flagpole. It's 80 feet tall, and like this area, like they start to freak out. They lose their shit on the flagpole. You know, eventually, and I'm just kind of like summarizing this. Eventually, they say, listen, it can't be there. It can only be over here. It can only be 50 feet above the ground. You know what? That's perfectly fine. That's no problem. My apologies, right? As soon as Trump signs the fucking deal, what does he do? He gets like 3 or 4 or 5 dump trucks full of dirt to go where the new flagpole is being installed, to then raise the ground 30 feet up so he can put in his 50-foot flagpole still. So he still got his 80-foot flagpole in regardless of what they wanted to do, because on the other side, he put in 30 feet of dirt and a 50-foot flagpole. So like either way, he got his way. And what the judge said is like, you know, I think this guy wanted his flagpole in this spot the whole time. And there was this whole ploy he did to kind of convince them to think like they were getting their way, but little did they know he had this whole plan in motion from the jump to, okay, yes, no problem. Boom, 30 feet of dirt, a 50-foot flagpole. I still got my 80-foot one. Go F yourself. And I got it in the spot where I wanted. It's like, damn, that's kind of brilliant, to be honest with you. Kind of brilliant.
That's
good.
Very much his style. Oh, and Roger Paris, it's one of my favorite comments, by the way. Fuck you, Nazis. The family that, if you go far back enough, that are of Jewish heritage, say, hey, fuck you back. But you're more than welcome to spout the rhetoric, and you're cheapening that fucking word, and you misrepresent your cause every time you use it, you piece of shit. All right.
I'm sure we'll eventually get into the Israel thing. I'll preface that by saying that he's not blood, but my marital grandfather, my whole entire life on my mom's side of the family, is not only Jewish, not only a Polish Air Force captain, he was also a survivor of Auschwitz. So
that's like saying that you got a black friend, bro. It doesn't count.
Well, I mean, it's family. It's my grandpa. I called him grandpa, you know.
Yeah.
He's my grandpa.
Yeah, I'm definitely being
For all my
facetious.
life.
I'm being like an asshole. Like they are like, well,
I got you.
what's that? We got a black friend? Like, no, I'm related to someone who's like that. Thank you very much. It's so weird how people jump to those conclusions like that. I'm sorry, Brian, if you want to keep going on, I mean to cut you off there. I just wanted to share
Go
that
on.
quick story.
Go the second one down. Storage court listener. And this one I'll kind of have to summarize because it's an 8-page doc and I'm not going to read it. And it's very intense.
Second one down from the top. Gotcha. Heard.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Thanks, Z Corp Alpha, for the $4.99 there. Is it true that Trump blew Bubba? No, it's false. But appreciate the $4.99.
Yeah, thank you.
Damn it. I wanted to bring up their comment, but I guess maybe we shouldn't, right? Because it
doesn't matter either
it's
fucking which way.
It's negative.
It doesn't matter. Shit.
Like I want to,
dude. We've been called Nazis, Hitler, scumbags, fascists, KKK. Like you're not gonna. There's nothing you can say at this point.
This ain't our first, right? Not the first rodeo.
It's like Louis C.K. He says, you ruined my day. It's like, no, you really didn't.
Nah.
I can't find the $4.99. I was about to show it, but my bad. I'm sorry.
If truth ruins your day, then I don't know what to tell you. But so just real quick to show you the continuation of Trump's confidential informatism. I made that word up.
Yeah.
This is a case from this is 2021, but this was going back to a case I believe that was it was a FOIA request in 2017 over a case that was prosecuted back in, I believe it was 2014. I could be wrong on that, but the case is Seth Hetna, who's a journalist. Still, you can check him out. He's on X and everything else, versus the DOJ, and he sued because he did a FOIA request on this one particular case. and he had seen reports that Trump was mentioned in this case. And so he did a FOIA request. He got all the case files from the FBI on this, and Donald Trump was not mentioned in it. So he found out that they withheld about 150 pages, I think it was, of documents. And he sued, saying that Trump is in this. Why are they redacting it? And, what's going on here? And so he basically said, well, Trump was only an informant one time, they said. And so he doesn't have an assumption of confidentiality with the FBI. And so therefore, you cannot redact his name from these files, Trump or Trump.org. And the Judge Amy Berman Jackson, ended up ruling. And if you read through it, the FBI basically said, we've given you all we can give you. Trump he's not redacted in here. He doesn't fall under the, there's no assumption of confidentiality here, because he wasn't just a one-time source. He wasn't a one-time source, not just a one-time source, because that implies they're saying he was a source. He was not a one-time source. So if you read this
like, does that mean he wasn't a source at all? He wasn't a one-time, like, meaning he wasn't a source at all?
You could potentially interpret that way, but there's a lot of things in here that are suggestive of the FBI saying he's a source and we're not disclosing that. But they can't say that. It's a confidential source. You can't burn your source.
Heard.
And so when somebody says, hey, I know this person's a source and is in here, why are you redacting them? If they know the reason for redacting them is justified, they say he's not our source. He's not in here. He's not in the documents. Because if he says, well, yeah, he's in the documents, then you've disclosed that he was a source in this. Now, this was a case of a weapons trafficker, Russian weapons trafficker that was running guns. I don't know specifically. His name was Vyacheslav Kirillovich Ivankov, a Russian national agent with alleged ties to organized crime who was sentenced to prison for extortion in the U.S. So then there's that case. And then there's one that's a little more interesting. And I'm trying to remember exactly which one this one is. Let me get it pulled up here.
While you do that, hey, Martin Cardona, bring victims to your insignificant podcast. Does that make sense to your little brains? Well, look at Virginia Giuffre's quote about Trump. She is the victim that spearheaded the movement to bring them all together. And what did she have to say? He was a gentleman. Nothing.
She literally pulled the Anchorman quote. He's a gentleman and a scholar. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, she had nothing bad to say about him. And like, you wonder why they redacted that name. Oh, that's because they wanted some fuckery afoot.
Look, we do appreciate the engagement. All opinions are welcome, no matter how vile.
We'd much more appreciate to call in. I tell you that much, though. If you really got something to say, the text kind of loses its meaning via each letter you type. It's better to we want to hear that breath behind those words. Give us a call. 954-546-3455. The phones are up. 954-546-3455. Brian, did I open up the right thing for you?
Yeah,
but how many?
Pull up the last one real quick. Pull up the last one I just sent you, just to show this person.
Heard.
She's the one that brought them together, my dear Martin Cardona.
So this is Virginia Giuffre, Virginia Roberts Giuffre. Roberts now, Giuffre Roberts.
I'm going to pull it up.
And she says, I am Virginia Roberts. I know the Epstein client list. I met Trump when I worked at Mar-a-Lago, and hopefully our new president again. She supported Trump for president.
Interesting.
That's right.
Yeah, much to be tight-lipped about on the list, but also wary to who I tell. Only some of your candor who knows what to do with this.
Yes.
She's a very pretty woman. That's just a very bummer to see that she had passed away.
Maybe.
Heard.
Maybe. So pull up that last one that I had sent you.
Is it the second to last one now, or is it the last one?
It's justice.gov.
Gotcha. I got it. We're good.
So hold on.
Deflustered.
Okay. Do you know how to do Control F to search the document?
Find? Yep.
Okay. So hit Control F and type in CS-1.
What's up? No reply. Good to see you, brother. Welcome back.
And it should take you to page 23. This is another sting that he participated in.
And what is it? CF-1?
CSSS.
Okay, CS-1. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Hyphen is the dot. Did I bring it up correctly?
Yeah, the dash.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, so it should be number 66 that's up there right now?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay. As set forth below, in the summer of 2014, Evgeny Burikov, Zhenya, the defendant, met numerous times with a confidential source working for the FBI, CS1. CS1 poses as a representative of a wealthy investor looking to work with Bank One to develop casinos in Russia. Based on my review of audio recordings of Burikov's meeting with CS1, as well as my knowledge of this investigation, I believe that during the course of these meetings, Burikov's statements and conduct reflected his strong desire to obtain information about subjects far outside the scope of his work as a bank employee and consistent with his interest as a Russian intelligence agent. These meetings established Burikov's willingness to solicit and accept documents that CS1 claimed he had obtained from a U.S. government agency and which purportedly contained information potentially useful to the Russian Federation. The following is based on my discussion with CS1, my review of audio recordings of CS1's meeting with Burikov, surveillance conducted by the FBI, and lawful interceptions of conversations between Burikov and Igor Sporyshev, the defendant, and then it goes on and talks about whatever. Now, in this one, and this isn't confirmed, so this is speculation, but I've run this through numerous large language models, Grok, Perplexity, ChatGPT, several of these. I've picked its brain on this to the fullest. And CS1 in this case is not Trump, because at this point it's 2014-ish. It's not Trump because he's too much in the limelight at this point. He's getting ready to launch his presidential campaign. But it's a guy named Felix Sater. And Felix Sater is his longtime business partner. Now, there's another source that's mentioned in there, and that source is believed to be, shockingly, Michael Cohen. Now, Michael Cohen...
fucking figure.
Yes, and so here's the thing. Michael Cohen, Trump's former lawyer, the one that wrote the check for Stormy Daniels and testified against him, by the way, in the New York case, I believe that's all kayfabe. I believe that's all bullshit.
Interesting.
And that the three of them are still working as confidential sources. Now, I don't know about Trump anymore. He's the president of the United States. But at that time, they were continuing that work as confidential sources. Now, again, Trump was not front and center on this one. However, his associates were. And, so just when you go back and look at the history, and you can go much more in depth in this, there's other people that this isn't something I discovered on my own. I did find out well, there's some more stuff. I'm going to break that tomorrow. I'm sorry.
No, like all good. Like, it does sound like if you don't have the full details here and like you're not getting it broken down to you, like it does sound like you could potentially try to implicate Trump in some of these things. But when you get into the further details, like we're doing right here, like you're doing, it really kind of paints a more clear picture that, like, they were more so after him to try to get to what we're going through right now, to try to implicate him in something. Like, literally, the end result of what we're looking at is what's going on right now. Like, seems like they've been on this, like, quote, witch hunt for the past few years, since he was president the first time around, to try to get him implicated in anything revolving around Epstein.
Yeah, Josh, just real quick, the last one I sent you.
Yeah.
Pull that up just real quick and read the first two sentences of the second paragraph.
The first two sentences of the second paragraph. It
And
says,
a quick reminder: they may be able to take our thumbs in the battle of the ratio. As you can see, we have a very diverse audience. Okay, not all appreciators, but they can't take away the subs. So please feel free if you enjoy the discourse, and trust me, we cover a wide array, everything. This guest, we go heavy on Trump right now and Epstein. The next episode will be something else. But feel free, hit the sub button, join us for the next one too.
It says the first arrangement, is this the right one? The first arrangement involving Cohen? Yep. Okay. The first arrangement involving Cohen and Sater was a proposal to build Trump Tower in Moscow on terms that would be highly lucrative for Donald Trump. Those discussions reportedly began in September 2015 and led to Trump signing a 17-page letter of intent in late October 2015.
There you have it.
Wow.
So you have a wealthy investor, his business associate, planning to build a casino in Russia, and that's exactly what Trump was doing at that time. So You know, they fabricated the whole Russia hoax, knowing damn well that President Trump, and by the way, guys, this is gonna be something that really blows people's fucking minds. Putin's in on this.
Interesting.
Putin
as far as what? As far as what?
He is trying to root out the deep state in his country as well, the oligarchs that pull the strings in Russia, and this is part of that operation. President Trump and Vladimir Putin are very good friends. Very good friends.
And you don't think that's a conflict of interest?
No.
Or like
not at all.
they're good friends in the sense that they both have this common enemy right now. Like and maybe once that enemy's gone, they might go back to more, you know, America-Russia shit, or is this like you're saying in totality they're good friends?
No, America versus Russia is a facade, dude. That is nothing more than a fear-mongering tactic to keep the military-industrial complex drummed up. That's all it is.
I remember discussing this with you on your show when I was in your studio. This has always been a thing. Why not have an ally, you know, especially with someone that could be a not detrimental, but just a bad enemy to have? It's just only someone with TDS can paint that as a bad thing.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the Ukraine-Russia war, and, you know, for whatever we see on the television, right? The TV tells us that this is what's going on over there. And sure, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. If you go back and historically look at what happened in Ukraine, going back to the Orange Revolution and then the Maidan, the Orange Revolution being around 2008, going to the Maidan Revolution in 2014, 2015, the entire thing was fabricated by the CIA. The entire thing. Okay. Now that's not to say that Russia doesn't have a say in this. The FSB is absolutely trying to, you know, fight back against it, but we had a stronger grip. Our CIA budget is infinitely higher than the FSB budget in Russia. Our defense budget is more than 10 times what Russia's defense budget is. Russia's defense budget is about $75 billion annually. Ours is over $1 trillion.
Jesus
so think about that.
Christ.
I want to agree with.
Sorry, my apologies for using that. Look, gee,
do
wow.
you know how many U.S. base, or excuse me, do you know how many bases outside their own territory Russia has?
How many bases outside Russia? Like wow.
Look, Google
is it compared
Google
to U.S.? Is it close
Google
to what? All right. Let me see what.
Google it. How many bases military bases does Russia have outside of Russian territory?
Russia's. How many bases does Russia
And
have?
I agree with 815 guy. Welcome, by the way. Russia is not the threat. China is the true threat. Thank you.
It says right now. It says Russia has military bases. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is just their, like, you know, the Google AI overview. Let me pull it up over here so we can all see it.
We just need a number. I mean, you can name, like, they've got, you know, I don't know if they consider Sevastopol Russian or not. Crimea's annexed under Russia now, but
they're saying it says military base in about 10 countries, with some sources citing around 21 to 29 major overseas facilities. Does that sound about correct?
It's a little. I think it's a little high, but fair enough.
Now, high. Okay.
Sorry, hold it down, gentlemen. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. Now look up the United States.
How many? Oh, frick.
How many bases does the U.S. have overseas?
Am I wrong to like? I am looking it up.
Take a guess. What do you think it's going to be?
I feel like it has to be over 100.
Look it up.
How many bases does the U.S. have? Like, how about I put around the world?
Yeah, that works. Outside of the United States.
Heard. See, the U.S. Oh my God. 750 military bases in more than 80 countries and territories around the world. Wow.
Russia's not a problem, guys.
Yeah, we definitely got an eye on them, huh? Or a few eyes on them, right?
Now look up China.
Is there, may I ask you, like, while I'm looking that up, is there a thing to say maybe we're too spread out? Is there a problem that maybe, like, we have too many people spread? I mean, obviously we got a lot of people, but
a lot of it has to do with NATO, because we have this, like, and by the way, NATO's on its way out. Even Bolton knew that, you know, before he got arrested. John Bolton knew that NATO was on its way out. But look up China to see how many
does that guy suck? Are you in agreement that guy sucks, John Bolton?
John Bolton's a fucking utter piece of shit. He's a neocon scumbag.
Garbage. Just a warmonger. Freaking, like, that's the definition of warmonger. You just see a picture of John Bolton right there. Says China has, okay, this doesn't sound true. China has one officially acknowledged overseas military base?
Yep.
What?
Now they do. I'm sure they have some, that are, fronts for military, but nothing like what we have. Nothing even close to what we have.
Dude, one. That's why. Like, so what is, if we got 750, Russia has, let's just give them credit, 30. China has 10. Like, is there really, does America really have something to be worried about right now?
No, absolutely not.
Wow.
Absolutely not.
That's interesting.
Now here's one of the things President Trump often says: Putin's his friend, Xi is his friend. I personally, and through the research that I've done, I don't think President Xi is our enemy.
Really?
I do think
China.
Yeah,
China.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think China's our enemy. I do think that they have deep state oligarchs that control both of those countries, Russia, China, as well as the United States. We have our own oligarchs here.
Right.
We have a lot of them here. And I think, President Xi, and you can look this up, but President Xi's dad, I believe he was killed by the CCP because he spoke out against them. Yeah, and fact check me on this.
Yeah, let's check it out. Was by the CCP. Let's see. That's I mean, so who do you think, while I'm looking this up, who do you think America is to be threatened by? I'm like, not to say that I'm not trying to say that we need to be threatened, but are you implying that there is a different threat, or are you implying that there is no threat?
Okay, so I'll answer that. Xi, he wasn't killed by them. His father, Xi Zongzun, was purged and suffered political persecution during periods of the Cultural Revolution, including being sent to a work factory and later imprisoned on charges related to his association with Gao Gang, a fellow party member who was purged and died by suicide, quote unquote suicide.
So he's like a POW. He's a prisoner of war kind of thing. He was like,
yeah, they're not favorable to the CCP, and Xi is not favorable to the CCP. They have tremendous power in China.
I didn't know that. I always kind of took like China as being like always CCP kind of thing. So is that something of American propaganda kind of getting into our minds about? Okay.
It's Cold War fear mongering to continue to, prop up the military industrial complex. Once we started a war and we built these massive defense industries, you have no idea how big our defense industries are. You go to Huntsville, Alabama, you go out to Colorado Springs, Colorado, you go, to Bethesda, Maryland, and you look at the massive size of our defense industry, our intelligence industry. You understand why we have these massive fees that, massive budgets for military.
Let's see who we got calling in.
Call from
Lewis.
Lewis, how you doing? You're live. We're stuck in the middle with CanCon, Progressive Patriot. What's that? Is this a fake call? Oh, okay. Yeah. It was a fake call. We get those from time to time. We get those. It's funny. He tried to say something, but nothing came through. So good job.
It's actually extremely rare. And all we could ask is that you maybe put a little bit more effort.
Yeah.
Just make it something worthwhile.
Remember when prank calls were awesome? Remember that?
Yeah, like is your refrigerator running?
Right?
Yeah.
You better
hurry up and catch it.
You better go catch it. You
now.
got me, son of a gun. Dang it.
Let's get some jerky boys up in here, man.
Yeah.
Before we did this show, I was watching just a marathon of like old 90s style public access prank calls. Oh, the golden era.
Yeah. So the whole concept here, and I think that this is something that that President Trump is kind of moving towards, and you'll see right now the European Union is in shambles. Keir Starmer, well, he's not part of the EU, but Keir Starmer's approval rating is like below 20%. Emmanuel Macron in France, below 20%. I think his is 11%, the lowest ever recorded since they started recording it. Merz, the chancellor in Germany, his is in the 20s. Like they're getting their asses pummeled right now in the EU. Meanwhile, you've got guys like Viktor Orban and Robert Fico in Slovenia. These guys are kicking ass, and these guys are all aligned with your own nationalism, having pride in your own country and having your own, maintaining your own sovereignty. And I think what we're moving to, I hope this is where President Trump is going, is creating spheres of influence throughout the world, where it's no longer American imperialism that is putting our thumb on the scales of every single region. And one of the things, you know, the most historic speech, if you guys haven't watched this and really understood what President Trump was saying, is his speech in Riyadh. His speech in Riyadh, I think it was like a month or two into his presidency, was one of the greatest speeches you'll ever listen to in your life, where he laid out everything. He said, we don't have to get along with you. We don't have to believe in your culture. We don't have to agree with your culture. But you have your own sovereignty. You're your own nation. There's a reason you feel the way you do, and that's fine. We can still have economic relations. We can still trade. We can still have a functioning globe, even though we don't align perfectly. We're not going to insert our democracy, our republic values on you. And when he did that, I mean, he even went as far as saying that we've been manipulating these countries through our own intelligence apparatus. If you look at the, you know, what the fuck is her name on Morning Joe? Brzezinski, Mika Brzezinski. Her dad, Zbigniew Brzezinski, was a massive contributor to the CIA's influence in Iran, the madrasas that they built in Iran to bring in Wahhabism into the Middle East and throughout it. And they create this, they destabilize that region specifically so that we keep a defense interest in there. And I hate to say it, all in the name of protecting Israel. We have to protect Israel. There's all these Arabs around them that want to kill them. We have to protect them. President Trump was one of the first presidents that came in and said, you know what? Let's get the Abraham Accords out there. Let's get all these nations that are going to open up trade to them. We've got, you know, Qatar is one of the nations. The Saudis, when the Saudis join the Abraham Accords, we just had, I think it was Kazakhstan just joined. When the Saudis join the Abraham Accords, you know that we're on the final leg. And, you know, I'm going to go Q here, but one of Q's famous sayings is saving Israel for last. And I think that's the direction that we're genuinely, you know, moving towards right now. And people say, oh, Trump is not Netanyahu's bitch. The fuck he is. The fuck he is.
From
Alexander.
All right,
Yeah, that sounds
we'll see
legitimate.
if this one's real. Alexander,
good.
What do you got? Yeah, come on, give us something good to chew on. So you got nothing? There's no, okay, another fake one. Alexander. May I ask you, do you think, Brian, that is there a good relationship? Is there a reason why we have a relationship with Israel as far as what's going on in the Middle East? I know a lot of, you know, of the I don't want to call them what Muslim, Arabic religions, they call Israel little evil. We're called big evil. Is there any, like, do you find any value in our relationship as far as Israel kind of holding it down on that front for us, or kind of telling us what's going around in that area?
I mean, we get intelligence from them, but, you know, like, bad intelligence is bad intelligence, right? And so how much of that, you know, how much of that is intelligence that's used to, you know, manipulate situations?
I got you.
And we've seen examples of this. The Iran thing is one of the most fascinating, right? So when Trump bombed Iran, there was a lot of us that were like, yo, what the fuck is he doing? Why are we bombing Iran at the behest of Israel? Well, what did we do? We bombed the Iranian facilities, right? And if you actually go back and look at what we bombed, all we bombed were the facilities that were actually capable of making nukes. We didn't take out their entire nuclear infrastructure.
Right.
But what did President Trump do? Who do you know who he made, who announced first that we've destroyed Iran's nuclear capabilities?
Refresh my memory.
Netanyahu.
He made Netanyahu announce it.
Israel announced it first. So now when Netanyahu comes out and says Iran's 6 months away from building nukes, we got to stop them, Trump says, no, bitch, I destroyed it. You were the one that told everybody that I destroyed it.
And he's been saying that for, I don't know, forever. You know, all right, I feel like this is a good moment. I do have some questions that I outlined specifically for you, CanCon, and you may have answered it, and if you feel you have.
Can I play one last video just to show the point that Trump secretly despises Benjamin Netanyahu?
Yeah,
I'll take that bait. Sure.
You got all the videos, my man.
Play that last video and
Left
blow
side
that
or
up
right
full
side?
screen.
Left side or
So
right side?
no, it's one video. This is my sick editing skills. So I think it's on the left side.
Okay.
On the left side, you have. Let me pull it up on my screen just so I know. Okay, so on the left side, you have Israel pulling up to the White House, same exact spot, and on the right side, you'll have Turkey.
Let's see if this is a real phone call.
Let me hear the
real
name
quick.
and the voice.
My apologies. Oh no, we got a real number this
Call
time.
from
Jared. All right, I'm hanging up on Jared. That was
Okay. Can't have music playing.
Yeah, there's
okay. So on the left-hand side on this video, you have Netanyahu on September 29th when he met with President Trump at the White House, and then this on the right-hand side, you're going to see Turkey 4 days earlier. So not like some major time gap or anything here. This was 4 days earlier.
Can
Go
I
ahead and play the.
I know it's full screen, but can I play the left and then play the right, or should I play them both simultaneously?
No, it's just one video.
Yeah, I know. Okay, yeah, because it's just gonna look a little too. If I zoom out to play both videos, it might look a little too crazy.
It's gonna be the left. Yeah, the left one first. They turn color when it's that one that's playing.
Okay, so I'll play the left one first, and then we'll get to the right one. Okay.
Yeah, you gotta go back to the beginning on it though. If you see
Mr. Darcy, but I will look into it.
Not a problem. I got you. Go back to the beginning. Bada boom. Okay, I think we're there. Let me make sure I hit play right.
So now, when you're watching this, look at the whole video and notice the things that are going on, the background, right? What's out there? What's around Netanyahu?
God damn it.
Let's kill the number after
I'm
this
gonna turn
one.
it off.
Yeah.
Jared. Jerry, you got one more time.
No more of this shit.
All right,
Come
it's
on.
okay. Where do we do to? How do we turn this off? How do I turn?
Unsuccessful, Jared. Unsuccessful.
Let me see this real quick.
And you're a loser.
That's a bummer. Yeah, it's a bummer. You know, we could have had some good times here. But,
ironically though,
you poo-pooed him.
for whatever reason, this particular episode is the most pranks we've ever gotten. Normally, we get discourse.
They're triggered. Exactly. They're triggered. That's all.
They're very triggered.
Do not disturb is on. So there you go. Sorry. Good luck. Okay.
Way to represent your cause, fellas. What a spine you got.
You effed it up.
All right, so
you effed it up.
when able, play the video, and then I'd like to ask just a couple questions here.
What the fuck? I just thought I turned it off. All right, check it out. Watch this.
It
Ready?
doesn't matter.
Check this out.
I got a bone.
Boom. Boom. There we go. Now I can hear shit now. So there you go.
Deuces.
All I got to do is turn Google Voice off completely. There you go. You lose. Yeah. Show's over for you.
So, all right. So on the left-hand side, you're going to see Israel. And I want you to notice, like, when it's pulling up, it's just green grass. It's just the front of the White House, right? Nothing special, nothing going on.
Right.
Go ahead. Hit play.
Yep.
Oh, it is playing.
Yeah,
Sorry.
It's playing.
There's nothing on either side of Netanyahu there. All right. Trump's meeting with him.
He's just driving up. It looks like green grass. He's driving up in his van. He gets out of the little car thing. He greets Trump.
Now watch how Erdogan pulls up. Erdogan is the president of Turkey.
So now I'm going to go to the right video, correct?
Yeah, it'll play on its own.
Okay, and I just got to scrub it over so we can see it. That's all.
Now look at already. You got National Guard troops or some sort of a military color guard out there with flags.
Dude, yeah. Oh my God, they are. Look at them.
You got a color guard showing up there. All right, the car drives around. You're gonna see him. You can fast forward to where they're getting out of the car.
May I ask, is that American or is that his own people doing that?
No, that's us. He's got the American flag on the left. He's got the Turkish flag on the right. He's got the colors on each one of the flags. Or excuse me, the colors on the car.
Wow. Feels like we take him a little more serious than the other guy, huh?
It's kind of like, when Netanyahu pulls up, it's like, what are you doing here, bitch? Right?
Just hurry up. Come on. It's like you're trying to get your one night stand to leave real quick, but it's the opposite. Like, come on, so we can see you. Come on, hurry up, get in real quick.
He's put him on the spot sometimes where Netanyahu, you can just see that Trump will say something about like the Gaza war, about ending it and all this. And Netanyahu's like, whoa. We didn't talk about that. It's coming to fruition, guys. It's coming to fruition. You'll see.
So you think there is some fuckery afoot with Israel? You don't think it's all on the up and up, essentially?
No, not at all.
I mean, look at that. Like, just look at him coming in compared to what you just kind of the juxtaposition of the other one. There is no guards out there. It's just his own fucking car. He kind of like, no one's opening his door. He's just getting out compared to what you just said. Yeah, that literally is night and day.
That was after Erdogan had gone there. So Netanyahu, I don't know if he was aware of this or not, but he could have been aware of the reception that Erdogan got compared to Netanyahu.
So he went there first, and Netanyahu went second. He had nothing. He's like, yeah.
I'm gonna put. Sorry, I am interrupting.
No, I am. Good.
All right, I'm gonna put myself at risk. CanCon. I think I may have a minute disagreement in this term. I do not by any means think that Trump is Netanyahu or Bibi's bitch. Never did. However, I have believed for quite some time that their allyship / relationship has not been just smoke and mirrors. I think it's been pretty rock solid. I think as time has elapsed, though, and Bibi going like too crazy with the expansion, like that's where, Israel needs to take a turn because there is a shift. But I don't think that there is a very strong dislike of Trump and Bibi. That is my opinion, though.
I think that Trump can control Bibi. I think that Trump, because Bibi has been under the gun for quite a while now with his corruption charges, right?
It doesn't seem to matter though, but yeah.
Well, it's because every time he has a hearing, he bombs somebody. Every time he has a hearing, he bombs somebody to push it back, or he says he's sick and he can't make it. But then like 2 days later, he's out there talking about killing more people.
There is that. Indeed. Yeah.
And there's no question, now you got to understand there is a massive Israeli lobby in the United States. They control everything in this country. They control every media outlet. They control, they control Hollywood. They control the music industry. And again, that's not necessarily a bad thing, except, when you
sound good.
Well, when you try, exactly. I mean, so Jews are about 16, 17 million people in the entire globe. 16 or 17 million Jews in the globe. There's over 2 billion Christians, 2 billion Muslims, and 16 million people control the message that gets out to us. The New York Post, Fox News, Washington Post, like all these organizations are owned by the Jews, and not just Jews, but Zionists.
So how anecdotally silly is it of me? You have to be born of a Jewish mother to be accepted in the Jewish faith. So I never met that criteria, though I grew up around a Jewish family. My grandmother was like a second mother to me. So throughout my lifetime of experience, up until I was like in my early mid-30s, I had never seen or heard a Jewish person say a negative thing about a Christian or a hateful thing about anybody. At most, I'd hear concern about Islam to some degree, but I was in their houses. We were breaking bread. I would hear the conversations. It's anecdotal, but I have a lifetime, at least 30 plus years of just not hearing the things that I hear purported to be active and were infiltrated happening every day. And why did my experience lack that?
Because I think the narrative is changing on the amount of control. People are starting to realize the amount of control and influence, and the Gaza war woke us up to that. October 7th woke us up to that. Anybody that sits around, I mean, you even when Charlie Kirk is calling out October 7th and questioning it, I questioned it on day one. October 8th, I was on my show saying, how the hell did a strip of land 1/10 the size of Rhode Island with 10 times the population of Rhode Island, how did they manage, an area that's completely cut off from the rest of the world? You come and go as the IDF allows you to come and go. Every 500 meters around that border, and it's got a fence, it's got a 2-layer fence the whole way around it. How were they able to do what they did? And General Flynn questioned this right away, and he's a pro-Israel guy. I met I've met him many, many times, but I met him at Mar-a-Lago recently, and he had a Star David pin on. And, that's kind of disheartening a little bit that you would have a Star David pin and not an American flag, but okay, whatever. But even he came out and was like,
I do agree. I want to make that clear. I do agree. And I think more Jewish Americans versus the Zionists need to make that clear that we are America first, or that they are America first.
Yeah. And that's the problem. But so General Flynn walks this, right? He walks this whole entire. Somebody said tunnels. That is the most retarded fucking thing I've ever heard in my life.
Oh God,
that is the most retarded thing I've ever heard in my life. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be peaceful here, but
okay.
tunnels? Are you kidding me?
Can I ask you a question about Zionism?
The border's like 20 miles long, and it's manned every 25. They had flying go-karts, is what they use, paragliding go-karts. Meanwhile, the IDF has Apache helicopters.
Yeah,
Apache.
There really is this weird disconnect between what Israel could do to Palestine, Gaza, and what they have done. Meaning, like, if they really wanted to, quote, genocide Gaza, I do feel like they easily could have right away.
Sure.
A second thing, just a question for you, Brian, about Zionism. Okay, let's just pretend a Jewish person isn't in America, right? But they are a Zionist. The way I see it, it's just like an American person being America first, right? Like, I don't necessarily have a problem with somebody being pro their country, right?
Me neither. Me neither.
But the problem, I guess, therein lies is when they're pro their country, but they're in America putting America second, right? That's the sticking point. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I agree. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I have no problem with and there are Zionists that keep to themselves. They love Israel. They love whatever country they're in, and that's that. The problem is like, and I don't know. I can't explain this because I'm not Israeli. I'm not Jewish, and I'm not a Zionist. But for some reason, they have like this like ingrained blood bond with Israel, no matter where they live, then go back to Israel. If you're putting Israel over the country that you are a citizen of and you have dual citizenship, and by the way, dual citizenship in Congress absolutely needs to be disclosed. And that's not just Israeli.
I agree.
That's Somali. That's, whatever case. The Canadians have a fucking leader right now. Their prime minister has 3 citizenships. He's a citizen of Canada, of London, of England, and I believe
Kenya.
New Zealand. No. Mark.
No, I'm
So what is his first priority? If he's a
Exactly.
citizen in all these countries. You know what I mean? Like, that's a perfect point. I definitely believe in what you're saying. And I just had a Biden moment. You brought up a great point. Dang it. It was
Irish. He's Canadian, Irish, and UK citizenship.
Wow.
And he's the prime minister of Canada right now. That should never happen. That should never happen. And if it is going to happen, it needs to be disclosed. And we can't get a bill across. I think Massey has tried. I think MTG has tried to get a dual citizenship bill. I think somebody else has one out there right now. You can't get it done.
I do hate this analogy, but I'm going to use it again. Imagine if we went to Israel and were America first in Israel. How would Israel accept that? Imagine if we went to exactly name any other country and we were our country first that wasn't their country. How would that work out? Like, people who do come here, people who are here, they, whether they want to admit it or not, have a privilege in being able to use this freedom of speech. Privilege, maybe it's the wrong word, but they do have this opportunity to use freedom of speech in a way where they can be like, whatever. But you would be dead. You would never be able to do some of that in a different country. You would never be able to be pro-America, pro a different country in another country that wasn't the country you were trying to say you were pro. It would never work out. And people just have this really weird ideology that, like, the same thing that happens here, how you can be, Israel, whatever other country you want to put that isn't, necessarily pro-America. It seems like they're allowed to be pro their other country and they're allowed to kind of shit on America. And right now, if you're being pro-American, you look like you're racist or look like you're a Nazi for some reason.
They call you a white nationalist.
Yeah, because you're pro your country, but everyone else can be pro their country in America. But if you did the other thing, if you did the juxtaposition the opposite way, if you were pro-American in another country, you would be the same crazy person. You know what I mean? Like, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't right now. And I don't understand that whatsoever. Is that like propaganda?
Well, it's marginalization. It's, trying to, make in America right now, especially. And there it is, smiling We founded this country on Judeo-Christian. No, we did not. Judeo-Christian didn't pop up until the 1930s. Look it up. You can Google that. Google that, Josh. When did Judeo-Christian become a prominent term in American society?
Do you
I'm gonna wreck some people's whole entire like facade, like their whole entire belief system right here.
do you feel this unification of I guess acknowledging or recognizing Israel as being, I don't know what term to use, like a threat, has helped somebody like a Mandani to win that election?
I mean,
that's the pendulum swinging, I think.
What Eli means is like people have been too focused on like, Jew this and Jew that, not to see, like, do you think Muslims are a bigger problem than Jewish people? As far as what a lot of people want to identify America's values, religion as, not as like people being bad, but just like what America, we like Christmas. We like to wake up on Easter. Like we like a lot of these, traditional American values that other religions, if they become the majority, aren't really going to be an American tradition.
And one additional caveat is in Israel, at least there is areas that are very populated where Israelis and Arabs can cohabitate civilly and in peace, and Arabs are not second-class citizens there, despite the propaganda. So,
Brian, to answer your question, Brian, it says the term Judeo-Christian first appeared in American society in the 1930s, used by liberal groups like the National Conference of Christian and Jews to foster unity against anti-Semitism and everyone's favorite word, fascism.
There you go. I don't make stuff up. If I'm saying something definitive, then it's, I've researched that. But
and then
that's your established legacy.
Not about 10 years later, wasn't Israel gifted the Jewish state? Hey, Jewish, Christian.
1948.
About
1948.
About two decades
promised
later.
The promised land from the Bible came, 1,915 years after Jesus Christ died.
I agree, Mr.
Took
Darcy.
a second.
I do agree.
That was my favorite part. Did you guys watch the Ted Cruz Tucker Carlson interview?
Like, who did you
Bits and
favor in
pieces
that
on our
interview?
docket.
Because I just saw Tucker just like rap.
It's a must-watch interview. It's a must-watch interview. Both of them look like idiots.
Okay.
Although Tucker looked far better than Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz had no idea what he was talking about.
Naturally.
But Ted Cruz, like, let me see if I could pull this clip up. This is just the most, like, when you talk about hypocrisy and when you talk about like talking out of like having no clue, like having no principles whatsoever. This is the epitome of that. And, this is probably some place where I can draw some common ground with the people that would push back against me. I can't stand Ted Cruz. I fucking hate 90% of the Republican Party. 90% of the Republican Party right now. I can't fucking stand. Let me see.
Why is that? Like, just like for one instance, are they not conservative enough, or just like
no? They're not libertarian enough. They're not constitutionalist enough. They are establishment fuckbags that are the same thing as the Democrat Party. They just do it with a different uniform on.
Rhinos and dinos.
Yeah.
All right. I just want to be clear, and I hope this is not a radical statement.
You want to be
I hope a lot of you out there that say shit like Jews gotta go acknowledge that there are a lot of Jewish people that are not pro-Zionist, that they don't put Israel first, believe it or not. Now, I am not of the faith yet again, but I was around them in my family for many, many years, and they put America first. So I'm not going with this rhetoric.
To be
if
honest,
you have issue with Israel, that's one thing.
To
but
be
if you want
honest
to
with you,
condemn a bloodline,
someone's like
that's a whole other thing.
Someone like Zur's comment, I don't mind them not being here. You know what I mean? Like, no one's trying to say a certain race or ethnicity has to go. Like, you know what I mean? I don't mind that negativity not being here. If you want to tell a mod to get rid of something like that, like, I don't mind. But
I feel
if you're cool with it, I will give it the benefit of the doubt. But I'm saying, like, I don't mind. Like, there's no point to have that there. You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean?
I hear you, but it's important to see. I need to see all of it. It's important that we see.
I get it, and everyone needs to see him. And
no rose-colored lenses or anything.
We don't want to get fucking swapped for anything either, though.
Pull that clip up real quick.
Is this the one you posted from yourself from X?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Is this Lion Ted Cruz? Yep.
Yeah, this is a clip that I made. It's just some clips of Ted Cruz.
Is this the same interview where he didn't know, like, there was something silly about a country he didn't know, like where the country was or who was part of the?
Oh no. Well, that was it was
Tucker. I forget exactly what it was. I could be conflating two things, but
so he cites the Bible and says that blessed is he who supports Israel. I can't remember the exact verse, but it's from Genesis. And Tucker asks him, like, do you know where does it say that in the Bible? He's like, I don't know the verse. He's like, do you know the book? Like, no. And he's like, I could find it for you. He's like, it's in Genesis.
Yeah.
And but play the clip. You'll see the context.
Heard. I'm just
way to put words in our mouth. LM. Nobody here said Democrats have to go, blacks have to go, and you're okay with that. Way
Absolutely
to
not.
conflate and do this verbal diarrhea.
Yo,
Disingenuous.
Here's the thing for that comment right there. We're on video and audio, fuckface. Rewind and give us the timestamp where that was said. You can't just say things and make them true. This is a problem with people nowadays, no matter right or left. They just think if they say something during a debate or an argument, that means it's true. No, it's not, especially if you're referencing something you're watching where other people are seeing it and hearing it. Good God.
Emotional projection. After this clip, I just would like to make a movement for hitting one of our docket topics, if that's all right.
Yeah. Ken, you're trying to say something, man?
I just wanted to know where I ever said anything about anybody, whether you're black, Jewish, Democrat.
No,
nobody did.
Not a thing.
I don't believe in that at all. I'm the guy that just said that when you guys were saying, do you want to see Democrats getting kicked off of social media? Fuck no, I don't.
Right.
No, I don't.
There's that, and we have, I don't know how many years collectively using this platform. Go ahead and go through our catalogs.
Hey, Eli, I don't want to be a dick, but can you move to your left a little bit? I know you want to lean. There you go.
Got it. No,
like,
you're good.
Like I cropped you in a certain way, and then you want to like lean to your left while you're talking. Like, yo,
what? No, we good, cuz. Keep going.
That's on you now. Now you know. Okay, let's play this clip.
Appreciate it.
This
All right, so the first clip is Ted Cruz back in the day when he was first elected to the Senate, and then it gets into the Tucker interview.
Heard and people.
By the way, Bush Watchers, help us battle the ratio battle that's happening right now. People are hitting the thumbs down, and that's okay. Hit the thumbs up or hit that subscribe button to help us keep growing.
And Brian, you're active on X. You're active on a lot of social media platforms. People can find you on X. They can find this actual video. Is it at CanConActual?
Yep.
Oh, awesome.
Yep.
Awesome. You can find this video right on there. The one exactly we're playing. Watch it yourself.
If you will not stand with Israel and the Jews.
Comment of the night, and I love pointing these out. Thank you for this, especially given the night we've had thus far. Brand Chad, hi, I'm new to this whole online debate conversation experience, but I've come to enjoy and appreciate it. I like you guys and the way the three of you are having a legitimate conversation. At the end of the day, taking all emotions out of it, any TDS or left or right, at the end of the day, we're just human beings trying to have an understanding of the world around us. That's all. Thank you.
I got to figure out how to make the chat come through a little better than that, but we put his little comment up on the screen. Thank you, Brand. What's his name? Brand Chan. Brand Chan.
God bless you, brother. Thank you.
Man. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now here is the clip of a lion Ted Cruz. And not like the rare, right? But like the I bullshitted you. Fucking guy. Your dad killed Kennedy.
If you will not stand with Israel and the Jews, then I will not stand with you. Thank you, and God bless you.
But number two.
Hold on.
No,
hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But hold on, define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This majority Christian.
Bro, that's a convert, dude. We had this crazy ass conversation with someone who called in, and they're like, they're quoting the Bible. And like, so how did they know where Israel was before Israel was? And they're like, see,
I remember that.
It was a big back. I didn't mean to cut that off, but it's essentially what Tucker's trying to say too.
Blessed.
But hold on, define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about. Number one, the ayatollah.
That means he doesn't know what Israel is, right, Brian? Like he's like, Tucker asked him, "Can you define Israel?" He's like, "Oh, what? You don't know what it is?" It's like, okay, gotcha. That the answer is no, Ted. Thank you. You don't know what Israel is. Gotcha.
Tola is a religious zealot. He is a lunatic, but a particularly dangerous kind of lunatic, because he's driven by religious fervor.
If you will not stand with Israel and the Jews, then I will not stand with you. Thank you, and God bless
you. The Ayatollah is a religious...
Why the fuck would he say that? Is that a quote from something?
So no, so the thing, and I kind of played it double there to reemphasize that, but in one hand, Ted Cruz says, I have to stand with Israel because the Bible tells me so. Right. And by the way, there's a misconception of Jacob, who became Israel, was
yes.
changed to Israel.
We did this last episode. Well, Jacob means Israel. How'd you get to that point? I know. Okay.
Yeah, they butcher this one up all the time. I don't know if it's a Schofield Bible or what they're reading, but he says that Israel, the Bible commands me to stand with Israel, and then a couple minutes later, he says we have to stop the Ayatollah because he's a religious zealot.
What?
As you just said, because the Bible commands me to stand with Israel, we do whatever. If you don't stand, that's to United States citizens that he's standing up there saying, if you don't stand with Israel, I don't stand with you. A U.S. senator elected by those people he's talking to right there. And he says, if you're not fully behind Israel, I will not represent you. I will not stand with you. That is fucking treason.
Yeah. You know what you should say? If you don't stand for America, I won't represent you. That's what somebody in America should say. Not if you don't stand for another country, but in the same respect, he is a hypocrite. He just said, we got to take out that religious zealot. So like you could also take into account that like he means none of it, and he's just kind of pandering to people who like and don't like Israel too. I don't know, my opinion. But it is crazy to hear that. It is crazy to hear those words that if you don't stand as an American with another country, then me, an American congressman, won't back you. It's like, what? What are you? Wait, huh? Are you an Israeli congressman? I'm sorry, I forget exactly what we're doing here. What's the point of America anymore?
This is what the Ben Shapiros and everybody in that base needs to understand that's occurring right now. There is a shift occurring. I believe a lot of Christians call it the Great Awakening, call it what you will, but I can just see it as plain as day. You have to simply put America first. It's that simple. It should be that simple.
Easy, Nick.
This whole movement started. It really took a quick turn, I should say, with the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
110%, yes.
It really did. And a lot of people use literally his company's name. It was the turning point of this whole thing.
It absolutely was. And I can tell you guys, I mean, I've got my finger on the pulse of MAGA. I've got, I do social media, podcasting, and journalism for a living. So I'm constantly in the spheres. I'm in all sorts of algorithms. I'm in all sorts of spaces and whatnot. And I can tell you right now, the repudiation against Netanyahu and the Zionists that are running, not just Israel, but our own country right now. And again, supporting the people of Israel. We want the people of Israel to prosper, but they can't prosper under this regime that is just continuously putting them down, and we haven't even gotten into Netanyahu supporting Hamas when they ran against Fatah.
Yes.
Netanyahu is their biggest supporter. He's always been their biggest supporter.
You could argue he helped October 7th happen. Like he was like, no, let's, I mean, you could make a correlation between, I don't know. I don't want to get too conspiracy theory, but George W. Bush, September 11th, like there's oh, hey, let me look this way and allow it to happen. I never get into the conspiracy side where bombs brought down the towers and everything. I do think all right, what's going to happen? Okay, let's go ahead and look this way. We need a reason to go ahead and it's done. And that's why when the guy walked up to Bush and said, sir, they've just, attacked. He sat there and was like, wow, this shit just got fucking real now, didn't it? That was his, he wasn't in shock that it happened. He was in shock that, it's really happening. You know what I mean? So, but that was my correlation, my half-baked correlation.
Yeah, I remember that debate, too.
Yeah, you remember that?
Yeah.
Building 7 was brought down by bombs. Can, what do you think, real quick? What do you think?
Oh, dude, 9.
Conspiracy guy or no? Official narrative or conspiracy?
I don't think it's a conspiracy at this point. I'm gonna tell you guys on Badlands Media. I don't know if it's pinned there right now, but one of our colleagues at Badlands has been working on a documentary on 9/11 for like 6 years now. It's called Codex 9/11. It's 3 hours long, and when it starts out, probably the first like 45 minutes to an hour is kind of dry. You're gonna be like, what's going on here? It's whatever. Once you get into it and you get into the flow of it, it is a nuclear fucking weapon in the information war when you see how 9/11 was actually perpetrated on us.
I gotta watch this.
We have, so I'm gonna say this. We have a 3-star general, former 3-star general that is a big fan of Badlands. He comes to all of our events, and he's a genius. He's absolutely a genius. He owns he's the CEO of a space company. His prior company figured out how to use technology to turn humidity into water.
Elon Musk.
No, he's. I don't know.
I'm joking. He's not a general.
He is actually being vetted right now for a role in the Trump administration.
Oh wow!
And when he watched this documentary and he was done with it, and he said, "Let me know when you want this going to the man, because this is a nuclear weapon in the information war." And when you watch this, you can't unsee what 9/11 actually was.
Let's hype it up a little bit. Without spoiling it, where can people find this at again? Is this Badlands Media on YouTube, on Rumble?
This one's on Rumble.
Okay.
And I don't think it's pinned to the top of our page anymore.
If you are a 9/11 conspiracy theorist, I'm sorry, that's a horrible term. If you see 9/11 as something that there are questions that are left unanswered, that when you see, the official narrative, you're like, something doesn't seem right, and you want an alternative take on that, I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, I didn't mean to hype it up in this way, but is that a correct assumption of what this video kind of entails? Like maybe a different take from the official narrative? Are we talking explosives? Are we talking kind of more when I'm talking about how kind of looking the other way without spoiling too much? I just, what could
we're talking explosives.
Okay.
We're talking likely remote controlled aircraft.
Wow.
We are talking about a CIA plan from the Cuban Missile Crisis, 1963, a plan called Operation Northwood.
Yep.
Where they literally planned on doing this. Like they strategized how to take an aircraft that has passengers, like legit passengers on it, take off, and while you're in midair, switch it out with a dummy aircraft, a U.S. Department of Defense aircraft or spy agency aircraft, painted exactly the same way as the other one, switch them out, and then use that for whatever you wanted.
Towers Towers were still hit by these remote
Yes. 9/11 happened. People died. Thousands of people. 2,976 people died on 9/11. There's no question about that. I'm not challenging that. It was not Osama bin Laden in some cave in Afghanistan. It was not a bunch of Muslim hijackers, Saudi hijackers that came over here and could barely fly Cessna aircraft in Tampa, but somehow could pilot a 737. It wasn't even 737s. They were 767s, he believes. And he's validated it. Building 7 is probably the biggest giveaway in the whole thing. Building 7, you got to watch the documentary.
I'm big against that one. I'm the biggest. Like, I was a loose change guy, right, for the longest time, and then I've came around to the idea that, like Building 7, the first 10, 15 floors were on fire for over 12 hours. To me, it fell. But there are things that people will say, like, yeah, go ahead and let it keep burning, or go ahead and pull it. I forgot what's his name. He said, pull the plug on, or something like that. So I was on one side. I've came around to, quote, believe some of the official narrative more so than I did before, but I am still open-minded.
So the Building 7, the guy that wrote it, his name's Brad Zerbo. And in his former life, before he got into this with us, he was a structural engineer, so he knows how to do the blueprints. Like he reads them, and he goes in depth on the Building 7 blueprint about what the official report claims and how it's absolutely, utterly impossible for that to have been the reason that Building 7 collapsed. And then probably the most damning evidence on Building 7 is the BBC is doing a broadcast and saying, oh, we just got word that Building 7 collapsed. It's literally in the background, still standing. And she goes off talking about how Building 7 collapsed and all this stuff. And then all of a sudden, the feed goes out and she gets cut out. And BBC loses the feed to her because the building is clearly standing right behind her.
Has
I
not
have seen that
collapsed
clip.
yet. Yeah.
I have seen that clip.
Interesting. I want to check this out so bad now. This is on
You must
Badlands
watch it.
Media. What's it called? Codex 911?
Codex 911. I put the link in the chat. I just put it down there again.
Can someone
check it
share
out.
that? Like, do we got a mod? How can we get that to a mod so we can pin it? Oh, Eli, can you pin that in the chat? Is there a way you can pin that in the chat real quick?
It's completely free to watch it. You know, like I said, it's
damn, that's
it's the biggest red pill I've ever seen.
That's that means a lot coming from you, to be honest with you, because I know you're very you're very, I view you as someone very down the line, very quote down the middle as far as how you start your view on something. Then you may end up on the left, you may end up on the right, but you always approach something from the middle so you can have a little more from both sides so you can formulate a better opinion, not kind of be taken in by one or the other before you yourself formulate an opinion. So I definitely want to check this out.
The last link that you provided there, CanCon?
Yeah.
That's okay. I got you.
And for me personally, this is something I went to war for. I was an infantry Marine. I saw combat, sustained combat in 2 separate deployments to Afghanistan because I believed in this. And I was a Bush guy. Man, Bush is the biggest piece of shit. I think Bush is probably a bigger piece of shit than, I don't know about Obama, but definitely he's a bigger piece of shit than Biden was by far.
For 9/11?
Yeah, because there's varying degrees for that reason, but yes, I do agree as well.
Yeah.
All right. So I'd like to begin hitting the docket, so to speak.
You want to do some Candace stuff? Brian, feel free if you want to hang around for some Candace stuff. I know it's getting a little late. You're under no obligation to hang out with us the whole time. We appreciate you hanging out with us thus far, but we'd love to take your opinion on a few things. I think we'll get to like at least one of the Tucker Carlson videos first, where he was kind of asked to disavow her. But I guess before we move on, Brian, do you have a bow or anything you want to put on the whole Epstein thing before we kind of move on from it?
Yes, actually I do. I completely forgot. There's one last thing that I want you guys to pull up, and this is very conspiratorial here.
Love it.
But pull up the X post that says Project Unity, 10:53 p.m.
10:53 p.m. Gotcha.
It's like 5 up from the bottom.
Heard. Gotcha. Got it.
4, 5.
Bringing it over. All right, right over here.
Oh, you found? Oh, I got it. Unless you want me to.
I got it.
You want me to do it?
Yep. No, I got it. We good.
Okay. Copy that.
I got it.
I'm dropping it in chat right now.
You can zoom in on that image if you want.
Oh, it's an image. Okay.
Do you know what that is?
It looks like I see, like, I don't know who the people are, but I see an ATV. I see a vehicle.
That is drone footage of Epstein Island after Jeffrey Epstein, quote unquote, hung himself.
I've seen this picture. Yep.
And look, again, it's inconclusive, but that looks a lot like Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, I am interested to watch that. I'm off tomorrow. I'm going to watch this because this is just an area I just need more information.
So
I am of the opinion that he was, in fact,
Sorry.
I don't think he was.
What would be the reason that he would be kept alive? Like just to kind of like take a guess. Like why would they, or I guess the better question is, why would they want to fake his death to then keep him alive? Well, like what would be the reason for that?
Because he's the best witness.
But how can they get, so if they're getting information from him, how would they then use that information in some type of way to charge somebody because it's coming from him? They would just kind of say it came from somebody else, say he had a journal, you know what I mean? Like how would they say, oh, we got new word from Jeffrey Epstein, but he's been dead for 10 years.
Is there timestamp or anything on this?
No, this is a picture. This is a picture.
You can run the meta. There's actually the link to the video in the thing as well. But I think it was Luke Rudowski that went through the metadata and all this, and it checks out. It was after.
But Okay, here's the video, but the jury's still kind of out. Like, if this is Epstein, I know it kind of looks like.
Yeah. You don't know for sure that's him. There's no doubt about that. You can't say definitively that it's him. But I mean, when you look at the prison photos, the side by sides of his ears are totally different. When you look at the autopsy report with the 3 bones in your neck that are indicative of a hanging being broken, and he didn't have any of them. When you look at the bruising and it goes around his neck rather than up his jawbone. When you look at the, and now with Patel and Bongino, when they doctored the footage, I mean, that was fucking huge. Like,
may I ask you a question? Because I don't know this, and maybe you do know this, but Chris Cornell, what's his face?
Bennington.
Chester Bennington, and who's the other guy from Kill Bill? Like one of the main characters, I forget his name. He was a very pivotal person in there. He's like a main character. I forget.
David Carradine?
David Carradine, yeah. All these people kind of went out via hanging. Do we know if any of their cardioid bones were broken? Bones. I said bones. Bones were broken.
That I don't know. I don't know that.
And that would be interesting, because if they were, it would more lend to the idea that he could kind of like maybe jump or lean too heavy from that little top bunk there that he had and kind of break his neck. I'm just trying to play both sides here a little bit. But that is, they did release security footage that a whole minute or two was missing, correct? Like, isn't that fucked up? Like, what is the explanation for that makes sense to people who believe it? Do we know?
Yeah, and not only that, they were watching the whole thing in a video editor software. And yeah, the whole thing absolutely stinks. And I've done some shows on that. That it leaves a lot of speculation and questions about it. I did send you one more link about Epstein, and I thought this was fascinating as well. And this will maybe show you why there was all of a sudden this mass repudiation of Donald Trump in around 2016 when he ran for president. If you want to pull that up.
Yeah. I just pulled up. I believe this is the post. It was about
okay. Go. Yep. So click on the first picture.
The one to the left.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
All right, so this one starts at the bottom, and the guy's name, the person's name, I don't know, it's a guy. This is December 5th, 2017. So President Trump is not yet in. He is in office. 2017 December. Yeah, he's in office. He went in January of 2017. He says, "Can we have dinner at Geneva on the 8th? I'll be there on the 7th and 8th of December, and I'm going back to Kuwait on the 9th. At the moment, I was flying to Paris on the 8th. I can leave earlier to get to Paris by 8:30 if you'd like to meet there. Geneva, difficult to fly out of at night, or lunch Saturday in Paris." The guy responds question marks. He says, "Of course." Epstein says, "Of course." And then the guy, Epstein, says, "You are welcome at my house always, and more private." Then the guy writes back, "Very well, just send me the address again and the code to the door so I can get to the second floor, question mark, and send me the day and time. Thanks." Epstein says 10 p.m. Should I bring special cake from New York? Guy responds, "Sorry, that is 2512 for the gate." And then he writes back again and says, "Yes." And then this is the key part. The guy writes, "I am at the door, but I will wait for my time." And he writes this at 8:37 p.m. Remember, he's supposed to be there at 10 p.m. He says, "I'm at the door, but I will wait for my time. I don't want to come early to find Trump in your house." Laughing emoji, laughing emoji. Now, the interesting thing about that is the mentioning, "I don't want to find Trump at your place." Trump's president of the United States. Right. He's not going to be just randomly at somebody's house. So he's saying that as a message. It's a symbolic thing.
Right. Like, he's saying, wink, wink, I don't want to stumble in on Trump at your house. Right? Is that no or no?
Well, so think of it this way, right? We know in 2017 that Epstein believes that Trump was an informant that was rolling on him and everything that he was doing, right? And so if you are running this illegal criminal or enterprise and a legal operation like this, and you have people that you've blackmailed and people that are clients and everything else, what are you going to say to them when you think that you have a mole? You're going to tell them who the mole is.
Right.
You know, these are people that you've entrusted with knowledge of a crime that you're committing every single time. And so to save your own skin, you're saying, "Hey, careful what you say around Trump."
Gotcha.
Trump we think he's a mole.
I'm not coming over when that guy's around because he'll fucking tell on me, kind of thing. Like,
Well, not even that. I think he's saying more symbolic. I don't want somebody to see me here. I don't want to create another Trump. I don't want to create somebody that could be the informant on me. I want to keep this discreet. I hope Trump doesn't answer the door.
Like,
long shot, yeah, sure, maybe. What's that?
He just doesn't want to be around somebody honest who will, like, if questioned about it, he's gonna be like, no, I didn't, or did. You know what I mean? I guess this guy, who's the guy who's talking about this right now? I'm sorry.
We don't know.
Okay,
he's
so
redacted.
Whoever redacted is obviously a POS, right? He's obviously a piece of shit, and he needs more people like him who won't
Sounds
snitch
like a
on him.
Podesta to me.
Yeah, like who won't like, listen, as long as that Trump guy's not there, I'll come over. But that guy, I can't trust this guy because, he's a little too honest for my liking,
And so the thing that kind of got me thinking is if Epstein was going to his inner circle, some of his closest clients, or maybe even more than that, maybe just all of his clients, and being like, hey, don't talk to Trump. Trump knows. We think he's the mole. We think he's a rat, and he's snitching on us. Epstein has Jean-Luc Brunel, Les Wexner, Victoria's Secret, Jean-Luc Brunel, big-time fashion mogul. These are people we know about. Clinton, there's all sorts of, I'm trying to think who the actor was that was always around
Chris
him.
Tucker.
Kevin Spacey.
Chris Tucker was always there, dude.
Chris Tucker.
So all these Hollywood elites. If Epstein is going to them and being like, hey, Trump is ratting on us, what are they going to do? There's going to be this mass repudiation of President Trump. Now he's the bad guy. Wow. And how do you control that? By making him persona non grata. You go out there and you just fucking disparage the man as much as you can. And you don't disparage him personally yourself, although they might, but you have the entire Hollywood apparatus push back against President Trump. And they don't know why they're doing it. They have no clue. They have no clue why they don't like President Trump. They can't have a conversation about that to save their fucking life.
But they just repeat the talking points.
They just repeat the talking points. And if the talking points are fed to them, and, one of my colleagues over there, he used to live in Hollywood. He's, I'm not going to tell his stories, but he knows how that whole scene works. And they literally, Hollywood celebrities literally get talking points sent to them and say, post this on Instagram.
Yeah,
this is the next thing that's coming down. This is the stance we're taking on it for the best PR, for the best, pushing in the algorithm to get your content out there. You need to take this stance on this. That happens.
That is the war that we are fighting currently.
That's such a crazy.
So I wonder if that. Wow. I wonder if that guy, if Epstein did tell people that Trump was the mole, and they all, now that he's president of the United States with this type of information, if it scared the fuck out of all them and they started an information op against President Trump.
Yeah, and that's why Hillary had to get in 2016, because listen, Epstein's got dirt on me too. I was banging Vince Foster, son of a gun. Listen, but if I get in, all your secrets are safe with me.
Yep.
And they all thought they had it in the bag. They did not. They did not. Did you see that? That's a legit thing, Eli, that Epstein claimed that Hillary Clinton was doing naughties with Vince Foster. Bro, that's the guy, remember, who got assassinated twice from behind or some shit like that, walking down the street in Washington, D.C.?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
Yes.
Yeah, I covered that quite a bit.
He claimed that Hillary and Vince Foster were getting it on. Epstein did.
That
but
they were doing the nasties. Was
the nasties. I'm sorry, exactly. But you don't see that being reported in the mainstream media, do you?
Nope.
No shock.
You don't see
that. All right. For all that and
what a great cap on that whole, you really brought it back home there with the whole you can really ponder now in 2016 when this whole Trump thing started to happen, why everybody all of a sudden was like, I'm anti-Trump. We're never,
After loving the man, Whoopi, all of them, they loved him. Oprah,
yeah,
they loved him.
Wow.
And then just like that, I hate this guy. I do have to jump off, guys, because I've been sitting here for 6 hours.
Dude, you crushed it. Thank you so much. I know you crushed on your previous show. You crushed on this show. You're a man of information. Holy fudge.
Please know that you're always welcome, brother. And I'd look forward to whenever the time is permitting, if you'd have me back, because I'd still like to go down the rabbit hole Baron Trump a little bit with you.
Oh, the Curious Tale, Ingersoll Lockwood.
Yeah.
Ingersoll
Yeah.
Lockwood.
I
Fascinating.
haven't forgotten, brother.
All right, gentlemen. Well, thank you guys all so much, and thank you for everybody else out there in the chat listening.
Hell yeah, Brian. Real quick, where can people find you at on your social medias, on your YouTube, on your X? How can we find you?
Okay, so on X and YouTube, it's at CanCon Actual, and you just type that in at CanCon Actual. On True, if you're on True Social, it's at CanCon. On Rumble, which is my main platform for me personally, it's at Rumble. It's at CanCon, excuse me, on Rumble. And then Badlands Media, I do a show Monday through Friday at 10 a.m. And then I do a bunch of shows at night. Monday night I do a show. Tuesday night I do a show. Thursday night and Friday nights I do shows.
And you're right for the Gateway Pundit. So
yes,
you're a man of many talents, and we appreciate you taking a few moments out of your busy day to come on here with us jokers and kind of shoot the shit, man. It means a lot to us. So
it's great to be back, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Man, great to have you back, bro. Eli, you want to say anything else to Brian before you go?
Oh yeah, above all else, how dare you just come up here and flex on us that you know far more than we do. But no, man, God bless it. You've been nothing short of a blessing in my strange little journey that I call life, whether it be podcasting or our little conversations, and I just wish you all the best. Look forward to talking to you again, man.
Find him in his mom's basement. I own my own home. I've been married for 17 years. I have 3 cars, 2 jet skis. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. I'm far from living in my mom's basement. Plus, I'm in Florida, and we don't have basements.
They got no basements there. Nope. Fuck them, man. Appreciate you, Brian.
I love you, man.
Thank you, bro.
Love you guys.
Have a good night.
Take care,
man.
brother.
Brian, everybody.
Love.
Cannabis conservative. I have to let me adjust your
the one, the only.
What great times to have Brian back on the show, man. It's been, like we said in the beginning, 3 or 4 years, man. Holy F.
Yeah, this was, another little historic moment that we've been able to have.
Let me get you back in here. Properly.
Oh, by all means. And God bless those of you that have been able to stick around. I know, look,
you mean those who have stuck around?
Oh, emphasis on the stuck.
Yeah, okay. Just
around. Sure. We know it's not easy to take in a lot of information, especially when it's somebody who's got the receipts, that's invested and passionate. It's a treat, honestly. It's something that somebody like me that usually goes off of just half-cocked opinion and emotion. I need as much facts as I can get. On that, I think I think Candace Owens has got something to say, or was it Tucker? Which of the
It was
two?
Tucker. Look, we're going to Tucker real quick, but if you don't mind, may I sneak away for 30 seconds? You want to go ahead and read the chat? Is there any fallout from our brother CanCon?
Do you think, bro? I got this.
Is there people hating on it?
There's the same, you good. Do what you got to do. Look, with the opportunity to express this yet again, despite what you think, and I know the optics, it's not like we've been up here glazing your favorite progressives. Look, believe it or not, and I know I've told this tale many times, I was once a Bernie Sanders or bust progressive. I went door to door in a Florida trailer park trying to get that man elected. The DNC screwed us over. Diana Brazil, Debbie Wasserman Schultz. I took that shit to heart. And also, there was just at first it started as just a couple of things I disagreed with my fellow Democrats on, and that got me treated like a pariah. So not so much that I ran away from being a Democrat, I felt absolutely pushed away from being a Democrat and from Bernie Sanders, believe it or not, and healthcare is one of my most important concerns for this country. But from Bernie Sanders to Trump, I went and voted for. I know he's not polished. He's not the most eloquent speaker, but shit, man, love him, hate him. He has accomplished more. He has been a busy bee. I love what he's done with immigration. I'm Colombian. I have family that's been here illegally in the past. They are here legally now. But at the end of the day, as an adult, I respect the rule of law. We are a country of laws. So he's had to, put the hammer down, and this upsets people, but I stand firmly on my own opinions of the direction this country is going. Do I wish prices and the economy was a little better? Oh my God, yeah, we're hurting right now. And I hope we can always identify the things that unify us. Okay, there's a lot more out there aside from the things that we could easily pick apart and want to go at each other's throats. And that's why tonight, usually we get a lot of phone calls and we have legitimate debates with people we agree with and disagree with, all walks of life. Tonight, we've never had so many prank calls. That was a little disappointing, but it comes with the art of hitting a live button on a platform that's open to everybody.
I'm coming.
There you go. He's saving the day.
Coming.
Because you took it to heart, it says you were a true conservative and have come to realize this. Welcome. Well, thank you. Thank you, Farmer John. Yeah, you know what, the one thing, this wasn't the end all be all, but it was the first seed planted that got me such hell, was that I was absolutely labeled a TERF. I was not a fan of the trans movement, infiltration, and getting the kids involved. That got me called all kinds of things, and that's when I kind of # walked away from the left, and here I stand at the right.
Oh shit! Listen, we have to say sometimes one person ruins it for it all. You're totally right. I wish we could have more callers, but whoever kept prank calling, the other people who kept prank calling, I had to put it on silent. If you still want to call in, I'll put the number back up. If you feel like it, we can. You can have your opinions out there if you want.
Not just yet, if that's okay.
Not just
but
yet.
Later on.
Yes, we will get there. We will get there. But listen, our apologies. Who said that? That was Deflustered. That was sad because those who wanted to call in couldn't. You're totally right. We do have the phone icon on there, but we're trying to figure this out because you do have a lot of people who want to troll and want to call in and just say some stupid shit. And unfortunately, we don't have we don't got a call screener to where we can weed those jokers out.
Yeah, that's next on the budget with that next $4.99 we get from a troll. We're on it.
Shamrock says, but did you time yourself, Josh? I did. Oh, you want to know my pee time this time? Is that what you're saying? It was long. It took a long time. It's ridiculous.
Yes. I know. My tangent was quite long.
That's fine. Thank you.
Good call, Apple Dumpling.
I appreciate the long tangent. What did Apple Dumpling say?
Nothing. No, I'll tell you.
Let's see.
You know what's funny tonight? You guys have switched roles. Josh is the Joker head, and you're keeping level and clear-minded. Great job, Eli.
Whoa.
So I guess usually I'm the Joker.
I want to be the Joker all the time.
Nope.
What?
I'm
the Joker.
Oh,
I guess I'm the Joker. Hang on. What does the Joker say?
Why so serious?
Why so serious? Right? Was that good?
Oh, dude, on
ready?
point.
Ready? Why so serious?
Oh,
Right?
wow.
Like
that was terrible. Congratulations.
Thought you were going to call me Heath Ledger for a second. I was going to be
Well
like, thank
done.
you.
No, you brutalized his already dead body.
Son of a gun. Son of a gun. Well, let's try to be birthed back to life by Tucker and his fiery response to somebody calling him out over to disavow Candace Owens. As you know, the past few episodes now, we have been kind of keeping an eye on Candace Owens and some of the stuff she's been talking about, some of the quote implications she's been leaning towards Turning Point USA, towards Charlie Kirk. She definitely is sticking in that area of things. We're trying to do our best to keep an unbiased eye on it, not like what's his face, Billy on fire over there.
Yeah.
Billy on cold ice over there. We're trying to do a little better than that, not just be like, guys, you won't believe what Candace Owens said today. Subscribe if you like her, then you'll like me.
Precisely. I was going to say, if you enjoyed Cannabis Conservatives' time here tonight, if you really want to support them, you'd subscribe to us, guys.
Oh, that was great. Hey, did you like CanCon? You did? Cool. Subscribe to us. Don't check out. Don't add him. Nobody mods take out his stuff.
For more CanCon, he has no channel. You just got to be here.
Someone's gonna clip that and send me saying that to him. Like, don't show his stuff. Just subscribe to us. Like, see, Josh doesn't like you. They're gonna do that.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that beef.
I can't wait. All right.
All right, bring it on.
What else I can't wait for is this right here, okay? Tucker Carlson has been implicated in some anti-Semitic stuff recently. And not just that, he's been why was he how was he implicated in the Candace Owens things? Because he just simply said, "Oh, she's just asking questions." Like, how did he get looped? Do you recall at all how he got looped into the whole
I
Candace
simply
Owens
think
thing?
it's because he did not disavow her when forced to on the spot in that very moment, which is becoming a very typical and terrible play on the part of the person that gives it a shot. I think this guy particularly, though, like Ben Shapiro had an agenda. This individual, I think, is just being paid to do what he did.
Dude, he fucking crushed it. He crushed this guy. We're gonna go.
Tucker Carlson lives for opportunities like this too.
He does.
He knew this was going to be a moment.
He really does, and like
he laughs before he goes in.
Yeah, and then when he's on something, like not on like drugs, but like when he's on to a point he's trying to make, when you ask him a question and he starts to laugh, and then he's like, but what do you mean by that? And then he asks you a question back in a way where like you're fucked. You know what I mean? Like it's the you're fucked question. He's like, well, I don't understand. Are you trying to imply that this and that? And you're like, no, wait, hold on. I was trying to get you in a gotcha. Now you got me in a gotcha. This is not cool, Tucker. Not cool. You're a Jew hater, right? He's like, well, what do you mean?
You're entering Tucker's world at that point in time, and Tucker's already envisioning how viral the moment's going to be.
Now, I was trying to be nice when CanCon was on, because I know we have a lot of Christian listeners, but now that he's off, right, there's going to be F-bombs, okay? Be careful. And by F-bombs, I mean frick. I'm going to say frick a lot here. And this guy's frickin' cool, dude. Tucker.
All right.
Okay, here we go.
So
he's going to crush it. Who is this guy? Like, are you familiar with Harry Cole by any chance? Is he an England guy? Who is Harry Cole?
Yeah, he's an English fella. He's an English chap.
English fella. English chap. All right, let's check it out.
Tail of the tape.
We need volume, though, Josh.
I would say, would be my opinion on the death of Charlie. It's not helpful, is it, that, at that time of an incredible national upheaval, and obviously personal and familial family tragedy, to have someone like that picking apart the argument and suggesting that there are darker forces at play here that the US government have a hand in covering up. It just, can you see why people get upset by that and would like you perhaps to sort of distance yourself from that sort of thing?
You're fucked, dude. You're fucked. He just laughed. Like, you just asked like this hard-hitting question. He was like,
yeah, he went all court jester, Sith Lord.
No, you're about to get ruined. Like, he didn't even respond to anything yet. He just he.
And homeboy's got deer in headlights look already. He knows it's coming a little bit.
Yeah, dude, homeboy knows, like, oh my God, I just got he. I'm fucked. I'm making like that face where like, it's cool, everything's all right.
Not the guy with the bow tie.
Yeah. No, dude, don't worry. He mentions that.
Oh, God.
Not when you had your bow tie earlier.
Be funny. So am I going to attack Candace Owens because you
I'm not asking you to attack her.
I'm not going to do that, Harry.
No,
I'm not going to do that. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt as a foreigner of not understanding our politics. But you know this person. This person said something I don't like. In order to be a good person, you must denounce this person. Obviously, I'm never going to. I would die before I played along with that. I don't know anyone who's saying that who has the moral authority to compel me. I don't know anyone saying that it was any moral authority at all. And I would say broadly, not about Candace, comma, whom I love, comma, but about all people. Getting to the truth is the most important thing. I've devoted my life to it. I haven't always done a very good job at all, but it still remains to this day my animating motive. I want to know what the truth is. Again, I don't always get there. I often usually don't get there, but I want to be the guy.
Dude, like, Harry's already effed, right? Like, Tucker's like, listen, all I want to get to is the truth. And Harry, he left room for Tucker to do what he's doing. Are you doing cocaine right now? Is that why your head's down on the...
Oh, I'm listening to every word you're saying.
Yeah, no, it looks like I'm saying...
email to somebody requesting it, but please do...
It just looks like you're doing a fat line. Yeah. Hang on. All right, now, Tucker.
I mean, do you think this nose is the result of just being Jewish? No, man, it's my massive copious amounts of cocaine.
Gotcha, cocaine. I forgot what I was saying about it.
Saying that it was any moral authority at all.
Shit, sorry.
And I would say broadly, not about
No,
Candace,
it's actually my fault.
comma, whom I love, comma, but about all people. Getting to the truth is the most important thing. I've devoted my life to it. I haven't always done a very good job.
Oh, yeah. Because he said he's trying to get to the truth. Like, Harry's like, oh, fuck. Like, I'm a journalist. That's what I should be doing. And I literally just said, why is this person questioning shit? Son of a gun, I just walked into a Tucker bear trap.
He just revealed that he is a corporate shill talking head. Yes.
Like, oh shit, imagine hearing that sound before you die. Tucker like going
I would be somewhat elated and then terrified.
Right.
I'd be like, oh, what's he gonna say? And then be like, oh,
exactly. At least I will die factually. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At least I will die knowing the facts as to why I died properly.
Yeah, with ominous curiosity and then great satisfaction.
I know I did not die due to any Democratic hoax. This was actually, here's the facts. I was,
thank God,
unalived by the tee-hee-hee-hee-hee man.
The real Joker.
Yep.
Oh, but it still remains to this day my animating motive. I want to know what the truth is. Again, I don't always get there. I often usually don't get there. But I want to be the guy who cares what's true. A. B, if you're telling me that because the U.S. government or some law enforcement agency issues a statement that doesn't even make sense, that I'm required somehow morally to accept that and not ask any questions, like, can you hear yourself?
You think Harry? You think Harry was waiting for that question back? You think Harry thought when he was asking his question to Tucker, he was going to get back, can you hear yourself?
I think I give some kudos to Harry for keeping that poker face on while he gets railroaded.
Yeah. Like, dude, Harry's hurting inside right now. He's like, son of a bitch.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's wounds here.
Yeah, no, he's wounded and his soul just kind of shriveled up.
That's not the only thing that shriveled up.
I know.
I mean, what are you saying?
No, I'm just saying. I'm trying to understand that the point I'm making.
No, I'm trying to understand.
No,
hold on. What
that retort is the best retort. He's like, no. Well, I'm just trying to understand. Tucker's like, no. I'm trying to understand. It's like, son of a bitch. He's getting me right now. How do I get out of this? Yeah, you can't. You can't.
Tucker-cepted.
Yeah,
it's over.
Yep, you've been Tucker-cepted, as you said. Yep.
So if you're saying that if a law enforcement agency issues,
look, he's stuck with his hand like this too. You see Harry. Harry's in mid, like he's in mid give, and Tucker's like he took over. No, I don't want what you're giving. Okay, he's like, but I'm giving. He's like, no, allow me to continue.
And he's literally frozen in motion and time. Poor guy.
And then he did the nervous pen click. Watch.
Hear yourself.
Ready? He's giving.
I mean, what are you saying?
No, I'm just saying. I'm trying to understand that. The point I'm making.
No, I'm trying to understand. Why don't you answer my question?
He's giving.
What are you saying? So if you're saying that
nervous pen click, nervous pen click. Watch the thumb. Click,
doesn't actually answer basic key questions about what happened. That I'm somehow a bad person for asking a follow-up question?
No, I don't think I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that why there is a legal process undergoing and why a guy is standing in an American courtroom today, potentially facing the chair for his role in this.
He's giving the invisible hand job.
Touche, but I want you to listen to what he's saying because I am guilty of this rhetoric. I am guilty, and by guilty I mean I do still believe that this could have a sway when it does go to trial. So like not guilty as in the sense that it's incorrect, but like yeah, look, he's making fun of this guy, but I kind of have this viewpoint here that a lot of this stuff going on is giving credence to the defense and taken away from the prosecution. And that's what he's going to make, and then Tucker's going to refute this.
All right, brief soundbite before you do that. By the way, guys, don't forget we are in the midst of the ratio battle, so please add your thumbs up. Please subscribe. And by the by, when we don't have a guest, our style is a lot more loose, and we try to add some comedy when we don't have just the straight facts being spit. So welcome, subscribe. We appreciate you. Let's go.
No, I don't think I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that why there is a legal process undergoing and why a guy is standing in an American courtroom today, potentially facing the chair for his role in this. That case, needs to.
I don't think he's in a courtroom today. I don't think he's pled either way.
He was in court. He was in court this afternoon for a hearing.
Yeah. Did he plead?
It's ongoing as we go on. I think it was.
Okay, so I'll tell you my position.
The guy knows nothing. The Harry Cole knows nothing. He's like, but he's in an American courtroom today. He's like, yeah, what is he doing? I don't know. He's not pleading. But so what does the point have to do with anything? Like he is trying to get Tucker in a gotcha, and he's not doing a good job.
Failing miserably.
Yeah.
Like, and that British accent usually helps. By the way,
Yeah.
shout out Shamrock. You have been such an MVP mod tonight. 100%. God bless you.
Thank you, Shamrock. Everyone, Shamrock needs to share her channel in the sub. Go subscribe to Shamrock. She is the true OG of Stuck in the Middle. We appreciate you, Shamrock.
Lead?
It's ongoing as we go on. I think it was. Let me just finish my point. My point is, you asked my question. You asked what I'm saying. I'm saying is spectacularly unhelpful to have.
Doesn't he kind of have the cadence of Elon Musk? This is the point. The point I'm saying is Tesla is a very cool thing.
Only after you added that do I hear it.
But he has a very. It is kind of like that Elon Musk droll kind of thing.
My point is, you asked my question. You asked what I'm saying. I'm saying is, it's spectacularly unhelpful to have conspiracy theories, and questioning the.
Unhelpful to whom?
Unhelpful to the hopefully getting justice for the guy that put a bullet in.
He just said, but you're bringing up conspiracy theories and they're unhelpful. And Tucker goes, unhelpful to whom? And he goes, he's got nothing. That's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of people repeat these talking points without really going through them, without being their own devil's advocate. And it doesn't even make sense how somebody on the news, somebody who probably has other people doing research for them, how they would go through their own process of elimination, so to speak, for the facts here, and how they would let that fact get to the cutting room floor.
Yeah, to get busted up this bad while trying to put somebody else in the box they're paid to be in.
Yeah,
bad.
I feel like I'm watching Apollo Creed box Rocky right now.
Oh, yeah.
Remember Apollo
First
Creed
Rocky,
crushed Rocky. But Rocky was like, but at least I didn't lose, right? Harry, you lost, bro. You did, though, right? You kind of, it's your show and all, right? It's called Harry Cole, but brother, you lost, man. Apollo Creed whooped your ass, dude. He whooped your ass.
Unhelpful to hopefully getting justice for the guy that put a bullet in that young man's neck.
But in what sense? Why is it okay? If a government issue, I think this is kind of why your country is jumping off the cliff collectively, because
you hear what he said?
This is why your country.
He's like, this is why your country's jumping off the cliff. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah, I just put that at your feet, sir.
Now he's talking about my country and shit. Oh no, that's what I think.
He's saying he's responsible for the country pretty much going to shit.
It's my country.
That young man's neck.
But in what sense? Why is it okay? If a government issue, I think this is kind of why your country is jumping off the cliff collectively, because it's like, well, the government said so. In my country, we have a long tradition of freedom. And that means that every person is allowed to come to his own conclusions based on facts and consistent with his own conscience. Our Bill of Rights, unlike yours, guarantees that right. That's why we don't send people to prison for Facebook posts. So if the government issues a description of what they say happened and it doesn't make sense to you, I'm not sure who it's, quote, unhelpful to ask, like, what does this mean? What are you saying? And, I'm not referring specifically to Candace Owens or anyone else, but like, what is it? What are you even talking about? Why is that unhelpful? Are you saying that the government always reaches the right conclusion? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying there's a risk, though.
It's a great point. Are you like, so to always to question the government when they've come to their conclusion, are you saying is incorrect? Well, that's not really what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is...
Yeah, he was even removed from the screen.
Yeah, I know. They took his ass off. Like they even took off his name from the show. It's just called The Show now. They took off Harry Cole's show. Just welcome to the show.
During a live trial, essentially.
A risk to whom?
A risk to the justice, a risk to the trial collapsing, a risk to giving this guy ammunition to perhaps to suggest in a courtroom that the case against him is somehow flawed.
But you're assuming he's guilty. Like, that's not our system. We don't pronounce people guilty without hearing the evidence. I don't know what country are you from. That's not how it works here.
I'm not assuming he's guilty. I'm saying he's on trial right now.
We don't put anybody to death unless we're sure they actually did it. And we're sure they did it because we've heard all the evidence. We've heard the counter argument against that evidence. And then
there's been no trial. We've not heard what the prosecution's evidence is yet. We have not heard what the defense's, case against said evidence is yet. I'm not even sure if both parties have went through disclosure yet.
The whole due process part has not been completed.
But everyone is jumping the gun, and this is for me, Eli, this is one of my main criticisms of Candace right now is the speculation going on pre-trial. And criticism in the lightest sense, meaning like I feel right now that a lot of the implications going on for the public do more harm than good for the public perception.
Yeah, therein
of the
lies
case.
my same issue. Her strong implications, and then when it comes for the actual accountability moment, scurries away a bit.
But by no means am I telling her to stop talking. I'm not trying to
no.
impede on her free speech.
We're nobody to.
I'm not saying don't do what you do, but I do see a lot of people out there. And I guess the question therein lies is it coming from Candace or is it coming from the anti-Candace propaganda machine? But I do see a lot of comments, posts, critiques out there going on that Candace criticizes Erica. Candace blames this. Candace blames that. And I don't see, not that she needs to, but I don't see Candace Owens trying to counteract some of those narratives going on.
Yeah, no devil's advocate whatsoever.
But it's not her responsibility, right? It's not
Precisely.
her responsibility to play into some of the bullshit out there. So I give her that.
What may be our style, we can't project or hope to see that anywhere else.
No, there's only about 20 more seconds of this left. That
Let that fucker play.
Worth it.
Citizens make up their mind. So that's our system. That's how we arrive at justice. We don't just assume because we heard 3 things on Twitter that someone is guilty and deserves the death penalty. Like, that is not justice. That's like African justice. And we just try not to do that here. So I don't know. It looks like this guy did it. From everything I've heard, it sounds like he did it. I don't know. I still don't understand the story. And I think that's fair to say. It's not unhelpful to say that. It's just true. And by the way, it's never unhelpful to tell the truth. The whole mandate in life, especially in our business, is to tell the truth.
Yeah. Do you...
That's it. That's pretty much it regarding the Charlie Kirk thing, Candace Owens thing. He's like, listen, I'm just asking for the truth. And I'm not saying, like, he's literally saying right now that his jive is more so with the official narrative than against it. But there are questions he has that he wants answered. And why is that a bad thing? When has that ever been a bad thing? And like, I'm a little bit guilty of being like, but I kind of, because I will always remain to the fact that I believe like maybe 70% in the official narrative. There are still questions, but a lot of people, like, I did fall for the fact that, you know, Candace was implicating Erica Kirk. There's only one thing that I remember her saying that kind of implicated her, but it was an implication based off of her saying a broad statement. Other than that, she really hasn't said anything that directly tied Erica Kirk. She said people who work for Turning Point, you could make that assumption. And again, Candace has never done anything to clarify really that assumption, to address some of those trolls out there, whatever you want to call them, who really want to say Candace is blaming Erica, but, you know, whatever that correlation they want to make. But again, it's not her responsibility to denounce that.
No, she's found her recipe, and quiet parts out loud. We would be more successful if we just started spouting some of the same reckless shit. You know, she's got more resources and a larger platform, but if we tried that, I guarantee you things would, start ticking upward. Erica Kirk did it, and I can tell you how and why, but let me edge it out for the next, 2 weeks. That's the formula, and it works.
While we do the remainder of the show, we don't got long left here. I did throw the phone lines up on there, 954-546-3455. Our apologies. We did have to put it on Do Not Disturb, but some jokers are out there, so we had to do that.
And there was one fella, particularly Norwegian something, was begging. Sorry that regardless, if you want to give a sincere shot at a little talk, the phone lines are open. And I'm probably wasting my time, but uni whatever, I don't think anybody has a fucking clue what you're talking about, but God bless you.
The leg was completely destroyed, cracked?
Yeah, no. Everything he said has been a mishmash of meth. I don't know.
Her leg got amputated in an elevator.
If you start at this point in the game, you're gonna get so lost.
Yeah, I'm what? Huh?
Yeah. At some point, I thought I saw a comment of him saying, like, these two defamed me or something. So, like, just, yeah. I'll read all these comments later.
You want to see Tucker Carlson try to prove that Ben Shapiro does not care about Americans. You want to see this clip? You want to see some of these clips here? They're not
There's
bad.
nothing I'd rather see
Not
right
gonna
now.
lie, they're not bad.
Let's
I might want to take another shot. Does anybody want to take a shot with me?
Give
out
a window,
there?
not just
And,
hate to be
if
mean to
anybody
Ben
watching the
Shapiro,
show right now consumes alcohol, let me know, and I will take a shot with you, free of charge. I'm not going to charge you.
Yeah, sadly,
That's a joke.
I've been on the wagon for over a year.
That's not, dude. You know what? Does anybody want to take a shot to Eli being sober for a year? I would love to do that. Love to do that.
Oh my God. Yo, I don't even understand. Super Yacht Chef. I don't.
Oh my God, Super Yacht Chef. Where have they been?
No, but check this out. Unless, if I'm reading you wrong here, sir, clarify, because this doesn't look very positive. Unlike you, she is not scared of being taken down by her public views and comments. I don't think that's to us.
Maybe he's talking.
I'll
to
assume it's
somebody
to
else.
someone else, because that is
Super
definitely
Shot
not
Yef
us.
called in one time. Remember?
Yeah, and he was super cool too. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's in his name, Super Yacht Chef. He's got to be super cool, obviously, right?
Yeah. So if we're wrong, just feel free to clarify.
Call Shamrock says, call in Norwegian if you're out there. Booze is lame, Josh. Sorry, C-Files. I'm sorry. It is. I'm not gonna lie. I've done many shows booze free and many shows booze not free. And
I like booze free, Josh, but I mean, you're still good, but I like booze free, Josh.
Can I be honest with you though? I do enjoy like letting loose and having a good. Like I don't do anything during the week. I don't go out. So like this is kind of
I know. We're old.
Let loose, hang out kind of thing. So I do enjoy doing a shot or 30.
Word.
Okay, cool.
I got some nostalgia.
Oh,
Jesus is my drug of choice. Amen.
Okay.
Oh, remember, I'm gonna do the thing. Bush watchers, please feel free to help us with this. I have been watching. Some of the thumbs down folks are having at it. Please help us with the never-ending battle. Hit the thumbs up, or better yet, hit the subscribe button and help us continue this show.
What do you think the thumbs downs are for?
Okay, honestly, I think some people are very upset with the entire CanCon portion. And there's probably people that are simply upset that we are not wholesale agreeing with everything Candace Owens says, or that we even propose a question to her narrative. I like your style, D. Flustered. I like your style.
So you're saying that the majority of people are they believe the stuff that came out about Trump and the Epstein thing? Like what didn't they like about the CanCon thing?
That everybody that does not support Trump that was here was losing their shit.
Son of a bitch. Let me take the shot real quick.
And thank you for those of you joining the battle of the ratio and subscribing. Let's see if we can hit a new milestone tonight, guys.
Call from
Ashley.
Ashley.
Hey, I'm so nervous.
No,
you,
for what?
You gonna take that drink?
For the I just did. I just took the drink.
Okay, all right. I didn't do hard liquor, so I got a beer though.
No, okay. You know what? Even better. I
Anyway,
appreciate it. Thank you for calling in, Ashley. What do you got? What do you got for us?
All right. So I'm trying to remember what I was trying to say earlier, but basically, it was dude, I'm so nervous.
We're talking about.
It was basically,
hold on.
getting at my.
She's got it.
The Trump stuff.
Okay.
When I used to, I wouldn't say I was political before.
Right.
But I used to listen to. I just remember before the pandemic and everything. I was listening to a lot of NPR, Hidden Brain.
Heard.
And I kind of to think, just understand myself more by just really getting into like how things work and everything. And so it was just, anyways. But
as far as politics go, you're saying
like
you
more
kind of
scientifical, and then like they would get into all of a sudden say something like, oh, and this is why like Trump is the most terrible, horrible, awful, most dangerous, like, and it just didn't make any sense to me. And I started kind of more looking into, maybe I should try to actually listen to him, and it's, you know, I get triggered.
I see where
You know,
Ashley's going with this. I see where Ashley's
yeah,
going with this.
and
This is great. No, I'm saying I see where you're going with this. Like at first you were like you were bought into what they were saying about Trump, and then slowly but surely,
you know, I remember the whole, you know, for example, the grab her by the comment.
What,
you know,
by the
obviously
what?
a lot of
By what?
women are
By the
not,
What exactly?
No,
Could you
when
clarify?
Trump said
By the what?
grab her by the
what?
I don't want to say
was
the
it?
word.
What is it? I
by
don't
the
even know what it
P.
is. By the bushes? What is it?
No. She doesn't want to say it. Okay, we're just teasing. We're teasing.
I don't want to say. I don't want to say. I don't know what you can say on your show and everything.
You can say
But,
everything and
pussy.
everything except the P word. Go ahead. What did he say
though?
though?
It's okay.
What did he
Go
say?
on.
Grab her
Well,
by
when
the what?
Trump said that, like, you know, a lot of people didn't want to listen to him. You know, like people like me. I didn't want to. I'm like, oh, I just, you know, he's this, that, and narcissistic, whatever.
Can I make a comment real quick, Ashley? Like, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's just like a real quick comment on that whole thing that happened when he said you could just grab them by their peas. Like, remember, like Billy Baldwin? Remember he was there, and for some reason he got shit canned.
Was he?
Like, remember, like, yeah, it was on like Entertainment Tonight or whatever it was. It like it happened on that, like, you know, that silly talk show, like whatever Billy Baldwin was doing. He was like the biggest guy, like interviewing celebrities, and like Trump just happened to say it, you know, right alongside Billy Baldwin. And then go figure, Billy Baldwin gets fired and then Trump becomes the president. Okay. All right. Definitely worked out for both of you guys, right? What a weird,
Well, that sucks.
what a
I was
weird
voting
thing.
for Billy Baldwin.
I know.
Well, you know, anyway, I there was another part that he said something like, and like when you're a star, women let you. But then, like, you know, with the whole Me Too movement, and like, I could go on and say so much, but what I wanted to end up saying, really, you know, in between all this stuff, with you know, when he made the comment with the when the pandemic happened, and I just remember him saying something like the bleach, like if we just shoot some bleach, and you know, it's one of those.
Yeah.
Like a bunch of people criticized him for that, and it's like I knew he didn't. I knew where he was coming from when he said that, and I know. And
you understood the nuance, and you understood the nuance and everything that went into it instead of the soundbite. You actually looked at context. You looked at everything instead of. Sorry,
do you know who Carrie Mullis is?
Carrie
Mullis, the guy who first thought of the concept of PCR testing.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, correct.
Okay,
we just talked about that.
So the thing that I was before with this, like, I think the thing that made me not really get caught up in all the rhetoric was I was kind of aware of this, like, in the very early days. Like, I was listening to a lot of like science stuff, and I would watch SciShow videos, and I remember just, you know, learning about like just stuff like that, and it just like made me kind of like, well, I was under the impression that PCR testing didn't tell you that you had an infection. And that's what they were using initially. And the other thing too, like, is like in my own, I remember in December of 2019, I took my own son to, you know, the doctors. You know, he was sick in December. I remember him being sick in December, and our pediatrician had mentioned that there was a unnamed corona strain of. I remember that was in, you know, a comment, you know, calling them coronaviruses, right? It's not like they just came from nowhere, like.
Correct.
And,
yes, there was many strands before it.
There was 18 before.
Kind of. Yeah, it just made me kind of really. It just seemed really strange the way that they were speaking on the news when they were first rolling out the test. It's like they just started talking about it when the testing was ready, but then it's not the testing that you would want to say to go to have the rhetoric that they had,
Ashley,
on the news to be. I'm just saying, like, yeah, sorry.
Ashley, if you don't mind, may I ask you if one was asked to put a bow on your segment here, like what is the crux of what you're trying to get to? Like, what is your biggest description here? Like, give us.
So I
that.
feel like I don't understand why Fauci didn't understand that wasn't that he shouldn't have been doing that. That wasn't the testing that he I don't understand why he acted like he didn't understand how PCR testing worked.
Right.
When Terry Mullis himself called him out, like, personally.
I mean, do you remember too, like during
not
COVID,
understanding PCR testing?
right? And
all right,
not only that, Ashley,
like he would have took the time to learn.
Pause. Hold on.
You know,
let me get Josh's comment. Go ahead, Josh.
Not just that, Ashley, too, but like, do you remember we were told that what was it called? Natural immunity didn't work. You needed to get, you know what I mean? Like, we were told a lot of bullshit. Like, it came out eventually too that the whole 6 feet thing was bullshit. You know, there was a lot of things about COVID that in hindsight we're learning were complete BS, were a made up construct, you know, not necessarily to be like evil, but like thinking that, oh, this is going to be safer, this is the best route, you know, allegedly having safety in mind.
There's an interview that with Carrie Mullis and Gary Null, like Null, and I think it was aired on PBS. I can't remember the year. You should check it out. It's
Ashley,
definitely...
do you have discussions? And like, I'm not trying to be deep here, but I'm just asking you, like, do you have discussions with your boyfriend about this stuff?
Or
girlfriend. I'm not trying to imply anything. I apologize.
Okay, so I do tend to talk at people that don't maybe. There's this. Yeah, I talk all the time.
So
to anybody.
So like the people that you bring this up to you, or I'm sorry, my apologies. The people that you bring this up to, are they giving you the time of day? Are they listening to you, or do you feel like they're kind of like?
I could tell you a whole. If I told you, it's actually a lot. There's a lot.
What's a lot
there? And if I could wrap it up, like how fucked up, like some of the shit I have experienced in the last couple of years. Just
Ashley, 1 second. Ashley, 1 second. Hold the line. Do not move. Do not hold. Do not leave. 1 second. I have a call coming in. Hold the line. Do not leave, please.
Call from
Joe Pond.
Joe Pond, what's up? 1 second. We're gonna get off the line with Ashley. We'll be right back with you, Joe Pond. Okay. Appreciate you.
Okay.
Let me give it a shot.
Ashley, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Eli has got this.
If you can, please. We're going to move on to the next call on the show, of course. I would like to give you the floor for any singular final statement to the best of your ability. Like
if you could wrap, if you could wrap up what you're trying to get across to us tonight, what would that sentence or few sentences be?
I couldn't even. I don't know.
That's okay. That's okay.
That's okay. You know
Ashley,
what?
is this your first time calling into us?
You have more of a spine than the majority of the people that called earlier.
You see what Eli just said? You see what Eli just said? This is your first time calling into us. This is your first time calling in, and he's letting you know that you got more of a spine to actually bring up one of your, like questions, issues than some of these jokers did who just called in to have like a prank call. So I hope you know that regardless of how you felt, if you felt like nervous or not, I think you did awesome. You did better than people who call in to make a joke. You actually attempted something here, Ashley. So I do hope that after this, you give yourself a little credit here. I know you're a little apprehensive at first, but I think you crushed it. You did a great job, and you're always more than welcome to call into our show anytime. Okay, now, right now, what just happened isn't a good follow-up. Like, I just, you know what I mean? Now I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
This is where we say, God bless, have a great night, and we look forward to
Ashley, what do you got for us?
Ashley.
Come on. Give us a good closer. What do you got? The floor is yours.
I think we all just got to work on a little bit of grace.
Hell yeah.
And
amen.
And really is ultimately, I just care about what is actually life supporting. And
I feel that.
And I know we all got a little bit of narcissism. And
of course.
It's like I know it's a part of like the human. But we have a responsibility to learn.
May I say, Ashley? May I say, Ashley, that may I say that we all have that little bit of narcissism, and it's kind of gifted to us for the sole purpose to try to downplay it, to try to not be like, it's gifted to us as a way to work on something. Here you go. You're going to be narcissistic. Now the end result is to be less narcissistic. You know what I mean? Like, just as a, you know, if God wants to give you patience, he doesn't give you patience. He gives you the opportunity to be patient, right? So it's the same concept here. If you're trying to be less narcissistic, God is going to give you opportunities to be narcissistic, and it is upon you to be not that person, right?
So with that,
Heard
God
that,
bless
Ashley.
you,
Ashley, you are more than welcome to always call in. We appreciate you. We love you. For the love of God, call in next time. We try to go on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Today is Friday. I understand that. Well, actually, now it's Saturday. We may not go on later tonight, but listen, catch us next Tuesday at the very least. We'll talk to you then, okay, Ashley?
We do appreciate you very, very much.
Thank you. Dude, you kicked ass, okay? Keep that in mind.
you.
You kicked ass. Ashley, everybody. Joe Pawn.
Hey, Josh.
What up, buddy? How you doing, man?
What do you got for us
Fine. I've been
today,
editing like a
sir?
motherfucker on videos right now.
Are you about to tell us that, listen, we never got to talk to you last time, by the way. Do you remember last time?
I got caught by the Nazi guy.
No, you definitely got caught because you were like, listen, Cory Booker did it once, but Elon Musk did it twice, so he's the bad guy. Now Zoran Mandami, he did it 3 times. Comment?
Three times. I thought it was 4 times, and then
no,
like
exactly, dude.
Or something.
I'm so glad you're truthful. It was 4 times. Comment?
Yeah, you're not getting. You're not getting me on that.
Okay, I want to just add, Joe Pond, there's no gotcha there. I wish you could just, in all honesty, man, admit when you're just wrong.
Why can't you just say none of them were Nazi salutes? Just say that.
I gotta say to this guy, you know, bless your heart, First Amendment rocks. But with the First Amendment, Zvink 1C, with that little comment there that God hates, I can say with our freedom of speech that we all appreciate.
J's or F's?
Go
J's
fuck
or F's?
yourself.
J's or F's?
But we appreciate you being here.
God hates J's or F's?
Okay.
No. It was personal. It was to the caller.
I know, but God hates J's or F's. What do you mean? God hates the caller specifically, or J's or F's?
Yeah. That's what he said.
Dude, I'm telling you, dude. Mods, listen. If someone's that cruel,
he's been engaging throughout. So I'm just giving him like
been
a fuck
nice,
off.
and then they commit a murder. You keep them around.
No, I'm just giving him a proper public.
There's your
fuck
warning.
off.
What's his name? No, it's a warning. It's not fuck off, but it's ZVN. Don't do stupid shit like that, okay? Like, you know, you're trying to be for everyone, but you say stuff like that. Like, nobody deserves that, okay? Like,
don't be a complete pole smoker.
And like in text, it's hard to delineate or distinguish if you're being joking or not. So let's just avoid that shit. Avoid just that, okay? It's not much to ask. You do it again, you're gone. That's it. Okay, Joe Pun, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah. I was gonna say just with text, tone is different. I could say Eli. has nice hair, and it could be, oh, Eli has nice hair, or Eli has nice hair, or something like that.
Right, exactly.
Thank you for that lesson. It will stick with me till my dying day. What
Hang
do
on
you
a
got,
second,
Joe
though.
Pon?
Hang on a second, though, Eli. Now we got to figure out, Joe Pon, which is it? Does Eli have nice hair, or does he have nice hair? Which one is it?
I'm indifferent. I'm indifferent.
Bullshit, you are. Bullshit, Joe. Don't bullshit, man. Don't bullshit me, man.
But fine, he has more hair than you, Josh.
Ah, fuck.
All right, rock on. All right, you're back on my side, Joe Pon.
Why? Is that because I wear a hat? Is that because I wear a hat?
Little bit.
I got hair. I'm not balding yet. Will be soon. Don't you ill me?
Ooh.
I got, look. It's beautiful.
Oh.
I got
had
no
idea.
issues yet.
How long do you have?
Son of a bitch. Listen, you're supposed to be on my side, damn it. Why are you fucking on my ass right now? The only thing I was trying to hide was this pimple right here. You see this pimple right here?
Yeah, that explains the receding
Fred and I were
hairline.
fucking around with each other right now.
Damn.
So what the fuck do you want from our lives, Joe Pon?
What do you got for us, Joe Pon?
All right. Well,
You see what
I
just
can't really
happened
do
because
the
of you?
Epstein thing because that's basically like 20 years of data I got to go through, and you guys
okay.
only do shows, and most to like a 5-hour show. So
Okay,
that's not
hang on one second. Hang on.
I'm gonna need more
Like,
time for that.
I'm not gonna allow you to skirt out of that one. But just real quick, what is your opinion in a sentence or two about the things that have came out about Trump as far as being correlated in the Epstein thing? We don't need 5 years of assessments. Do you believe or do you not believe? It's quite clear.
Yeah, I will throw feces at you if you prolong
I mean,
this.
it's quite clear, meaning you believe or you don't believe. That's all. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But believe that the emails are real or
Anything.
what?
Okay, I'll ask the better question. The Democrats released 3 emails. The GOP then in turn released 20,000 files and emails plus. With what the Democrats released and the Republicans now have out there, do you think this makes Trump look good or bad?
I would say he has a new meme for the week now.
He has he has an immune what?
A new meme for the week. Basically, what everyone's joking about with the email files.
I'm sorry, I'm stupid. An immune for the week? I'm serious.
A meme, M-E-M-E.
A meme, okay, a meme for the week. Okay, got you. So like that's his meme for the week. Got you.
Yeah. But yeah, it's basically.
So do you think there's anything
it was in the
there
3,
or no?
It was in the 3 release. It was in the 20,000 one.
So do you think
supposedly.
there's anything there or no? Like are you pro or anti Epstein release stuff going on? Because right now those 3 emails are making the rounds on the Democratic circles as far as Trump knew about the girls, as far as the quote, the dog that hasn't barked yet is Trump, and as far as some of the Michael Wolff emails.
Was that even an answer, by the way, what he just said?
It wasn't.
No, it was
But
not.
it's Joe, though, right? Like, what are we going to do? We're going to grill Joe Pon that much, you know?
I mean, the one that you didn't even bring up the one where supposedly Putin has a picture of Trump blowing Bubba, and can you guess who Bubba is a nickname for?
Bill Clinton.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
how come
so that's
you
the meme
didn't
for the
bring
week.
up the fact that Hillary Clinton fucked Vince Foster? Do you believe that? That's in the emails.
Wait, what was it with Hillary Clinton? I
Okay.
didn't get that.
The same person, Jeffrey Epstein, who said the things about President Trump, who said President Trump is the dog that doesn't bark, who said that, who essentially, in a roundabout way, the pedophile said Trump is a bad person. He is on the email record saying that Hillary Clinton and Vince Foster's were getting to the nasties. Do you know who Vince Foster is, Joe Pon?
Not a clue.
Not a clue. If you remember, some years back, was this during the Trump and Hillary race? Was this around that time? How old was the Vince Foster thing? Vince Foster was mugged and or murdered walking down the sidewalk in Washington, D.C.
Was he like an intern or working for Hillary Clinton or something?
Correct.
He was working for Hillary Clinton. He was also a whistleblower of something regarding her medical records. He was shot twice, and
nothing was
allegedly
stolen from
mugged,
him.
But his wallet and his Rolex were still on his person. He took one, I believe, was it in back of the dome?
Yeah, it was like 2 shots. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shot from behind.
Two, and it was ruled a what was it?
Yeah, like the
suicide.
We don't know. We don't know.
Yeah,
Like no,
yeah,
they
yeah.
like they
We
didn't
have
know.
no
It was
idea
not-
what this could have been.
It was a homicide, but they never found anybody who did it. So
It was ruled like no foul play, but it was a mugging.
I don't know if it was ruled no foul play. Obviously, it has to be foul play. But they never found they never found like it's a cold case.
Remember,
But
there's a list of what 52 fucking people that were close to the Clintons that all ended up unalived.
But let's just
and that I've covered.
Let's stick within the realm of what we got. Okay,
Yeah, can
you
we get a
believe
concession on
Joe
one?
Pond. You believe with what Jeffrey Epstein said about Trump. Do you believe what Jeffrey Epstein said about Hillary Clinton?
I mean, I know Hillary has some demons in her closet.
It's a yes or no
say
question.
yes or no, bro.
Joe,
Can you
it's a
just say yes or no,
It's a
please?
yes or no. Because I will humor your take if you humor my take. And if we are to believe Jeffrey Epstein at all avenues here, as we are doing, Jeffrey Epstein claimed that Hillary Clinton and Vince Foster, the man who was unalived eventually after this comment, was him and her were getting it on. Joe Pond, comment?
Okay. So they were having a supposed relationship, and then he dies.
Yes
I mean,
or no.
Correct.
I mean, I would need more information on it, but
No. You don't. Did you need any more information on the accusations from Jeffrey Epstein about Trump? Did you ask for more clarification on that aspect? Because these all come from the
Or the
same
Bubba
emails.
thing that he
I
just
just
brought
need
up.
to know exactly, or the Bubba thing. Did you ask more clarification on that? I need to know. Be honest with me.
No, I'm letting you know that with the Hillary intern thing, I would honestly say that's probably true, and I would say that may be just a way to get back at Bill for what he did with Monica and
Why is
20
it
years ago.
probably true? Why can't you just give a straight, simple yes or no?
to
Why are you literally like, and you know, you're a friend of mine, but you are becoming a meme like the king of beating around the bush. Can you simply give a simple, direct
Be
answer?
nice.
No,
be
no,
nice.
he's my friend in real life.
I know, but
Yeah.
to me, honestly, I feel like I'm a good absorber of like liberal words, and when he says probably, I'll probably
That's a concession to some degree.
Exactly. It's a roundabout way.
I'm not really beating around the bush. I'm saying it's probably true.
Probably is beating around the bush. You know what I mean? Like you don't say okay, I will ask you this. Did you say probably about the Trump accusations? If you did, then I will give you that. But if you were like, no, these are spot on, then then therein lies the issue.
I got one that I want to add. If you see a woman that's pregnant, do you say she's probably pregnant? If you see someone that's dead, do you say they're probably dead? So, with this specific question, can you simply say yeah or no?
Joe, comment?
The dead part, yes. The pregnant part, I know that trap. I never asked. I am basically just going to assume that she's fat until someone says something.
You're going to drive me
That
to
is a
break
trap.
my over the year break of alcohol,
Bro,
and I'm going
but
to
Eli,
assault you. In
that is a
Minecraft.
trap, though. Imagine going to a girl a little more plus size and saying, "Oh, how far along are you?" And she's like, "I'm not pregnant at all, you asshole." That's what he's saying.
Yeah,
that's what he's saying.
Yeah, basically.
He's saying like inadvertently saying if a girl's pregnant, but she's just a little, obese. That's all.
Smiling, I would give you that line. He's online with a lot of listeners,
What did
nervous,
Smiling
but
say?
he's called like every episode for the past 2 weeks. So no, he's not nervous.
No, Smiling's not nervous.
Help us hit a little milestone, guys.
Me
if
and
you
Joe
haven't
Paul-
already,
You guys
please
can
add,
go a little hard if you want to.
Yeah.
STFU right now. Please add a subscription if you've yet to subscribe and you're still with us, guys, or a thumbs up. We just need like literally one more sub to hit 230. My God.
You're doing fine.
Okay.
Me and Joe Pon share a little of the same type of affliction, which is a little bit of a stutter. So if he
and it just rubbed off on
if
me.
you see him, if you think he's being a little apprehensive, he's just he's just building up his point a little bit. So
he's building up his point to.
What is he gonna get to?
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I got one too, bro. Listen, I'm not hating.
He's building up his point to sit on the fence.
All you got to do is the whole Dimitri Martin joke where he's like, you're just building up the answer to like reveal it. Oh my God, what's he gonna say? Where's he going with this? Bam, and then you give it to him. So, Eli, what do you got? What do you got?
One more sub, guys. All right, so
we need more than one more, but honestly, give us a like, give us a subscribe, do what you got to do, share the wealth. We appreciate you out there.
Ooh, bonus points for anybody that comments after the live stream, by the way.
Yes.
Special shout out for that person or persons. Joe Pon, good night, buddy.
Oh, no, Joe, don't go yet. Unless you got to go. Okay. Any comment, here we go. We're going to make a thing now. Any comment, and it's only going to go up to a certain point because it may get out of control, but any comment that's left after the show that isn't in the live chat, we will read.
Thank you for that goal. By the way, guys, God bless y'all. Thank you.
What happened? Did we get
this
it?
is a passion project. Yeah, we hit the, it's just the number. Numbers can drive us a little crazy.
That Molly got us there.
30 is just better. Thank you guys, and we really, really hope to keep on bringing the heat, bringing the fun, bringing the show. And for anybody that was new today, we don't always have a guest. You could tell we have a different flow. All right.
Y'all kick ass more than we do. Joe Pon,
hell yeah.
If you got a nice little bow to put on everything, just in case we got to move on here, what do you got for us?
It better be a finite bow.
My only final bow is that just like the only I kind of noticed with Megyn Kelly and from one YouTuber, his name is Dean Withers.
Oh my God damn it! Not Dean fucking Withers, bro. Come on, man. What did Dean say about Kent? Come on.
Well, he got a caller and basically someone asking, is child great bouquet? And he's stunned. He's basically not talking for like a minute.
Is his child a great bouquet? Say it again. I'm sorry.
Is it okay? Is it okay to? Are you for child grape or something? And it's.
Are you for child grape?
I'm trying not to get the YouTube channel.
No.
Mine is the G.
I get it. Like, is this more so a religion aspect? Like, what is this question in relation to, man?
What the fuck? This is a bow, Joe. What are you doing with the bow?
You just brought up grapes in a bow. This is not a bow. People don't grape in a bow, bro.
You're lucky I don't have access to hang this shit up.
What? Okay, come on. Listen. This is what professionals do. Now I need you to tie in. I need Joe. Listen to me. Joe, listen to me.
I'll go back to the Megyn Kelly thing.
Joe, listen to me. I need you to now tie in grapes to your original point, because if not, I'm going to hang up on you.
Oh, okay, fine. Just the main gist of the video was just that Trump, like this supposed Trump supporter, they're now actively like saying that it's okay for that, and that only goes back to goes back to what my high school teacher
Joe.
said.
May I ask you a question?
Good night. Thanks for listening.
May I ask you a question real quick? I know.
No.
Like, Eli, I got you. But listen, if we can help one person tonight, I would feel good. Do you really think that Trump did that? Do you think he graped somebody?
Trump. Oh, okay. I honestly don't know. I need.
So why
honestly, with
was your
the information you're presenting? No.
Goodbye.
Then again, where's the information that I'm not seeing? That's the question.
Okay, goodbye.
All in time, the information will come out. Joe Pon, Thank you very much. We appreciate your call. We got 21 minutes with you, Joe Pon. Thank you so much, my friend. We will look forward to your call on the next one, sir.
No.
All right. Thanks. You made up from last Tuesday.
Goodbye.
Monday,
Goodbye.
whichever.
Goodbye.
All right, Joe. We'll see you later,
Good night.
Joe. Eli's like, I don't want this Joe character on the show anymore. God damn it. Where do we leave off at?
We get the Tucker and the Ben Carlson thing.
Oh, we got somebody else calling in now.
Ay, carajo.
Call from
All right.
Shamrock.
Oh, okay.
Shamrock!
We love Shamrock.
This is really a treat. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is like for those of you who don't know, Shamrock has been an OG in the chat. She's an OG moderator. She does PP stuff. She does stuck in the middle stuff. She even
not everybody knows my acronym, Josh.
Bless her heart.
Patriot. Thank you.
Yes, bless her heart. She even does nothing funny stuff. She's an OG.
God,
I
I'm
know,
so sorry.
I know. Like, I wish she didn't, because I was like, I don't want you seeing any of that. But she does it. She's a supporter. She's a true OG. We love her. Shamrock, thank you so much for calling. What do you got for us tonight? Man.
I'm on every night with everybody except for Mondays. Mondays are a bad night.
Everyone hates Mondays. You're fine. You're fine.
So
what's up, Shamrock?
Wow, I just want to say that was such an awesome show tonight, bringing on Brian, and it's been a long time. It was wonderful.
It's been
You
a
guys-
really long time.
Yeah. Yeah. And just when you brought him on, it's like, oh my goodness, wow, we've all been together for so many years, you know?
Right?
So it was nice.
It puts it all into a little bit of perspective.
Very proud of that. Very proud of like the very group that comes to mind when I hear the acronym OG. You know, we got some amazing special people. Did I just hear a beep?
Yeah, Shamrock, hang on 1 second. I'm not cutting you off. Just hold the line real quick. Hold the line for me real quick. We'll be right back.
Call from
Don't take it.
Call from. Okay.
Good night.
goodbye. All right. Shamrock, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you, and I just need to know, how is Klaus von Neutelpootel doing? Is he okay? Is he on the mend?
He's on the mend.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm so happy to hear
Yes.
that. I'm so happy. Like, what happened? Do you know what happened?
Well, he hadn't eaten anything in well over 9 hours, and then all of a sudden, he just started having like the dry heaves. And I follow the standard poodle pages and everything, and I'm always hearing about bloat and everything else. And so I knew kind of what the symptoms were, and I was like, oh shit. So I looked it up, and I'm like, oh, sure enough. But then he kind of like,
What were the symptoms, or like what were the symptoms leading to that you suspected it was?
it really was the dry heaves and no throwing up. It was the dry heaves and no throwing up. And,
But was he anxious? Why was he dry heaving? Like, do you know, was it like a more serious thing, or was it just like a little anxiety bout? Do you know?
I just know that is part of the symptoms. They dry heave. It's probably just a physical reaction to what's going on in their stomach. They've got really, like, when they're getting bloat, what it is it's gas.
Right.
And the gas builds up. So I think it's a natural reaction to just try to throw it up. Like they're trying to throw up whatever's bothering their stomach. But there's, with him, he wasn't eating anything.
Which makes
he
it
had nothing in
worse
his
too.
stomach.
Which makes it worse because what I do know about dogs, and the same thing that happens to my silly German Shepherd, is like sometimes like she doesn't want to eat, she refuses her food, but when they don't eat, it also upsets their stomach. Like then they end up throwing up stomach bile because they have no food in their stomach. So it kind of like it's like this twofold thing that happens.
So the three breeds that bloat is the most common is standard poodles, German shepherds, and Great Danes, because they're deep chested. They're deep chested, and the way their stomach sits, like the big part of their stomach is right, like kind of like inside that deep chested part, and then the smaller end of their stomach kind of comes up almost like, how they have that thin kind of like a waistline, then it goes to the butt. If you think of like their stomach kind of going up and then falling down, their stomachs aren't attached to anything other than the tube that goes, when they eat, it goes right to their stomach. So
Got you.
there is a surgery, it's a gastroplexy, and they suture the stomach, I believe, to the wall. To the wall.
So it's not
Yeah,
floating. So it's not floating there.
Right. So what will happen is that'll stop the stomach from twisting, which can kill them. But bloat itself can kill a dog. They'll bloat up, they'll get real big. Their stomachs will get real big with gas, and it'll put pressure on the main artery that is the main blood supply, and that can cause necrosis, and it can also kill them. So we got them to the vet right on time. The vet had said if we hadn't gotten him there when we did, he would have definitely died because he was fully bloated and all the pressure was on that artery. So yeah.
Isn't that what's wild with animals? It's like, just tell me what's wrong with you. Do you not feel good? Let me take like you got to play this guessing game, and then vets they take advantage of your weakness in that moment. Especially ER vets. They're like, oh, I don't know, but what do you want to do? I can't tell you what to do. It's like it really is one of the cruelest tricks as far as like the human and dog, the human and cat relationship is like that whole moment with what you're talking about going through is like when you don't know how to help them. It's like, just tell me what's wrong with you or tell me where you're not feeling good. It's like,
we got very lucky though, since
I'm so happy.
I knew what was going on. And then my husband was kind of like, oh, he'll be fine. I'm like, no, he's not. And like, I knew right away.
Right.
And he was like,
does your husband go to work
here
every day? Like, are you kind of chilling at home with Klaus, but your husband goes to work every day?
Yeah.
Right. So
he was at work talking to his boss, which is like a very good friend. We're all close, and I happened to call him while he was talking to his boss / friend, and I'm like, I could hear everything that was going on in the background. His boss was on the phone, and I could hear what he was saying, and I had just said to my husband, I said, we got to take him right now. And then I overheard what his boss was saying, and it was like, it was just such a miracle. So his boss, his sister, happens to work at the emergency room vet, and he's the one who told my husband. He was telling him before I even called. He's like, no, I'm calling my sister. You need to get your dog there. Blah blah blah. I'm setting it all up. And so then he came rushing home, and we got there, and the whole staff was out, like, ready to take him back and, do everything they had to do, which is they stuck a needle in him to release the gas from his stomach
right.
and contents of his stomach.
Listen, I'm telling you, it's because, you're with him all the time. You're with Klaus all the time.
Yep.
And like your husband, he didn't say that to be rude, but it was almost inadvertently out of a little bit of, again, this is not to be rude, a little bit of ignorance, and I'm not being rude, because you're with Klaus all day. So you see things here and there and like, okay, something's definitely a little more off than it usually is. Like you can pick up on those things, and like it's because you picked up on that you were able to get him there in time. So you got to give yourself some credit too, because you were aware, you were attentive. I literally know some people who are like, hey, my cat was crying. I don't know why it was crying. And then like two days later, they tell me, oh, yo, my cat died. I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean? It just like, what I mean? Like, so like they don't do anything.
Right.
Like if they see an animal in distress, they don't react well. Whereas you're like, okay, hang on. This isn't normal. Let me see what's going on, and you did the right thing. So I applaud you for that.
I just while we're all on the line together, I wanted to add something that I think we'd all find amusing, since we know this individual. If Shamrock, if I said something along the lines of one of those assholes, he who will not be named, you may be able to guess. Can you guess? Starts with an S.
Starts with an S. Starts with an S.
Starts with an S, yeah. Fucking went after me for years, tried to get me arrested.
Oh, Is he
Yeah, X on the
smiling?
fucking his dumb name.
Smiling?
So he left a little stupid comment under our trailer for CanCon.
I
Said,
saw
he's
that.
a loser. Wow, way to fucking pwn, bro. Good job. You're such a winner. You really succeeded in life by chasing me and burning the channel down and all that shit, man. I wish you'd just focus on the success you had instead of just being the creep you are. You know, respecting the game, but
Or called
geez,
in at the
H,
very least. Called in and debate him on some things.
that would have been something. But
the
yeah.
other one, the one that starts with an M that won't be named.
That's who I thought he was talking about.
Yeah, but it started with an S. So.
Yep, you're right.
But the other one with the whole view count and bots thing, I thought it was hilarious. And
Oh, that fucking yeah.
I made a comment like rocking the shim, rocking the shim, but
word.
Martine doesn't like it. So it was just a joke. That's where I was going with it. I was
If you
only
wanna hear-
kidding.
you wanna-
prior
yeah.
to that, I was so nice to him in the chat, and I hearted
it's
him
impossible.
and everything
It
else,
blows-
and I
he
tried
is
to
a
like give him
minefield. He
confidence
is a
to come
minefield.
up
You-
and
you
talk
cannot
and
be nice
whatnot.
to him.
Next thing I know,
No.
he's calling me out. I'm like,
May I
what?
say?
Okay.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And also, he let's take a little flattery, but he's now his thumbnail says stuck in Ohio.
And which
He's
way
using
is
our-
he streaming? Don't say it, but now he's streaming in a certain way that may get him a little more views, which at first he was like, you guys are getting bots. Now he's figured the game out, and now he's streaming in the way which we are. I had a question. I had a question for Shamrock. Shamrock, is it true? Remind me if I'm wrong, but did you in the show Stuck in the Middle, Progressive Patriot, did we meet you through CanCon? Was that through CanCon?
I believe it was. So I hadn't voted for Trump or anything like that. I just was doing my own thing, whatever. And I don't know, in a comment section, I got threatened. Like my family got threatened, I got threatened or whatever. And then CanCon's show just kind of like popped up like immediately after that happened. And I found myself in the chat and I was like, oh. And I believe that's where.
Yeah,
but
no,
I
you're
know.
right. Yeah, you
I believe that's
definitely.
where. I know it's been over 5 years. I know that much. It's been more than 5 years at this point.
And how cool is that we had the person who essentially brought us together. We finally had him back. Like everything's kind of coming full circle, if you will. Yeah, very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, it is really, really cool because I met CanCon, I met Indy. There's so many people. Yes, I met her. She's amazing. Eli, I mean, I don't know if Eli was still into Bernie back then. I know he definitely didn't like Trump back then. He was not a Trump guy back then. I remember watching Stuck in the Middle, where when Cranston was on. And I actually stood up for Cranston to all of you in the chat. I was like, shh, you guys, let the guy talk.
I hope he sees this, but it is of my personal professional opinion that he's mentally disturbed. Aside from that, the hour is getting a little late there. Mornings are upon us.
Yeah,
I would like to offer Oh, just if you wanted to put a bow, I almost hate using that term, but if there's anything you'd like to say, the floor is yours, my darling. We do appreciate you.
Really, I just wanted to call in and tell you guys how wonderful it was to have you guys all together tonight, and the show was amazing. That's all. Just wanted to call and tell you guys that.
Thank
We
you,
adore
Shamrock.
you
Have a great
forever
night.
and ever.
We love you.
Thank
Have
you,
a great rest of
Shamrock.
your night. Thank you so much, Shamrock. We appreciate you.
Good night.
Have a good one. Good night, Shamrock.
Good night to you.
Shamrock, everybody. A great mod of the Stuck in the Middle chat.
Mod, Fred, and family. I think we did that thing. I think it's time to hear that music swing. Guys, thank you for being MVPs. Remember, regardless of who's on this screen, I don't care if we got the motherfucking Pope. Not that that would go over well. At the end of the day, it's all about you all that volunteer your time, your energy, your voice. That's the engagement. That's the mission. Because when voices fail, It is the alternative that terrifies me. Hit that thumbs up if you'd be so kind to do so.
Ask you a
Subscribe if
question.
you have yet to. And we hope to see you again,
Hell
Josh.
yes. Let me ask you a question. You want to play one video while I queue up the outro song? Because like
I'm pretty tapped out, but okay.
we've been
Hopefully it's a
missing the
short
videos.
one, man.
Well, like I don't got work tomorrow. Do you got work tomorrow? I think we can spare another minute or
No,
two.
I do have, morning shit, bank shit, blah blah blah.
Oh,
shit.
but not work.
I don't have my
Look at
job
this guy. Look at
tomorrow
this guy.
now.
He's trying to rub in her face. I got more important things to do than be on this.
Yeah. Well, put some big money in the bank. Yeah.
I want to play this. I want to get your thoughts on it, and we'll save the more funny clips. I guess we're not doing a Saturday show, right? Because like Saturday's today.
Yeah, man. I don't know. We still have the fucking Candace
We
shit,
have, dude. Not only that, but we have the full Tucker breakdown of Thomas Matthew Crooks. We have an unaired video from Candace. We have a few other topics as well.
Let's leave that one open ended.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see how we feel.
You guys tell us, do you want a Stuck in the Middle show Saturday night sometime? It's up to you. Press 1 in the chat if you do. Press 2 if you can wait till Tuesday.
One of the other biggest motivators, guys, chat guys, all of you, we appreciate it. You can impact the show. Every opportunity, email or chat, hit hit 1 and enter. If you'd like to see us go on again tonight. On Saturday night, we do have the whole Candace Owens portion of the show that we didn't have, which will probably be
we got the one video,
2
right?
hours.
Oh, we didn't do any of her videos, did we?
We didn't cover a damn thing with Candace
Tuckers.
Owens.
Got you. So we
and if
could
you'd rather us just wait till next week, hit 2. But
and we could add the Friday one as well, Eli. So we have Wednesday and Thursdays. We could add the Friday one too. So we do have shit
really
there.
Appreciate those of you that kind of join in on these little experiments to see if we can get the chat to participate. It really it's some kind of special, I used to draw comic books and write little short stories, novels, share them with friends. This is my last passion project. Thank you for being a part of that, guys.
So this is either racist and or funny and or both. So you be the judge. This, and especially in Florida, this happens a lot. This happens so much.
On another note, tonight, the New York City mayoral debate last night, but I'm less interested in what the candidates actually said, and I'm more interested in why we keep doing this.
Government Affairs reporter Melissa Russo.
First point. The guy is like, I'm not worried about what they said. I'm worried about how they said it. It's like, well, maybe you shouldn't be. You know what I mean? Right? Is that correct? Is that a correct assumption? It's like,
sounds astute.
Isn't the more important things like what they're talking about now, not how they talked about him?
Naturally.
Right? Not this guy. Hey, nothing's getting past this Robert Finity guy, okay?
This reminds me somehow of Joe Pond trying to get an answer out of him.
Right.
It's like, what's more important, what he said or how he danced around the fucking bush?
It's how he said it, okay? Listen to Robert Finity break down some facts.
Government Affairs reporter Melissa Russo, senior politics editor at Politico, Sally Goldenberg, and Telemundo 47 anchor Rosarena Breton. This is a 2-hour debate.
So you see what you just did there?
All right, so we have talked about this.
It's a 2-hour anchor Rosarena and Telemundo 47 anchor politics editor at reporter Melissa Russo, senior politics editor at Politico, Sally Goldenberg,
Melissa such and such, and
Telemundo 47 anchor Rosarena Breton.
And the Rosarena Breton.
You put a little salsa on that one.
Not for Melissa, not for the other, B word there, but for Rosarena Gaton. He fucking.
But what's the equivalent of a
Rosarena Gaton?
Okay, but I ask, what's the equivalent for like Goldberg? Like what's the other name?
And now we have a Mr. Goldberg. Right?
Oh, okay.
Right?
Okay.
No, that would be racist or whatever, stereotypical. But you're
interesting.
For whatever reason, in American news, Rosarena Gaton, you can do that. And Robert Finity. It's either Finity or Finner. Oh yeah, it's an R. Finnerty. Robert Finnerty brings up a great point. He's like,
okay,
why don't they say my name with an Irish accent if we're doing this fucking shit? Ready? You ready for this? Y'all ready for this?
No. At Politico, Sally Goldenberg, and Telemundo 47 anchor Rosarena Breton. This is a 2-hour debate.
All right, so we have talked about this, and I just don't
It's
get
like a
why
stand-up
we do
routine.
this, who started it, when this started. But whenever it is a Spanish name, we are all suddenly required and expected to shapeshift into the perfect Spanish accent. Normal, everyday news people do it all the time. They forget years of training. They forget their non-regional diction. That Telemundo anchors, by the way, Rosarina Brenton. Just say Rosarina Brenton. But for whatever...
Not a minute. Melissa such and such, Sherry such and such, and Rosarino Brenton. Rosarino Breton. You don't like that? Rosarino Breton.
I'm really like dissecting this deep here in my subconscious.
There's like two ways you can
Because right
play
now
it.
the dude's kind of coming off like man yelling at clouds a little bit.
Yeah, the man being like kind of like, how come they don't speak my language?
Just well, you know,
but like
pretty much.
But the point at the end clarifies everything because it's only this one language.
They forget their non-regional diction. That Telemundo anchors, by the way, Rosarina Brenton. Just say Rosarina Brenton. But for whatever reason, we all feel the need to pronounce it like we're living in Mexico, like we're living in a country where Spanish is the native tongue. That's not the case here.
Hang on. Let him get over his racism real quick. Just let him get over the racism part. All right. Let me get over that part because he's going to get to a point soon. Just let him get his racism out.
I'd like to answer a valid question to Try This 1494, who's been here like a champ.
Travis.
This is what we call a palate cleanser. At the end, we try to end a little funny, you know.
Yes.
Have a little laugh.
Yes. Rosarina Breton.
Where Spanish
If I
is
hear
the
one
native
more
tongue. That's
Roldar.
not the case here in...
What's that?
If I hear one more fucking Roldar. You better sound like a white boy.
Rosarina Breton.
Fan-fucking-tastic.
the U.S. Rosarina Bretonia.
Jeez.
He said it. I couldn't understand what he was saying. As I've said before, I am Irish. And if I was moderating that debate, would the host introduce me as Robert James Finnerty, don't you know, the little lad? That he is, Robert James Finnerty. If the host was Chinese, would they then introduce that person with a Chinese accent? I don't think so.
He wouldn't do it.
So
He wouldn't
stop
do
doing it when they're Spanish. Just stop.
I will. Now, welcome to the stage, Mr. Joaquin.
Oh,
right?
hashtag
It's the
cancel
same
Josh.
thing. It's the same thing. He's got a point. Racism aside, he's got a point. Why is it only Spanish? Come on. Comment.
Hashtag cancel Josh.
Nothing. You got
Hashtag
nothing?
cancel Josh.
Are you
Drop it in
taking
the
the
chat.
high? Are you taking the high road? Stuck on the high road like our buddy is? Hey, look.
No. Look, I'll
I'm
concede.
stuck
Look,
on the high road. I'm taking
I'm
your
co-
name and I'm making my own gay thing. It's stuck on the high road or stuck in Ohio, whatever.
Remember, I'm Colombian, therefore biased. No. I acknowledge it's like annoying, but it doesn't bother me at the same time. So
No. It's not meant to bother you. Why is it only Spanish?
Yeah,
Why
yeah.
don't we do the same accent for Chinese, for Japanese, for Irish, for German, for
Thank you,
Jewish?
T-Fells.
Why don't we do that?
Well, we're gonna start doing that from here on
I
out.
hope so, because if we do, I got no problems with it. I got
Okay.
zero fucking problems with it. If we don't, I got problems with it.
Well, you better be ready now.
My name's Joshua Borsig, don't you know?
Wait. You're Irish?
Mainly. If you want to
What
go
are we
English,
missing
you
out
can.
on here?
Irish,
What are you hiding?
English, Polish.
Yeah. Oh, you said your whole fucking name too. Well, Josh. No. That's not like Bob Dylan.
Don't you know? You can find my name really easily. It's not.
Josh Roser.
It's public. We're all public. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. We're like on a live stream right now.
Yeah. On a live stream.
I know. That's for after hours. Make sure you.
It is. Is this our
become a
longest
member
stream
to our paid only shit where we are the on a live stream. All right.
Oh, and don't worry, we got a lot of cool shit on the member stream. I believe every single one of the shows we've done with CanCon are on the live stream are on the member stream because how YouTube was acting a fool before. So maybe we'll eventually take those off there, but you can find those there. We got a few cool things on the members only stream as far as what we did when we first came back. That's right. If you want to see the troll videos, you got to pay for them, and then you can clip them wherever you want to do. But give us $1.99 and then you can get them.
What about the famous episode 0 where we may have had pizza toppings?
Talking about the joke that was made?
No, where we literally had the pizza toppings.
Oh, you're talking about where we actually ate pizza toppings.
Yeah, and had that crazy
I don't know.
psychedelic show.
Do you want to ever release that? That's on a hard drive.
I want to listen to it desperately.
I mean, like, we cried, we laughed.
And my voice changed.
Yeah, you turn into Jazz Eli. You're like, hey,
Yeah,
how
I
you
know.
doing? Like, you were like Rodney Dangerfield, but black.
Just
Hey,
send it to me. Send it to me, please.
I have to
please,
find which
please.
hard drive it's on.
Oh, okay, given.
But then also we were like, yo, do you want to tear up while listening to a sad song about fathers? Yup. And we just said, this is so touching. Oh my God.
Yes, I do.
Members only if you want that. We'll see.
I just want to give honorable mention to D Flustered. You have been so kind.
D Flustered.
I really go out of my way. Oh, welcome, Harry Man. It just became a little stuck.
What up, Harry Man? Appreciate you.
If I am not mistaken, and we appreciate you either way, he may be like kind of involved with some of the troll folks, but there's
That's
no
fine.
concerns. You're
At least
cool
we got
with
his
me.
money. We appreciate you.
Yeah, we got your $1.99.
Yeah, hell yeah. We're balling out
Smiling,
now.
you have also been super active, amazing.
I get no respect.
All of you that have participated, okay, goes without saying. Mishka, we love you. Everybody, another shrimp on the Barbie. Good night. We've done it again. This has been a 4 or 5 hour stream.
And like, honestly, a round of applause to CanCon. Thank you so much for CanCon for coming on at CanCon Actual on all the cool places where you can find him. And honestly, a round of applause to you all for sticking out with us and hanging out with us tonight on this 4.5 hour stream. It's very fun. I hope you all had a good time. Joe Pond, we had a good time with you for calling in. Just in general.
I was gonna say to all 151 of you except Joe Pond.
Oh shit. Okay. Never mind, Joe Pond. It's actually excluding you. You're not part of this thing. And specifically, you ruined everything.
Yes. All right, now, good night. God bless.
Just kidding,
guys.
Joe
See you on the
Pond. Well,
next.
listen, everybody, peep the community post. We'll let you know when if we're coming on later tonight or not, or for Tuesday. That's how you follow us and figure out when we're going on. Until then, we'll see you on the next one. All right?
God bless.
Later.